Welcome to AudioNovel. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page.
Chapter 26, Knowledge. Underground, inside a huge dark space, rows and rows of bookshelves could be seen. There was seemingly endless knowledge inside this place. The library was so deep underground that even the ceiling wasn't really visible. Looking up, one could only see pure darkness. Following the green lanterns that illuminated each bookshelf, Madara and Wan Shirtong walked shoulder to shoulder towards specific locations of the library. So, tell me, young human, what other knowledge might you seek inside this place? Thinking for a second, Madara replied, many important details about bending techniques were either forgotten or locked away, hidden, and I want to uncover them. At least the ones related to fire bending and energy bending. The owl chuckled. So much knowledge in here, and you come for bending techniques. Shrugging, Madara replied, that's what I am, a bender. If I were a scientist or something else, I would have aimed for different things. But here, you have the opportunity to expand your knowledge to other areas, said the owl while turning a corner while guiding Madara. Madara followed, well, that's true, but I'm a human, we have limits on how much we can actually learn and absorb. I would rather be really good at one thing than mediocre in many things. Wise, considering how pitifully limited humans are, said Wan Shirtong as they arrived at a specific massive bookshelf. This is everything about firebending. I hope you find what you need. Staring at the sheer size of the bookshelf, Madara gulped. Damn, this is a lot. I don't think I can read all of this. I can't even imagine standing here and doing nothing but sleeping, eating, and reading for who the hell knows how long. And, damn, even I felt targeted while writing this. The owl chuckled, that's not my problem. Then, flapping its wings, Wan Shirtong flew away, leaving Madara alone. Even the spirits of this world are pricks, sigh. This will take way longer than I thought. I will go crazy before reading 1/5 of these books. He put down his big backpack and spread a sleeping bag on a clean corner before putting down an oil lamp. He sat on the floor and started eating some snacks. This won't do. I can't read all of this. I'm no machine. I will give it a few months and then call Wan Shirtong to lead me to Kalia. I can't live here for a long period of time, or I will go crazy. After his snack, he created the courage to start his new adventure, and looked at the many books and scrolls. There were many half-assed firebending techniques in this place, and he learned very few things from these techniques. What a waste. Spending days reading and making notes in his own empty books that he brought with him, he came in contact with a very old scroll. Su Ping'an's record of lightning generation. The scroll was rather big, much of it was about some events that happened to the man called Su Ping'an, who was nothing more than a criminal in Madara's eyes, but then he came to a specific sentence that made him reread the whole scroll from the beginning. And using his unique lightning generation technique, Su Ping'an nearly killed Avatar Kyoshi. He would have won if it wasn't for the Avatar state. The value of this scroll suddenly became unique for Madara. He even activated his Sharingan to memorize every detail of it. He could take it with him, yes, but he wanted to imprint everything related to this bending technique deep inside his brain. Generating lightning instantly without the need of the circular movements to separate yin and yang. If I learn how he did it and somehow master it, I may be able to recreate some lightning-based jutsus from the Naruto world. Madara grinned, and his eyes glowed. Generating lightning just by inhaling deeply before striking. I want this technique. Madara went full tunnel vision after this. For over a month, he went through 1/3 of the books searching for something related to Su Ping'an's lightning. He found a couple of combustion bending scrolls, but he didn't read them yet. He simply separated them from the rest and kept searching. After exactly 35 days of searching, Madara finally found something useful. It seems that what helped Su Ping'an wasn't exactly just lightning generation, but a breathing technique similar to his chi breathing technique. This is starting to sound more and more like Demon Slayer. Madara kept reading the book he found. With his Sharingan always on, this breathing technique replaces the need of the finger movements for lightning. It was inspired by waterbending techniques that follow the pull and push, but using yin and yang, splitting your chi as you breathe. Sounds absurdly complicated. Who the fuck came up with this? How many sad bastards died because they tried to create this? He couldn't help but chuckle. What a noble sacrifice. I shall put it to good use. He grinned and started copying the whole book. After completing the task he called for Wan Tong. Could you please lead me to Kalia? And then I will have to go to the combat techniques unrelated to element bending. The owl wasn't amused. I'm not your servant, human. Follow the green lanterns and find her, yourself. As for the fighting techniques, that's your problem. I won't be helping. The owl disappeared after saying that. TSK, what an awful host. Following the bright green lanterns, he went through many shelves, turning left, right, left, left, and he finally reached Kalia, and when he saw her, Saitama's poker face had to make another comeback. She was sprawled on the ground, snoring while surrounded by quite a few soju bottles, sleeping without a care in the world over a pile of books. You gotta be kidding me, he said, massaging his forehead. He walked close to her, grabbed one of the half-empty bottles, and poured it over her sleepy face without thinking twice. Waga, she shouted and started looking around her. W who? B boss. W what are you doing here? I thought you would be busy reading about firebending, lightning, and stuff. She spoke softly, behaving like a young girl that was caught doing something that she shouldn't. Madara's eyebrows twitched. You spent a whole month drinking, didn't you? Kalia shook her head repeatedly. No. I did read a lot. How many books? A couple. Bang. Madara grabbed a book and hit her head with full strength. Arghhhhhhh, that fucking hurts, said the pirate girl with a tearful expression. Did you at least find the right books and scrolls? Rubbing the back of her head she nodded softly. Why yes, I found all 3 styles of waterbending like he asked. I also found a book about bloodbending. It was actually the first book that I found. To think that they have such good stuff so easy to find. The corners of Madara's mouth twitched along with his eyebrow. Now easy. I spent over a month to find my lightning bending and this fucking bitch got bloodbending on the first try. Is this world siding with idiots while punishing the smart? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Kalia could only stare at him nervously. Grab the books you found and let's head out, said Madara with the best neutral voice he could muster right now. All right away boss. She grabbed the books and scrolls, stood up, and followed him without saying a word. She noticed how short his fuse was right now. They first searched for the combat technique scrolls. It didn't take them long, just half a day. Then they spent over 2 weeks trying to find good combat scrolls for Lei. Kalia managed to find a primitive form of chi blocking easily. Of course she did. After collecting the books, Madara and Kalia walked back to the entrance tunnel. When they walked towards the exit, the owl appeared again, leaving so early. Sigh, it's not like I have a choice. We are not alone and I need to tell our driver. I want to stay longer, but my companion here started to become annoying as soon as her alcohol was gone. Kalia crossed her arms and pouted. You don't have to complain boss, it's not fair. I already got everything I needed. What else was I supposed to do here? It would be better if he stood behind to read ye things while Jackie and I went ahead with ye plans. Madara raised his eyebrows. The first part of what she said annoyed the shit out of him, this fucking brat, but the second part of what she said made him consider things. You know what, Kalia, you are right, it's actually a very smart idea. I can't even believe I didn't think of it. She placed her hands on her hips and puffed her chest, raising her chin with a victorious expression. Of course it's a smart idea, I'm intelligence incarnate, it's just that people don't believe me. I really want to beat the crap out of this woman. Even the owl was staring at Kalia with the biggest poker face ever. Humans are really weird. Regaining his bearings, Madara turned to Kalia. We will go outside, I will light a fire and ask Jackie to pick you up and leave this place. Go back to Gaoling and practice the scrolls you got, also give these to Jackie, he said as he gave her the scrolls of the combat techniques. Boss, how long should we stay there? Asked Kalia. Madara started to consider for a bit. Come back once a month to see if I'm out. If I'm not, then go back and wait for the next month. That will give us plenty of time to get our things done. Also, keep bringing me food and water. Then he turned to Wan Tong. I can count on our friendly library spirit to remind me once every month, right? The owl stared at the depths of Madara's eyes. No. An awkward silence remained. I will figure something out. Chapter 27, Seclusion. Once Jackie landed and walked out of the airship, the group finally reunited again, though briefly. Jackie, good to see you. Honestly, I'm glad to see anything that isn't a book or made out of paper, sighed Madara. It wasn't that bad. Shrugged Kalia. You got drunk and slept most of the time instead of searching. Said Madara, narrowing his eyes, to which Kalia just decided to shut up to avoid being hit in the head again. Lei chuckled, it was also very boring for me, Mr. Uchiha. Honestly, I'm glad that the airship is comfortable, otherwise I would have gone crazy due to isolation, but now I'm glad you two are back. Even you, brute woman. We can finally travel again. Kalia and Madara stood in an awkward silence after hearing that. What? Asked Lei, a bit confused. I'm leaving with you, Jackie. Boss is staying, Kalia said. What? Why? Exclaimed Lei. Shaking his head, Madara replied, too little time to research everything I wanted to. I underestimated the amount of effort needed to get what I wanted. Sigh, now I need to stay for the foreseeable future. You two will have summer vacation from me for quite some time. He chuckled. And no, Mr. Uchiha, if you are staying I will be staying as well. I can't just leave you here stranded, I'm your assistant, shouted Lei. Damn Jackie, calm down will ye? It wouldn't make a difference, boss will spend most of his time reading and practicing what he can, even I don't want to leave him alone here really. Sigh, but there's nothing here for us. She tossed a bag to Lei, which he grabbed. And this is, asked Lei. Your next task, you will be studying those scrolls and learning what you can while I'm here. Kalia got her own share of scrolls and books too. I want you both twice as strong the next time we meet. Kalia will enhance her waterbending to a master level, and will practice her bloodbending afterward. Madara then pointed at Jackie. You, on the other hand, will learn every combat technique in those scrolls, and you will double your efforts when learning the chi blocking combat technique. I want you at a decent level when we meet again as well. A weird silence. Lei was trying to compute all the information that was just absorbed by his brain. Wait. Bloodbending. Is that a thing? What the hell is chi blocking? He was rather lost here, understandably. We will have time to talk about this when we are out of here, Jackie, let boss finish. Lei nodded and looked at Madara. I want you both to do a few errands for me. Right now all we have is the money I got from the Bifong family. It's a massive amount but it will only decrease with time, so I want you to take this money and buy certain places for me. Raising their eyebrows, both Kalia and Lei asked at the same time, what places? Madara grinned. Only two really, one is by the Suoka River, it's a resort known as Village Resort. It is a high-end facility, and the other one that I want you two to buy is the biggest plot of land in that oasis town we came from. Jackie was a bit skeptical. I've heard of the Village Resort, it is considered a Fire Nation colony, I don't think they will sell. Madara laughed, we will keep paying the taxes to the Fire Nation, of course he won't mind selling. They don't give a damn about who runs it as long as they keep getting their share. Sighing, Lei replied, what about the oasis town plot of land? That place is worth nothing. We could buy half of that town while paying less than what we would pay for the resort. Madara grinned, then do just that. I have a feeling that place will bloom into a wonderful investment in the future. At this point, Lei gave up and just shrugged, it's your money, by the way, that will eat a very significant part of your fortune, Mr. Uchiha. If you are not 110% sure of this I wouldn't recommend it. Shaking his head, Madara replied, what's the use of money if it can't generate more money? What will I be using those gold tails for, then? Paperweights. As long as I have some reserves for the years to come, I have faith that my investments will pay off. Madara was grinning from ear to ear, those two spots would make him possibly surpass the Bifongs in the future, the resort would become part of the Republic City after the war, and its revenue and value would multiply absurdly. As for the oasis town, after the 100-year war that place would bloom into a trading spot through all the Earth Kingdom, plus with the advance of technology and airships, crossing the mountain range around the desert wouldn't be a problem anymore. Not only that, Madara knows the true value of that place. The ice diminished, yes, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, quite literally, the ice is massive, and is still underground in the desert. Having ownership of the land would give him ownership of the ice, spiritual ice that is considered one of the wonders of this world. Alright, so I will buy it under your name. There might be some issues with that since you are not there. But money solves everything, they probably won't care who is buying as long as we are paying. Shrugged Lei. Hey boss, what about me? Is there anything you need me to do? Asked Kalia. Buying stuff was her thing, yes, who didn't like shopping after all? But business and real estate? Nah thanks, too much complexity for her taste. Madara retrieved a folded piece of paper from his robes and gave it to Kalia. While Jackie will be doing stuff under my name, you will be doing things under the name of our group. I want you to investigate a few possible events that might happen. First, I want to know about the outcome of Ba Sing Se, then I want you to keep your attention on possible gossip related to the Fire Lord's family, his children in specific. Your job is to gather information for me, remember? Kalia smiled. Captain, I will take my payment from Jackie since you will be busy. She said before chuckling. Madara just laughed. She never once demanded payment and he doubts that this will be a first. Since the rescue, Kalia joined his side fully, not as a paid grunt, but as a trustworthy sidekick. Saying their farewells, Madara left them with his final words. Please bring me food and clothes once a month, enough food to last the whole 30 days. I don't want to die of starvation down there, and I don't want to smell like those hobos from the lower districts of Ba Sing Se. Got it, boss/Mr. Uchiha. Watching the airship lifting from the ground, Madara shouted. Say hello to the little midget for me. And enjoy your time with your wife Jackie, she deserves it. The airship left, and after a few seconds, Madara couldn't even spot it on the horizon anymore. Sigh, now, time to go back and study. A shiver ran down his spine just by saying those words out loud. Great, now I'm Madara the nerd. Sigh, how the powerful have fallen. Climbing down the tower, Madara went straight to the library where he saw Wan Shirtong doing whatever spirit owls do. Oh. You didn't leave. Shaking his head, Madara replied, Nah, I have a lot to learn from this place. I don't know when I will have this chance again in the future, so now is the best time to enjoy it. The owl's head tilted sideways. You talk like you know what the future holds. Madara just laughed out loud, trying to mask his nervousness. How could I? The future is ever-changing, it's just that I do not have any responsibilities now, so I can do whatever I want and spend as much time as I need down here. Can't say the same about the future, I might get married and stuff. The owl kept staring at Madara for several seconds. Yeah. And stuff. Coughing, Madara changed the subject. So, now that it's the two of us here, I don't want to treat you as a servant or anything like that, but can you show me where the energy bending records are kept? I doubt that they are freely available. The owl turned in a certain direction and started walking. Come with me. Madara nodded and followed. I don't know how long I will stay down here, is that a problem? No problem, just don't expect room service. Raising an eyebrow, Madara asked, You know what room service is? Of course. My name is Wan Shirtong, and it means the one who knows 10,000 things. Impressive, I have no idea what my name stands for. What is the point of this talk? Asked the owl while leading the way. Madara shrugged, I don't know, I will be staying down here for the foreseeable future, months. Years. Who knows, and with not a single soul to talk to but you. I figured that it would be great for us to have a good bonding experience, talking and stuff. The owl spirit suddenly stopped and turned to Madara to reveal his incredibly deadpan face. Please. Don't. I will even help you find things. So you can leave faster. Madara grinned, don't be like that, we can become good friends by the time I'm done. The owl had a more depressed deadpan face. Please. Stop. The owl led Madara through the dark tunnels of the library, showing him everything he wanted, helping him find specific knowledge, and even giving him some tips, just so Madara could leave earlier than planned. Madara's research in the library lasted for a long while. The first 6 months flew by quite fast. He managed to read every book related to lightning and combustion, and he also discovered quite a few pieces of chi breathing techniques that he will certainly copy since Wan Shirtong wouldn't allow specific items to be removed, and those techniques were rare enough to be within that collection. After the first 6 months, Madara kept training in a specific empty spot within the library so he could at least master, to a superficial level, a few of his new ideas. His lightning control grew exponentially. The combustion was troublesome though. He had no plans on tattooing his head with a third eye just to be able to create laser beams. A forehead eye is a real Madara thing, let him have it, I'm happy being normal. He came up with some ideas to work with combustion bending. The problem is that it took him a long time, a very long time to even make it work. The first few times he almost exploded himself. Luckily, he didn't cause any permanent damage. But what really took him almost 2 years to actually start to be able to use it, as a complete scrub, was energy bending. This fucking bending is almost impossible. I can only do it because of my Sharingan, and I can only use it with the Sharingan activated. He was really glad to have chosen Madara at this point. The Sharingan opened the doors of energy bending for him. It took him 2 years, 2 fucking years to achieve something far inferior to what Aang did to Ozai, just because a damn lion turtle didn't decide to poke him in the chest and forehead to give him some enlightenment. And now after a full 3 years of seclusion inside the library, learning all that he could. It was finally time for him to get back to the world of the living. The only thing that kept him from going crazy was the monthly talks with his teammates when they came every month to deliver stuff for him. 3 years changed many things. The world has changed, and he has changed even more: knowledge, mastery, power. Let's not even talk about my chakras, heh? Grinned Madara as he walked towards the exit. Chapter 28, Recent Events. After 3 years and some months of nerding out inside the library, Madara was finally ready to get out. In all honesty, things didn't really go according to plan, but since when did everything always go according to plan anyway? First, he thought he would need 2 months, maybe 3 to read everything with his Sharingan and have it permanently recorded there, which was not wrong. But the sheer amount of searching he had to do to simply find the information he wanted to study was abysmal. This library was roughly the size of fucking Ba Sing Se, so you can understand how many books and scrolls are stored inside. On top of that, he is a human. He can't just pretend to be a machine and read through thousands of books with his Sharingan. I mean, he could, but there's only so much information the human brain can healthily store. He can't just add an extra SSD inside his brain to expand his storage capacity. Then there was the problem of practicing. This one was a personal one for him. Every person has a different method of learning. Some like to read everything, and only then do they start practicing each thing. Madara was different. His method was to study one subject and then practice it. After reaching an acceptable level of understanding and mastery, he would then start the next subject, and so on until he finished everything he could. He took Shinzu's words to heart. He didn't rush things. When he didn't have the will to keep reading, he would just sit down and nap or nag Wan Shirtong to keep himself occupied. That all was very antisocial, but it was always entertaining for him, and he had a slight suspicion that Wan Shirtong also enjoyed their conversations, but they were just too much of a tsundere to admit it. Sometimes when his crew came, he would spend from 2 days to a week with them, talking and catching up. He learned quite a few things that happened through the 4 nations that way. Now it's 97 AG, 2 years ago, in 95 AG, also known as the Year of the Rabbit, Prince Ozai inherited the throne and became the Fire Lord, turning Zuko into the heir. This was also the year that General Iroh broke through the outer wall of Ba Sing Se and had the son killed. Just like in the series, Iroh gave up on the siege and his claim to the crown and took the shame of defeat like a champion. Nothing of much importance happened in 96 AG. It seems that last year was the calm before the storm, although Kalia managed to discover that the Prince K had become the 52nd Earth King this year, something about the previous Earth King dying due to his wounds after the siege, a very shady event if anything, but not much is known. Ba Sing Se has become a fortress right now, and it's really hard to gather information about it due to the intervention of the Dai Li. And then there's the events of early this year, 97 AG, the Year of the Snake. A couple of months ago Prince Zuko was exiled and banished from the Fire Nation with his uncle Iroh, the Dragon of the West. Which means that in 2 and something years Aang will awaken, and the plot will start. Madara simply grinned. I did regret coming to this world 10 years too early before, but now I'm very happy about my foresight. Looking around at the library once more, he just sighed. If I did come 1 or 2 years before canon, I would have had to rush through this library like a crazy person to learn half of what I did before Zhao showed up and ruined my plans. The moment Madara thought of that person, his eyes narrowed and his smirk grew more sinister. Clean your neck for me, little Zhao, we have unfinished business, you fucking pussy. As Madara was distracted thinking of the past, current, and future events, a gentle wing flapping sound echoed around him. He woke up to see Wan Shirtong with his classic tilted head staring at him. "It seems, is time to part ways," said the owl. Madara grinned. "You don't have to miss me that much, I will come to visit you at least once a decade so you have someone to talk to." The owl kept staring at him, tilting its head from one side to the other. "Once a decade is acceptable. If you come earlier, I will kick you out." Madara laughed as the owl flew away from his sight. "Yeah, fucking Sundara Owl, you love me and you know it." Then he shouted, "Don't disappear on me then. I don't want to come here and spot an empty hole in the desert." To which he only heard "Ko" as an answer. As he climbed up the tower and left, he was blinded by the sunlight for a few seconds, and when his sight came back he spotted his favorite airship right in front of the tower, with his favorite crew outside waiting for him. "Ye finally leaving that place, eh? To think even the boss would need to spend 3 fucking years to learn a few new tricks," said Kalia while giving a sarcastic smirk to Madara. "Don't try to act cool, you barbarian woman, you missed the boss dearly and didn't stop complaining about how boring it was to stand around doing nothing all day." Lei intervened, giving Kalia his own sarcastic smirk, which made Kalia's eyebrow twitch. "This fucking cunt." Madara just laughed happily as he approached his group. "It's been a long time since we traveled together, hasn't it? I missed it too, and honestly, if I never see a book ever again in my life it will still be too early." The 3 of them laughed out loud and walked inside the airship, and after lifting from the ground they moved west. Lei, who was piloting the ship, hummed happily, "By the way boss, my contract with Master Bifong ended this year, so now being a free man I was wondering, could I work in your resort?" he asked coyly. Madara was a bit surprised. "Oh. What about your wife?" Lei just let out a long sigh. "Her contract was over last month. After you left Gaoling, things changed inside the Bifong estate. Mr. Bifong grew more and more paranoid about his daughter. Mrs. Bifong managed to convince him to get rid of all the maid personnel that had close contact with you to keep young Miss Bifong out of your influence, so neither I nor my wife is welcome there anymore." Madara wasn't that surprised. What was meant to be, but he was worried about something. "What about Toph? Did something happen while I was gone?" Shaking his head, Lei replied, "No, young Miss has been fine. They did hire a pompous earthbending master to teach her the basics though." Then he grinned, "But according to my wife it seems young Miss has been evading them and escaping the estate in secret every week, not that they know about it." Madara just laughed, "Worthy of being considered my little sister, but I'm very disappointed with Lao, TSK, that wife of his." Then he remembered something. "What about the guards I trained? Did they just kick them out as well?" Lei laughed this time. "You think they would have the balls to do that? Each guard you trained is an asset to any army. If they kicked them out like that, those men could just band together and go against them just to vent their anger. No, they didn't get kicked out, but they can't interact with young Miss, not that they ever did anyway," he shrugged. Madara chuckled and relaxed on his comfortable sofa chair. "Well, at least the Bifong family served my plans well." He grinned while looking outside. "What about my investments?" Lei answered, "Well, your resort is generating more profit than anything I've ever seen. Although nowhere close to Bifong level of money, you can be considered a very wealthy young man, Mr. Uchiha. All members of the high society among the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation stopped there to enjoy the services provided. You recovered already half of the initial investment after only 3 years." Madara grinned even more. Half of the investment in 3 years might not sound like much, but let's consider this for a bit. Madara's whole fortune was equivalent to a 5-year job payment, not any job, but the highest paid job for over half a millennium at least, and to recover half of that in 3 years. That's more money than 99% of this world's population could even see in their whole lives. He is on par with the Fire Nation high nobility at this point. "I take it that the Misty Palm Oasis didn't generate much profit?" asked Madara. Lei nodded. "That place is worthless, and I told you, Mr. Uchiha. Yes, you get some revenue due to renting, and considering that you basically own 60% of that town, it's quite a decent profit. It can't hold a candle to the village resort, I would say. 10%. But again, it was considerably cheaper. You only don't own the whole place because some stubborn people didn't want to sell their land." Madara just shrugged. "Well, it is what it is. I'm betting on the future here, Jackie. I feel that the Misty Palm Oasis will become a gold mine in the future." Lei just chuckled. "Well, you haven't been wrong so far, so I will just wait and see. Oh, by the way, there's a bunch of things related to your investments that demands your attention. I've been handling that in my spare time, but you are the owner, so let me stop you right there. I've been buried under the desert reading more books in 3 years than anyone has ever seen in their entire life. I'm at a point where if I learn anything else, I will start forgetting stuff that I already know. Madara said, massaging his forehead. A headache is coming. Then you will need an administrator, Mr. Uchiha, a steward to take care of your things while you enjoy your retirement. Lei chuckled. Madara chuckled too. All right then, Jackie, you are formally hired. What? What? You have been handling this for years now, you know more than anyone. I can't pay you as much as the Bifongs, but I won't screw you. Bring your wife too. She will work with you as your assistant. I didn't spend so much time with Nari, but she always seemed to be a very intelligent woman. Lei's eyes went wide. He was hoping to get that job and he wanted his wife to be by his side now that both of them are jobless, but to have her as his assistant. Heh, some of our roleplay will get very real now. He. Kalia's expression was full-on Saitama deadpan mode when she was looking at Lei and his perverted chuckle. Why am I not surprised? Then she turned to Madara with her best puppy eyes. What about me, boss? Ye can't leave ye second-in-command jobless, right? Ye are a rich man now. Madara laughed and Lei raised his eyebrow in annoyance. Who the fuck said you are Mr. Uchiha's second-in-command? Stop spouting nonsense, you uneducated woman. Kalia grinned and stared at Lei. Well, different from ye, I'm a bender, not just any bender, but a blood bender. What ye have? Chi blocking. With me by boss side, that wouldn't even be needed. I can stop them from moving from a distance. Lei lost it, you fucking bitch. You only did that to me once and it was because of the full moon. We all know that you can't do that normally. I can chi block you every other day. She shrugged. So what? I still have me waterbending. The resort is on top of a river, it's me realm there. Not only that, who would pick a pervertman like he instead of a beautiful hot girl like me to be by their side? Madara couldn't stop laughing in amusement as the duo kept spitting curses at one another. All right. Jackie, you have to understand that Kalia is right here. Lei pouted. TSK, if only that resort wasn't on top of a river. Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. That too. Both Lei and Kalia stared at Madara. Lei gave him an understanding nod and a wink, while Kalia gave him a victorious smirk and a wink. Oh shit. Fucking puberty is hitting me hard. Sigh. Well, I can't deny the facts here. She is pretty damn hot. Trying to break the awkward silence, Kalia changed the subject. Boss, what about ye firebending? Did ye get what ye wanted? Well, kinda. Did ye finally achieve that blue fire that ye kept talking about? Shaking his head, Madara just sighed. Nah, that one isn't for me, I guess. What about the combustion bending, Mr. Uchiha? That one also isn't for me. I would have to tattoo my forehead for it. I had ideas of tattooing my hand, but, in all of the records, I saw every combustion bender had the eye on their foreheads, so I assume there's a reason for that. I don't believe for a second that I'm the first one to consider another location. I may be smart, but other people aren't dumb. So ye just improved ye fire and lightning. Well, about that. Madara grinned sinisterly. What kind of badass older brother would I be if I didn't create my own unique bending like my cute little sister? Chapter 29, Offer. The airship landed on a specifically built open platform. Once the group left the airship, Madara looked around to see, for the first time, his new acquisition, a place that appeared briefly during the series. The Village Resort. The place was like a huge classic fancy mix of Chinese and Japanese architecture, with red-colored roofs and clean paved roads, surrounded by a small cherry blossom tree forest, well, not really a forest as it wasn't big enough to be considered one. The whole place was roughly around January 5th the size of Misty Palm Oasis, and it cost him almost double to buy. Yes, it was just that expensive. The main resort was in the middle of the river, connected to both shores by 2 state-of-the-art bridges. The houses for the personnel were built on the shores of each side. This place was basically a paradise that was overlooked by many for being a mere resort, surrounded by a few Fire Nation colonies. Looking around, Madara spotted a specific building on top of a slightly taller hill that overlooked the whole thing. It looked like a classic Japanese manor, a complex of 4 buildings connected by wooden platforms slightly elevated above ground level, all with red roofs that matched the theme of the whole place perfectly. That's my house, I presume? Asked Madara. Yes, Mr. Uchiha, it was built following the ideas that you gave me. I thought it would be difficult, but it seems that there are many other buildings all over the village and the Fire Nation that follow the same architecture. Yours is just a tiny bit more unique, but nothing that we couldn't handle." "And what about the 4 buildings?" "Well, one is the main manor. It has 3 floors and 5 rooms that you can use as you prefer, a kitchen, a dining area, a living room and the restrooms that you required. That was honestly the tricky part since it was a fairly unique way of building them." Lei chuckled. "Then there is what you call the dojo, or a practice area. It's big, but I don't recommend that you practice your firebending in there." A small sweat drop ran down Lei's forehead. "Honestly, I don't recommend you practicing your firebending anywhere in this town." Madara chuckled and nodded, "And relax, I wasn't planning on it. This place cost me too much to just burn it down like that, haha." "Phew, then there are the 2 smaller rooms. One is what did you call it again?" "Hot springs." "It was tough since we have no actual hot water source like a volcano nearby, but we called some earthbenders that managed to dig deep enough to bring some hot water from below. I don't know how they did it, but we had a specialist watch over the whole process." "The last one is your study, as you requested. We made it slightly bigger so that it can store enough books and scrolls for you. As you can see, the whole place is walled up." Madara nodded satisfied. He had written some details attached to a very basic drawing of the place he wanted a year ago, and he was actually surprised that they managed to pull it off, considering how rough his drawing was. The whole place was built in a U shape around a big cherry blossom tree that he demanded to be planted there. Of course, they didn't plant a seed or sapling, but replanted the biggest tree they could find, and the entrance was adorned by a massive red torii gate. Looking around, Madara asked, "How do they call it?" "These cherry blossom trees." Lei gave him a weird look. "What do you mean, Mr. Uchiha?" "They are called just that. Cherry blossom trees." "Sigh, I want to name them Sakura, is that possible?" Lei's weird look turned even weirder. "Yes, I guess we could spread the word and make it become part of common knowledge in half a decade to a decade." "But why?" Madara grinned. "These trees only grow in my land according to my knowledge. They are a unique kind of tree and I believe that they deserve a name that mirrors their existence." Lei kept staring at Madara. "I understand, but I don't get why." "Sigh, it's just a name that reminds me of my family, so I want to keep it that way, just to have a piece of home here with me." It wasn't really that, he just wanted to spread some things from his old world here, even after so many years here. Madara still felt a bit alien to this world. He wanted to at least try to bring some familiarity to his new life. Kalia kept staring at him. "Boss never talked about his family. He does have a family name, so it means that they were big at one point. He behaves like he is the last survivor of them." Sigh. "Boss must be feeling quite alone sometimes." Lei thought of something similar and agreed right away. "Of course, Mr. Uchiha, if there are any other cultural changes you want to bring here, we can do our best. We can't do all of them, but we can at least try to do some, right?" Madara chuckled. "Let's start with the trees first. One step at a time, okay." Walking around the village and the resort, the guards gave Lei and Kalia a bow, but were curious about the young man beside them. They all knew that their new boss was someone called Madara Uchiha, but they have never seen him. Only these two. "So, who is this young man? Is he the boss' son or something?" "Ahem, attention please," said Lei, attracting the attention of all the guards nearby. "Spread the word that tomorrow morning the new owner will talk to all employees, so they should come to the main square in front of the resort." Everyone nodded. It seems that he is related to the new boss, probably his son. Lei and Kalia showed the whole place to Madara, telling him some details here and there, trying their best not to overwhelm him. He just left a 3-year-long seclusion where he was buried under piles of books, after all. When they arrived at the Uchiha Manor, it was already sunset. The place was fully furnished and had 4 maids that did the daily cleaning. At the moment though, they had already gone home and the place was quite empty since no one lived there yet. Walking inside his new residence, Madara had a smile on his face. This is a place where wealth meets simplicity, not overwhelmingly luxurious and pompous like a Bifong house, but luxurious yet homey, wealthy yet simple, a perfect balance and exactly what Madara desired for his permanent residence. They went to the living room and sat on comfortable mats that were perfectly spread on the tatami. "Jackie, I assume that your wife has been living here with you since you both left the Bifong estate, am I right?" asked Madara with a serious tone. Lei nodded and was a bit scared about the seriousness in Madara's voice right now. "Yes, we are living nearby. A few houses were empty due to the previous owner taking a few of his old employees with him. Is there a problem, Mr. Uchiha?" Did we overstep our bounds? Madara chuckled. No, not really, it's just that. I have a question. No. It's more like an offer, to both of you, and considering that she is your wife, she is entitled to be a part of this offer. Can you call her here? We will wait. Lei was very curious and a bit suspicious, but he nodded and stood up. I will go find her right away, Mr. Uchiha. Take your time, Jackie, no one here is in a hurry. He chuckled as he watched Lei dashing out of the room. So boss, what is this offer? Does it count for me as well? Asked Kalia. Madara smiled and nodded. Yes, in fact. I'm almost 100% sure that you will take it. But Jackie, on the other hand, I'm slightly afraid that he won't. Not that it would change anything, it's just, well, complicated. Please wait for them to arrive. Kalia could only swallow the curiosity that was killing her right now. Is it money? More money? I bet it's some money. Madara only chuckled. It's even better. Kalia just stared wide-eyed. She knew how greedy her boss was. For him to consider something better than money, it must be groundbreaking, something legendary. In roughly 40 minutes the couple arrived. Nari still had on her long robes, but no longer wore the green and yellow Earth Kingdom colors. Now they were replaced by red, white, and gold, typical of a native of the Fire Nation. Hello there, Nari, it's been a while, said Madara as he watched the couple sitting down on the mats. She nodded with a gentle smile. Hello there, Mr. Uchiha, yes it has been, hasn't it? They talked for a bit, catching up on the events inside the Bifong estate since his departure. She went into extra details. She worked there as the head maid after all, and she knew a lot of gossip about it, and he learned of quite a few tricks that his little sister has been using for the past couple years. Alright, now let's talk about the main subject. To the three of you, he said with a serious tone, and they all tensed up. Honestly, I was planning on taking this knowledge with me to the grave since I had no one that I considered important enough to share it with, but you have all become like a second family to me, so I will share it with you. All I can do is hope that you accept. The three of them nodded with serious expressions. Madara took a long breath and said it. What if I told you that I could help you all live longer? The eyes of the three people went wide. What kind of question is this? What do you mean by living longer? B-boss, asked Kalia, still shocked. Significantly longer, to the point that you would still look young 2 Sozin's comets from now, said Madara while he closed his eyes. Silence remained, an oppressive silence for Madara, who kept his eyes closed to avoid looking at their reactions. In truth, he wasn't confident in them accepting, and he was quite scared of losing his friends to time. That's over a century, and still look young, asked Nari, to which Madara nodded. It's over a couple of centuries really. I can't even tell you how long it is because honestly, I don't know. But how? Exclaimed Lei. Madara had an excuse ready. It's an old secret that I learned from my family's records. An. What will that cost us? Nari asked. She was a very knowledgeable woman. Nothing comes free in this world, and for a long youthful life, which is already too good to be true, it's even more impossible to be the case. Madara just gave her a reluctant smile. Honestly, dedication to making it happen. It's not just some juice that you drink and it happens. It's something that you need to earn through effort and meditation. What exactly do we have to do to receive such a boon? Asked Lei, afraid of this answer. Stuff like that was too obscure. It might involve some evil means to be achieved, and he wouldn't accept that at all. Sighing, Madara proceeded to explain to them about the chakras and how it works. He didn't go into details about the process of unlocking them, but he explained enough to give them a rough understanding of what they could get from it. So ye are saying that, we basically enhance ourselves with chi, and get some minor resistance towards many things, one of them in which is aging, asked Kalia. Madara again just nodded. I'm in, shouted Kalia right away. Are you fucking kidding me? Remaining young for centuries to come. Who would still reject such an offer? The couple on the other hand had conflicted feelings towards it. Yes, on one side they will remain young for a long time, they will be able to enjoy life and do what they want, but at the same time. Sigh, Mr. Uchiha, for us it is complicated. We were planning on starting a family, we were only waiting for your answer, if you would give us jobs or not, to set it in motion. Nari nodded. I always wanted a little girl, but I don't want to live young while my child ages and dies before me. That would destroy me. Us. said Lei while holding her hand gently, "it would destroy us." He gave her a gentle smile, to which she replied in kind. "And we can't ask our future daughter to just follow our steps and give up her future children either." Madara could only give them a sad smile and nod. "I understand, I apologize if I said anything wrong, ignore the offer." But both of them shook their heads. "Don't misunderstand Mr. Uchiha, we are not directly rejecting, we just want to think about it. Can you give us time?" Madara nodded, "Take all the time you need, I'm not going anywhere." They chuckled, "Of course you aren't, you will remain living for who knows how long. Time is something you have to spare." The trio laughed and Madara just kept his sad smile. Living for who knows how long, but alone. Sigh, at least Kalia will be there to cheer me up if they reject. Chapter 30, Guests. Everyone went back to their homes. Kalia got herself a decently sized house near Madara's manor. This was a sleepless night for Madara, honestly, he never thought about these complicated human bonds before, he didn't really have friends in his previous life because of his circumstances. Hell, he couldn't even trust people, it was just that lonely and hard for him, so now that he is finally free from all the calamities and finally opens himself up to accept others in his life, he has to face the reality of humanity, mortality, everything has its time, just like the world and even the avatar cycle itself, humanity follows the cycle of the four elements of earth, fire, air, and water. Spring, summer, fall, and winter, and even he wasn't different, it's just that the seasons of his life lasted longer. I wonder if everyone has multiple lifetimes, or is that exclusively an avatar perk? He spent his night meditating and trying to get rid of his worries and anxiety, not that it helped much but at least one can try. The next morning all the employees of the resort, the maids, the workers, the guards, and the other specialized employees such as gardeners, herbalists, and such gathered together in front of the main resort building, on a huge square that managed to accommodate everyone. Lei walked in front of everyone on top of a small wooden platform that was placed there earlier for today's purpose and turned to the crowd. "Good morning, everyone. Today is an important day for all of us. For the past 3 years you all have been working under the new owner of this place, but because of circumstances none of you could see or interact with him before, so I gathered you all here today to make proper introductions." Everyone just nodded, it wasn't any exciting event or anything like that, so they were just very calm and chill about it. Madara took his time to walk up to the platform and turn to the crowd, who at this point was rather shocked. "Is this kid our new employer? How the hell did he buy this place? My name is Madara Uchiha, and I'm the new owner of this place. I know that many of you might see me as a kid and to be honest, you are not that wrong, I'm barely 16 years old." Many murmurs could be heard. Madara smirked, "But I like to think of myself as a genius when it comes to investments, I managed to buy this place when I was only 13, that means something." He chuckled and some people in the crowd followed, "But my goal is not to just keep running this place like always, I have plans to increase our wealth, to increase the value of this place, and to make every single nation want to come here just for the sake of giving us their money." A cunning grin appeared on his face. "For the next 6 months I will be investing in this place, new buildings will be built, new things will be taught, and many new products will be created, if everything goes as I plan." He stared at everyone that stared back at him. "This day next year you all will receive a 50% increase in your wages." At first, everyone was shocked, then suspicious, but looking at the confident expression on Madara's face and considering that he managed to earn enough money to buy this place at the age of 13, they started shouting and yelling. "We will do our best, sir." After the gathering, everyone spread to do their job with renewed energy and focus, and Madara joined Nari, Lei, and Kalia. "Mr. Uchiha, what kind of plans do you have?" asked Nari. She was a very smart person, enough to even be considered a genius, but she couldn't figure out Madara's plans. Madara just chuckled and gave her a mysterious grin. "Bring me all the herbalists we have around, also go fetch some good architects to build fancy new buildings, we will also need some experts that work with wood. I'm not talking about regular woodworkers, I'm talking about people who can finely carve wooden instruments. We will talk in the evening." Madara was about to leave but he stopped. "Kalia, come with me, I shall impart to you some things." She already had a clue about what it was and followed him while the couple stared at one another with conflicted smiles and went to do their own things. For the rest of the day Madara taught Kalia the method of opening her chakras. He also recommended she find a very calm and serene place to open them, a place that made her comfortable, to make it easier to meditate. When evening arrived Lei and Nari brought a group of workers to the Uchiha manor and they were granted entrance instantly. Once they reached the living room, Madara was already waiting for them while reviewing a small pile of papers. "Sit," he said softly. Everyone nodded and followed. He passed the papers to Nari first, not that he didn't trust Lei, no sir. He trusted Lei with his life at this point, but Nari had more talent for business while Lei had more talent for administration. "These are," she saw certain drawings, and after she finished reading everything her eyes almost went out of her eye sockets. "Do you want to turn this resort into a gambling den?" She was shocked. Everyone was shocked too by her words. Madara chuckled. "No, this won't be a gambling den. Dens are for low lives, the bottom of society, and the everyday worker. This place will target the rich. I will turn this place into a gambling resort." One of the workers wasn't happy. "You plan on bringing chicken fights and arena battles to our fine establishment?" Madara just laughed. "Of course not. High society patrons deserve a high society level of gambling games." He spent the next 4 hours explaining the basic games that he created and would be bringing to this place. Everyone was shocked and excited about the ideas. The possibilities of such an endeavor would be endless. The profit would be unheard of. While everyone was discussing ideas with one another excitedly, Madara smirked. I will turn this spa resort into fucking Las Vegas." Mr. Uchiha, Nari was very impressed and actually excited about it, but then she looked at the last couple sheets of paper and those were completely unrelated to gambling or new buildings. "What about these?" Madara looked at the paper she was holding and nodded. "These will be the first of our new unique products and the reason I wanted you to bring the herbalists here." He turned to the 3 old men dressed into long fancy robes. "I want you to research herbs used for meditation or others with similar properties. I want your whole focus on this for the next 3 months. When they saw the paper, they raised their eyebrows. "You want to create a herbal concoction that will be used for inhaling." Madara then proceeded to explain the concept of trying to create something similar to tobacco to these old men, who were actually surprised by such a groundbreaking idea. Such a product, if done well, could find its way into any rich man's house. Not only that, it was a consumable, so they would constantly have a flow of customers for the foreseeable future. It's completely different from making massage oils and resort-related products that were only used for limited activities. "But, what about this pipe, Mr. Uchiha?" asked one of them. "It doesn't only matter how good our customers will feel after smoking our new product. High society people want more than just feeling good. They want to display status, they want to display wealth, and to do so, our product will need something fancy that will give them exactly that. This little pipe is what I call Kizaru, and I want it to be crafted from simple materials to expensive fancy ones." For the next 3 months, the builders, herbalists, and other workers did their new jobs with full focus. These new ideas were revolutionary to them. Gambling dens were very common, but this level and scale of gambling were never done before. They knew how much the rich and powerful like to spend, to display wealth and power, so it was obvious that this idea would be more than successful. It would start a whole new era of business. A new building could be seen from the distance on top of a platform in the middle of the river, a bit further from the resort but still connected by a fancy bridge, fancier than any other bridge in this place. It was a fancy pagoda-like tower with red roofs and delicate carvings. It had 7 floors and many different rooms built, some private rooms for private games. It was named Koi Tower, Lonely Tower. Madara would bring smoking and gambling to this world, but not prostitution. Not only would the backlash be too annoying for him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was no white knight to prevent others from doing it. In fact, he didn't even care if others did it because he was sure others already did, but he didn't want that weighing on his conscience. Everything was going according to plan and he was very satisfied. All the gambling games and tools that would be used inside the casino would be made out of fancy carved wood. Platinum metal wasn't invented yet and Toph will come up with metal bending in a couple of years and spread the knowledge, so he won't be using regular metals. Wood was the one thing that he never heard of anyone being able to bend in canon. As Madara was in his study writing another book that had some things he learned from the library, he was trying to build his own library to pass to his descendants. He heard a knock on his door. "Mr. Uchiha." "Oh, Jackie. Come on in," he said with a smile. Lei entered his study to see piles of books spread through every corner. He raised an eyebrow but ignored the sarcastic comment he was about to say and went straight to the point. "We spotted a Lonely Fire Nation ship coming towards our docks, Mr. Uchiha. They must have already docked it by now. And as you asked, I'm here to let you know if such an event ever came to pass. To be honest, it's scary how you can see the future like this." Madara raised an eyebrow but then grinned. "It's not really hard to predict certain events, Jackie. It's not like I can see the future or anything, but I can calculate certain possibilities based on the knowledge I already have," he said while closing his half-written book and standing up. Let's go, I want to meet our guests. They walked all the way to the inn area of the resort. When they arrived by the door, they heard an angry youthful male voice shouting. We have no time to spend in this place, uncle. We still have most of the Earth Kingdom to scout. Ah, don't be like that, can't you let this old man enjoy some comfort in his retirement once in a while? Answered an old male voice with a bit of mischievousness. Bam, the sound of a fist colliding against a table echoed. If you broke my furniture, I will rip one of your arms off and shove it up your ass, royalty or not, don't you dare break my stuff. These things are hella expensive, you brat. Madara thought as he accelerated his steps and opened the door, entering the inn's main room, and spotting an old man with a relaxed expression drinking tea like he had no worries in this world, and an angsty teen standing up with his fist collided against a fancy wooden table. Madara's eyebrow twitched. You better not have broken that, or you will have to learn how to live without an arm. The teen had a half-burned face and a bald head, except for a high ponytail, and he wore typical Fire Nation robes. He wasn't wearing any armor right now. The old man on the other hand had a very known face and armor. Hearing the person that just arrived, the duo looked towards the door to spot Madara in his fancy black palace robes. And who are you? Do you have any idea who you are talking to? Asked the teen while igniting a small fire in his hand. Madara just snorted and replied, a dead prince if he keeps talking and behaving like that in my establishment. He snapped his finger and the flame was extinguished, making both the teen and the old man shocked. Madara then turned to the old man and gave him a welcoming smile. It's an honor to finally meet you, Iroh, also known as the finest tea expert in all 4 nations and also a very good pai sho player. The old man that was sitting down enjoying his tea chuckled at Madara's antics and replied, you are the first one to not call me General or Dragon of the West. Madara just chuckled in return, oh yeah, you are also known by those titles, I completely forgot. Iroh stared at Madara for a few seconds before starting to laugh. Madara followed and laughed too. At this point, both Zuko and Lei were just staring at the two laughing people with a weirded out expression. What the fuck? Chapter 31, Request. The laughter slowly died as Madara slowly walked towards Iroh and sat across from him. He then served himself some tea and took his time enjoying the taste. Jasmine tea, good choice, said Madara softly. Jasmine tea, when well made, achieves balance by bringing together different expressions of jasmine, fragrant flowers infused in rolled tea leaves. Said Iroh back. Madara nodded. But like everything else in life, balance is not easily achieved. Iroh nodded and gently smiled. If one can achieve balance while preparing tea, it is already a splendid start when searching for balance anywhere else. Both of them smiled at one another and enjoyed their tea in silence after that small exchange. The teen, Zuko, wasn't amused, though. He walked towards the duo sitting by the table and exclaimed, explain what is going on here, while staring at Madara. Madara just chuckled at Zuko's behavior. You should forget trying to act like that. Intimidation may be your sister's talent, but you suck at it. Stop trying to behave like her. Iroh instantly raised his eyebrow, slightly amused, while Zuko got even angrier and was about to punch the table once again, harder this time, but was stopped when Lei caught his wrist. Please behave, Prince Zuko, honestly, you don't want to ruin Mr. Uchiha's day. The last person who broke furniture here disappeared mysteriously, if you know what I mean. Said Lei with a serious tone. Zuko was shocked. He by no means was a weak fighter, inferior to his sister. Yes, she was a monster and didn't count, but when compared to regular soldiers, he was always above them in skill, yet this random guy just caught his wrist like he was a child. Shaking his wrist free, Zuko stopped his tantrum when he realized that these people are by no means ordinary, but he was still suspicious of them. Iroh spoke to break the tension. You know, Mr. Uchiha, I never heard of you. To see such a well-developed young man managing this resort, honestly, I wasn't expecting this. The last time I came here the owner was Mr. Feng. Madara chuckled. Well, Lu Feng sold this resort to me 3 years ago. It seems you have been away for quite a while. Zuko was shocked by the revelation. 3 years ago. But you look so young. You look like you are. Madara interrupted. I'm 16, you are not wrong. I bought this place when I was younger than you are now, Prince Zuko. He said, smiling and enjoying his tea. Zuko was actually flabbergasted. How could the Fire Nation sell this place to a 13-year-old? Iroh chuckled this time. Haha, Zuko, this place is not a military outpost. This place is private property. it pays taxes to the Fire Nation, yes, but the rights can be transferred willingly. Mr. Uchiha here is the true owner of this place since he bought it, and no one can legally take it from him. Madara laughed. In the world of business, money talks louder than anything else, Prince Zuko. Iroh nodded with a smile, and Zuko felt weird, as this guy came out of nowhere and is now all friendly with his uncle, and is treating him like a child, when they are just 2 years apart from one another. Zuko shook his head and decided to change the subject. You are a firebender as well, what are you doing here? The Fire Nation is commanding all the firebenders to register in the army. Madara and Lei started laughing out loud at that comment. It was so loud that even Iroh stopped drinking his tea and raised an eyebrow. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Madara stopped laughing and turned to Zuko. Well, here's the thing, Prince Zuko, the Fire Nation has no authority over me, in fact, no nation does. He said that with a sunny smile on his face. This shocked the duo of uncle and nephew. What the hell? This guy is speaking pure words of treason out loud, and he is doing it while laughing to tears. You are committing treason, shouted Zuko. No, not really. You see, I'm not a native from there, and even if I was, I would only obey someone stronger than me. And the last time I suggested an Agni Kai with the Fire Lord, I was sadly dismissed. Madara gave a regretful sigh before turning to Iroh. How is little Zhao nowadays, by the way? Did he recover from the beating I gave him? Zuko's brain froze. Iroh's tea fell to the floor, or almost did if Madara wasn't ready for that reaction and grabbed it. Be careful, such fine tea shouldn't be wasted like that, he said with a smile. Iroh frowned. So it is you. To think we would meet after so long. You disappeared after that event and no one could catch your shadow. You gave this old man a lot of headaches back then. How do you plan on compensating me for years of headache? Zuko turned to Iroh in confusion. His uncle seemed to know who this guy was. Uncle, who is he? You talk like you know him. Iroh chuckled. Well, you know him too. In fact, most of the Fire Nation knows him, just not by his real name. He then turned to Madara. So which one do you prefer? Greedy Ghost, Red-Eyed Ghost, or just Red Ghost? Madara shook his head, amused. Does it matter? It's not like one can control their nicknames once they spread like that. He laughed, and Iroh actually laughed too. He understood it very well, since his own nickname, Dragon of the West, wasn't something that he actually liked, not anymore at least. Zuko, on the other hand, was having a hard time. This guy is the Greedy Ghost. The Greedy Ghost. Madara just nodded, and Iroh just shrugged. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be? I don't know, haunting the Fire Nation soldiers in the name of vengeance, asked Zuko. Madara coughed and spilled his tea. He was completely baffled. What vengeance? What the fuck are you talking about? Iroh chuckled and helped Lei clean the table. Many stories about you began to spread. Many believe that you are not human but a vengeful spirit who's targeting the Fire Nation because they destroyed your homeland. What the actual fuck? Was the only thing Madara could say while staring at Iroh suspiciously. Iroh just shrugged. You should blame the Fire Nation and not this old man. I had nothing to do with those stories. I even tried to denounce them, but who would believe me? He displayed a mischievous smile. Massaging his forehead, Jackie, bring me some soju. I gotta have a few cups after hearing that. Lei chuckled, amused, and nodded. I understand, Mr. Uchiha. I will be back shortly. He then turned around and left the main hall of the inn. Zuko then sat beside his uncle and asked Madara, so, was your homeland truly destroyed by us? Or did the army kill your beloved family? Madara's eyes twitched. Okay, this is hurting my soul now. I just robbed the army because I needed some money to start my life. To think that people would spread such idiotic stories about me. Zuko's and Iroh's eyes went wide at that statement. Why, you attacked all those soldiers because you needed money? Shouted Zuko. Madara just shrugged and nodded. The exiled prince then deflated in defeat, like he just finished reading the most exciting book ever, but the ending was so bad that it ruined his whole experience. So many theories. So many different rumors, and it was all just for money. He kept mumbling while staring at the void. Iroh chuckled in amusement. The chuckle escalated into full laughter. To think that the one considered the most dangerous man alive was just a thief. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that his belly jiggled. Zuko came back to his body and stood up. But the Greedy Ghost was active 5 to 6 years ago. Madara nodded. Yeah, I was just a 10-year-old when I started and 11 when I kicked little Zhao's ass out of that swamp. This Zuko was not only shocked, but he was also terrified now, an 11-year-old that could beat an elite Imperial firebender. Those were the elites of the Fire Nation. Not even his sister, the so-called firebending prodigy, could achieve that at such a young age, and that's ignoring beating an Imperial firebender who is leading over 100 firebenders in direct battle. Zuko doubted that even Azula could achieve such feat. Iroh refilled his teacup and looked at Madara again, and now you are just telling us your identity out loud like that. Shrugging, Madara replied, well, I have 3 reasons for that. 1 is that I doubt that you are likely to spread the word, and 2 is that I wanted to start an actual friendship with you, Iroh. What about the 3rd? Asked Zuko. Well, truth be told, the Fire Nation can't do anything to me anymore. And I like to believe that they are smart enough to understand that. I was 10 when I killed Captain Zhang's team, I was 11 when I defeated a battalion of firebenders led by Zhao, and now I am 16. Iroh's face turned serious. Madara said the truth. If 5 years ago he could single-handedly destroy a whole battalion of firebenders, now that he is 16 his skills should have evolved drastically. In fact, the Fire Nation also knew that and cancelled the ghost hunt a year ago. Madara looked at Iroh and smiled, and I believe that they are smart enough to understand my silent message. Zuko was confused and looked towards Iroh for clarification, who in turn coughed, fixed his beard, and spoke. The greedy ghost stopped his attacks on the Fire Nation after the swamp battle, and after years of silence the council took that as a silent message from him that he would stop hunting our soldiers and ruining our plans and decided to call off all the hunting parties. In short, they didn't want to antagonize him, in fear that he would join the enemy army to go against us. Madara then continued, so I believe that even if they know who I am, and even if they know that I own this place, the odds of them hunting me here are extremely low. I bet they would actually be happy that I own this place. It ties me to them and gives them a reason to believe that I might join their ranks eventually, so unless I actively move against them again, they will keep the status quo. Until the war ends at least. Well, until the war ends the way they are expecting it to end, Madara smirked. Lei came back with the soju bottle and Madara drank it alone since Iroh refused. He preferred tea, and although Zuko was actually interested in trying he was stopped by Iroh who said he was too young for that kind of stuff. Zuko tried to throw a tantrum but Iroh was surprisingly firm and serious when it came to alcohol. They talked a bit more until the sun was setting on the horizon. Madara then stood up and said his goodbyes and walked out after giving another warning to Zuko about his anger issues. If he broke anything it would cost Zuko an arm, and at this point, Zuko believed him. Once the duo of uncle and nephew saw Madara's figure disappearing, Zuko turned to Iroh. What should we do about the things that we just discovered? Iroh just stood up and stretched a bit. What do you mean? We should take a bath and sleep, of course. Tomorrow he promised to show me his new pie show tables that he ordered to be built and I'm rather excited. Zuko shook his head. I'm talking about him being the ghost. A man like him. Iroh interrupted his nephew. I've been observing him since he walked in here, the way he walks, talks and behaves. I can't quite judge the level of his skill, that much is very telling, isn't it? I can judge how strong your sister, and even your father, is but I can't do the same about him. Zuko's eyes went wide and he stood there in silence for several minutes after Iroh went towards the new hot springs that he heard so much about. The next morning Madara was reading the report of the recent buildings and orders. For fuck's sake Jackie, I'm literally paying you to do this for me, where the fuck are you? A knocking sound came from his door and a maid's voice echoed, Mr. Uchiha, Prince Zuko is here to see you. Madara raised his eyebrows. What the? Let him in. The door opened and Zuko walked inside, and before any words could be said he made a martial arts greeting, bowed, and asked, please, teach me firebending. Chapter 32, Teacher. Madara stared at Zuko with a poker face and answered swiftly. No. Zuko refused to stand back up and stayed in the same position. Please reconsider, I understand that we don't know each other and you owe me nothing but I really need you to teach me firebending. Madara kept silent for a few seconds. Why do you need to learn firebending from me, exactly? Your uncle is a legend, he can teach you better than I can. Zuko shook his head. My uncle doesn't understand me. He doesn't try to help me improve my strength, it's all about his philosophies and nothing about actual firebending. But why me? You are strong, probably the strongest firebender I will meet that won't try to attack me on sight considering my circumstances. Sigh. To think this angsty hot-headed kid calmed down and came here to ask my help with such humbleness. And what is your goal? Zuko was kind of caught off guard. What? Don't what to me, tell me what you want. Zuko clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes. I want my honor back. Madara stood up and stood in front of Zuko. Explain. Zuko stared deep into Madara's eyes and answered, I committed a sin against my nation and I'm being punished. I need to capture the Avatar to regain my honor. Madara raised his hand and swiftly caught Zuko's hairband, pulling it and letting his lonely ponytail fall loose. Gee, give that back. Zuko tried to grab it from Madara. That hairband was important to him. It was a gift from his mother. Madara kept dodging Zuko's attempts and spoke, You speak of honor like it's this little thing here, an item that was taken and must be given back by the person who took it. Zuko stopped in his tracks. Madara tossed the hairband back to Zuko. You behave like honor is something that can be taken when convenient and given back when desired. You know nothing about honor, kid. Zuko caught it but didn't tie his ponytail right away. He kept staring at Madara for several seconds in silence until his anger got the best of him. And what do you know about honor? You, a criminal. He shouted in anger. Madara kept a calm, serene face. Was Zhao's honor ever removed from him after he got back to the Fire Nation, the way it happened to you? Zuko raised an eyebrow. Not that I'm aware of. Why? He calmed down a bit. He brought over 100 soldiers, he attacked an innocent blind girl, he surrounded me and lost most of his soldiers and ran away with his tail between his legs instead of fighting me to the death while I was alone. Tell me, kid, does this kind of person have any honor? Zuko's eyes widened along with his mouth. He couldn't find an answer to that. His honor was never taken from him because honor is not something that can be taken, he just never had it in the first place. Madara just shrugged. But my honor was taken from me. Zuko tried to shout but his words came out weak. Madara shook his head. No, your honor is within you. What was taken from you was your dignity. After saying his words, Madara turned his back and walked back to his chair, and dignity cannot be given back, it needs to be taken back, by your own efforts. Zuko couldn't say anything. Part of him understood and agreed with Madara, but the other part of him couldn't accept it, because if he did, it would mean. He didn't even want to think about it. After closing his eyes and clenching his teeth, Zuko pleaded, and what's the difference? Madara smiled, when you figure that out, come to me, and I will teach you firebending. Zuko turned and started leaving but was interrupted. Tomorrow at dawn, come to my place, Madara said. Zuko was confused, but you said dash. Madara raised his hand and interrupted, I won't teach you firebending, but I will teach you how to fight, but be warned, it won't be pleasant, it won't be comfortable, and if you dare to cry in pain or complain in front of me, I will kick you out and never teach you anything ever again. Then he displayed his classic sinister smirk. Gulp. Zuko gulped and nodded and left the place in a hurry. That smirk scared the shit out of him. Iroh, who was outside the place listening to the whole conversation while waiting for his nephew, smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps all that Zuko needs is an outside perspective from someone whose power he respects. It's even better that their age is so close. Once Zuko came out, Iroh walked closer to him. So, how did it go? Zuko looked at Iroh. Since when was the ghost this scary? Iroh shrugged. If you saw the aftermath of the swamp battle you wouldn't ask that question. He chuckled. But how about we go and check out these new games that they are making? Mr. Uchiha's accountant, Lei, told me that we can go and test the games without having to worry about actually betting money since they are still teaching the employees. Zuko's eyebrow was raised. Who is Lei? Iroh looked at his nephew with a weirded-out expression. That man that followed Mr. Uchiha yesterday to meet us. Wasn't his name Jackie? Mr. Uchiha calls him that. Iroh shrugged. Perhaps they are just weird. Zuko couldn't help but chuckle and nod, which made Iroh even happier. Good to see you smiling again, little Zuko. Perhaps stopping here was the best plan that I ever came up with. As the duo walked through the fancy village near the Uchiha Manor, they spotted a well-decorated medium pond with what seemed to be a small ice platform right in the middle, but what made Zuko stop in his tracks was the woman that was sitting there with her eyes closed. The moment Zuko saw her, he instantly touched the burned part of his face. Who is she? Asked Zuko. Lei. Or Jackie. Told me she is Mr. Uchiha's second in command. Some of the workers said they have an ambiguous relationship. Iroh then shrugged. The only thing I know about her is that she is a powerful waterbender that once lost against Mr. Uchiha and then decided to join him. Zuko nodded. Do you know what she is doing there? Iroh shook his head. No, I can feel that she is trying to find peace within herself, but it seems that it's not going smoothly, judging by how her muscles are twitching every now and then. Finding peace within. mumbled Zuko as he turned away and started walking, thinking of those words as the duo went towards the Koi Tower. Iroh noticed that and kept silent, but he saw something in his nephew's eyes and nodded satisfied. Yes, it was indeed the best plan that I have ever come up with. Once they arrived, they were surprised by how fancy and expensive this place looked. Everything was carved by professionals, the walls, the chairs, the curtains, even the gaming tables, and the employees' uniforms were of the highest quality. "Hello there, Mr. Iroh, Prince Zuko," said a lovely woman with long robes and yellow eyes. "Oh, what a lovely young lady, what should I call you?" asked Iroh politely. The woman smiled. "My name is Nari. Mr. Uchiha requested for me to give you these." She gave them a small wooden box, which, when opened, showed what looked like coins, but they were made of wood and had fancy carvings and different drawings with numbers on them. "What are these?" asked Iroh. "These are betting chips, the currency used inside the Koi Tower. Clients will have to exchange their money for these coins, and once they are done with games they can exchange back when they leave the place." Iroh whistled. "Smart. That way, it'll be hard to actually rob this place, since these chips have no value outside and all of the actual money remains secure inside." Nari smiled. "Yes, Mr. Uchiha came up with very interesting ideas. Come." She turned and led them through the place. They spotted several different tables with unique designs and weird trinkets on them. They stopped by one that had a well-carved spinning plate with painted numbers. "What is this one?" asked Iroh. Zuko was just tagging along at this point since he didn't actually care for games like his uncle. Nari smiled and explained, "This one is called roulette. A player may bet on single numbers, rows of numbers, or on adjacent numbers. A player also may play colors, odd or even numbers, among others. A bet on a single number pays 35 to 1, including the 0 and 00. Bets on red or black, odd, or even pay 1 for 1. She proceeded to explain the different bets and payouts and how everything worked. "Oh, what an interesting game Mr. Uchiha came up with. We should try it a little bit," said Iroh excitedly, which made Zuko sigh with an exhausted expression. "This will be a long day." Initially, Iroh was mildly excited, then he started to win quite a bit and asked Nari if they could exchange the free chips for actual money, to which she nodded and said that it is courtesy of Mr. Uchiha. After that, all hell broke loose, and Iroh went on a mad gambling spree. They easily multiplied the chips they started with by 10, which was enough to even make Zuko interested and excited. But Iroh didn't know when to stop and eventually burned every single chip and lost everything, which led the duo to be quite depressed as they walked outside. "I can't believe I lost it, everything was going so well," sighed Iroh with a sad expression. "You wanted to bet everything on a single number," said Zuko facepalming. "Of course. It pays 35 to 1. With that amount of money, we wouldn't have to worry about buying tea for the foreseeable future," exclaimed Iroh. "We already have enough to buy you enough tea for a while," said Zuko. "Well, the more tea the merrier," concluded Iroh with a sage nod. The next morning Zuko woke up pretty early. He wore his training outfit, the one he wore during the Agni Kai vs. Zhao scene from the series, and walked outside his room. The sun was barely visible. It was a cloudy day and the whole sky seemed to be painted white and gray today. He walked towards the training grounds, but in mid-walk, he spotted Lei, who was talking to the lady they met last night, Nari. Zuko was actually surprised that they were a couple. He saw them display their affection before going separate ways, probably going to their jobs. Lei spotted Zuko and stopped. "Prince Zuko, are you doing your morning workout?" he said, staring at the very classic Fire Nation training/combat outfit. Zuko shook his head. "No. Mr. Uchiha agreed to train me today and I was on my way to his house to start my first day." Lei stopped and sweat dropped. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck going stiff like he saw a ghost. Even his face went pale. "Why, you actually asked to be trained by Mr. Uchiha?" he asked. Zuko nodded and became suspicious. "Yes." Lei gave him a knowing nod and patted his shoulder. "My condolences, Your Highness." Chapter 33, Zuko. Zuko arrived at the Uchiha Manor's courtyard to see an already set-up training area with wooden poles, water buckets, and spots covered in sand and charcoal. He instantly understood what some of these things were for, but some of them made him sweat. "You are right on time. Come," said Madara, wearing a red sleeveless kimono top, black pants, and his shinobi sandals with white shin protectors. "Teacher, what is all of this?" Zuko was already scared. If Lei's reaction wasn't enough, seeing what was waiting for him turned on his danger sense. Madara grinned. This will be your playground now, and I will teach you how to play. Gulp. Madara grabbed a bamboo stick roughly the size of a katana and walked towards Zuko. Now, let's have some fun, shall we? There it was. That evil smirk again. Fuck. First was push-ups. Easy, right? Well, regular push-ups would be, but Zuko had to use a specific method. There were 4 small wooden poles, roughly 30 inches tall, and each of those poles was for a limb. He barely had room to move his feet or hands, which was not even the worst part. He was right on top of a bed of charcoal on the ground that was surrounded by sand. Teacher, why are you using charcoal? He gulped again. Madara chuckled. Well. The stick is to incentivize you to go down, and the charcoal. He made a stance and punched flames on the charcoal, igniting a bed of flames. Is to incentivize you to go back up. He grinned even more sinisterly. And thus, Zuko's hell started. 4 hours he kept training his body. No techniques were taught yet, but Zuko already wanted to quit. Not even his late grandfather demanded such a level of training, and that man was just cruel. Iroh on the other hand was quite shocked at the brutality of the physical training, but at the same time he understood the reason. Zuko being a prince had the best techniques available to him but was never pushed beyond his limits. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr he was tied upside down on a tall wooden pole. There were buckets full of water on the ground and one empty bucket behind his feet up high. He was given 2 small teacups and his goal was to bring water to the empty bucket until it was full. "You are slowing down." A loud slap sound could be heard when Madara hit Zuko's abs with the bamboo stick. "Arg." Zuko instantly picked up his pace and continued. He kept his angry face while making growl sounds as he moved his body. Slap, another hit on his abs with the bamboo stick. "If you have the energy to act angry, then I will add some weight to your wrists. I will train you so hard that you will come to forget that anger." Iroh, who was sitting comfortably at a distance, enjoying his tea, couldn't help but hum happily. Such a wonderful chilly day to enjoy some good ginger tea. He slurped his tea slowly as Zuko kept suffering. By the end of the first day, Zuko had to be carried back to his room by Iroh and some of his soldiers who were enjoying the resort. After being placed on the bed, Zuko slowly opened his eyes. "You uncle. I think I regret my decision." Iroh chuckled. "Don't be like that, it was a good first day of training. To think that such a fine young man would be a demon trainer, no wonder some of our soldiers called him demon before." Zuko sighed, which just made him feel pain in his chest. "Easy now, Zuko, you will need a good bath and sleep to regain your strength for tomorrow's training." Iroh made a muscle pose with one of his arms. "I regret everything." Like that, the first day ended and the training continued. After a whole month of suffering, Zuko finally could keep up with his training without feeling like dying, so Madara decided to increase the intensity and start teaching him some techniques, and oh boy, that man was aiming to destroy Zuko's body. "Fuck this," said Zuko standing on top of a 10-foot wooden pole, trying to maintain balance while holding one of his feet high in a crane kick position with heavy stones tied to his ankle. If he lowered his leg even by an inch, he would be whacked by the damn bamboo stick. "Prince Zuko," shouted Iroh, with a disappointed face, "don't curse. You are a prince, and should behave properly," he concluded with a gentle smile and went back to his snacks and tea. "Easy for you to say that while you are treated like a king and I'm treated worse than a slave." After another 3 months, Zuko could be seen jumping between tree branches, running shinobi style, and doing high-speed dodging when a kunai came from out of nowhere aiming for his heart or head. Madara told him that he would learn and improve or die trying, and you know what, he believed him now. After full 4 months of training Zuko's agility and strength soared. He was more of a shinobi than anyone else that Madara taught since he didn't have any foundation that he was trying to maintain like the Kyoshi warriors, and differently from Bifong guards he was an actual apprentice of Madara, not just under a contract. During this time, he talked and practiced more with Lei. He was shocked that even after such a torture training regime he still couldn't match the attendant. He also wanted to speak to Kalia, but she seems to be in constant meditation like she was trying to achieve something. Even Iroh was curious about Kalia's goal here since just by looking at her he could pretty much tell that she wasn't someone that valued meditation and inner peace, but he never asked since it would be intruding too much. The training ended 5 months after their arrival at the resort. Zuko knew that he didn't learn all he could, hell that would take years, but he had his own goals and he needed to go back to sailing through the 4 nations chasing his target. Before leaving, he saw Madara coming toward him with a simple wooden box and a small booklet on top of it. "Here, you are my first true apprentice, Zuko. This is my parting gift." He handed him both. Zuko first opened the little booklet and inside was written, Saitama's training regime. He raised an eyebrow and read through it and saw that it was a daily exercise that his teacher was demanding from him. What a great gift! His face went full deadpan. Then he opened the box and saw a fancy long kimono, just the upper part, that was full black and had a red cloud with white borders on the back. He saw that symbol before, and once he asked Lei, he learned that the red cloud was the symbol of their team. "You are my apprentice, and thus you are an honorary member of my team. If you ever need any help you can come to us," Madara said while patting his shoulder. Zuko trembled. He had forgotten how it felt to have others who he could depend on. He lowered his head, bit his lip, and nodded in silence. Iroh, who saw this, was even more pleased. Zuko never had any friends or anything, and since his mother's disappearance he hid from the world. Only Iroh knew Zuko's pain and loneliness. Would you look at that, to think that being exiled from the Fire Nation would be the best thing that could happen to little Zuko, thought the old man with a smile on his face. Zuko choked a bit. Teacher, I will come back to visit in the future to complete my training." He tried to keep a serious face, but anyone could see he was very emotional. Madara smiled gently. "You are always welcome in my place, Firecracker." He chuckled. Zuko's emotional face was instantly replaced by an embarrassed face. "Why, you said you would stop calling me that," he shouted. Madara shrugged. "Oh yeah. Well, I remember my promise was to stop calling you that, only after your training is finished. You just admitted yourself, you haven't finished it yet." That damn cunning smirk on his face. Everyone laughed. Well, everyone but Zuko, who was embarrassed and tried to hide it by huffing like a little tsundere. It just made Madara laugh even louder. "Come, Prince Zuko, we have to go back on the road. How this old man will miss this place." Iroh just sighed with a depressed face. "Of course, you will. They were treating you like royalty with free tea and snacks during my training." Zuko snorted and grinned. "Oh, that's not true at all. I had to suffer from watching my beloved nephew suffer every day. It broke my heart each time," said Iroh with an exaggerated expression. Zuko snorted again. "How about joining your beloved nephew the next time?" Iroh coughed. "Of course I will. I will always be by your side, cheering you on with all my spirit." Zuko's eyebrow twitched. "You old man." After giving a final snort he smirked and walked towards their ship. Iroh just nodded and followed behind with a huge smile on his face. Before going up the ramp of the ship he turned towards Madara and gave him a sincere smile, nod, and even a small bow. Madara saw that and grinned, returning the bow and waving his hand to the royal duo. "Life will be quite boring now without someone to train. Sigh. Now we have 1.5 years to go, time to speed up some things around here so I can travel around the world when it's time. I can't be rooted here when things start happening." "Mr. Uchiha?" asked Lei. He heard his murmurs but didn't quite understand. "I was talking about the Sozan's comet, Jackie. It will be coming back soon." Madara achieved his legendary save while looking seriously at the sky. "Yes, if it really comes once every 100 years then it will be soon. The world will change after a single day," said Lei while looking at the sky. Madara was very happy that things were going smoothly. Canon was being pretty much preserved at this point. He avoided the South and North Pole like the plague. He didn't want to have anything to do with those places before Canon, especially the South one. Who knows how things will change if he shows up. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft female voice. "Mr. Uchiha, Miss Kalia is asking for your assistance," Nari said. After nodding, Madara gave a final glance at the parting Fire Nation ship and turned back to his resort walking towards the ice pond. That was what Kalia decided to call it after claiming it as hers. Till this day Madara still chuckles about how cutely she pouted when she said that back then. Madara walked at a slow pace, enjoying how well his business was going. After 4 months this place finally completed all the needed buildings, and training areas finally opened to clients. Let me tell you, those rich fucks were burning money faster than the Fire Nation burns oxygen. In a single week after the Koei Tower was opened and announced, many rich nobles from both the Fire Nation and the Earth Kingdom came here to check things out, and now he earned what took him a whole month, in 7 days. Hooray gambling. No. Hooray, unregulated gambling. Madara gloated on his genius idea of creating a gambling place for the rich. Well, they are rich and they have a source of income, so it's not like he is ruining their lives much. He walked through the small fancy village outside the main resort building and reached the icy pond where Kalia was still sitting right in the middle. As he walked close, a small section of the pond froze, creating a small ice bridge that allowed Madara to reach her easily. "Hi there, Kalia, you disappeared for a while." The hot girl gave him a smirk. "Oh, did you miss me?" I get it. Madara chuckled and sat beside her. "Well, I did miss you, what you gonna do about it?" he asked in a teasing tone. Her mouth went wide open, she couldn't muster an answer. To think that cold little boy that almost burned me to death would flirt with me like this, how times changed. Madara just shrugged in response. She then turned serious anyway. "I called ye here because I need ye help. I managed to unlock many of me chakras, but now I'm stuck. It seems meditating won't be enough." Leaning forward, Madara listened. "You can always count on me to help you, Kalia. At this point, you are family. Tell me what you need." Kalia resolved herself and stared at Madara's eyes. "I need to go back to the Northern Water Tribe. Fuck my life." Chapter 34, Scars. Madara ended up accepting Kalia's request when she asked him to go with her. She seemed a bit scared. When talking about going back to the Northern Water Tribe, which was odd for Madara since the show portrayed them as good-natured people. Well, except for an Alec, but that's one villain that we should never talk about. It was decided that they would move north in a week. Why, one might ask. Well, Madara was the owner of a very big and profitable business. He had many things to prepare since he would be absent for some time. He also tried to track Lei, but during that 1 week it was hard to find him. Is he busy? What's wrong with him? The day of their departure finally arrived and his close friends came to see him and Kalia off. Lei will also be going with them because someone needs to pilot the ship. Madara tried to learn it once, but, just like an Alec, we should never talk about it. Jackie hopped on the ship in silence and went towards his seat, preparing all the mechanisms to pilot it properly. Madara went to the boiler and filled it with fuel, and ignited it with his firebending. Kalia sat down in silence in her corner. She seemed very on edge. The mood of the whole team was weird, and Madara wasn't liking it, not one bit. What the fuck is happening here? I understand Kalia's behavior. Something happened to her that forced her to leave and now she has to face it. But what about Jackie? What the fuck, man? What is the matter with you? He took long strides and went towards the pilot cabin, opening it with a bang that startled Lei. "Are you going to tell me what's wrong with you?" asked Madara with an annoyed look on his face. Mr. Uchiha, there's no problem, nothing is wrong with me," he said while avoiding Madara's gaze. "Yeah, right," thought Madara. "You are a good fighter but a terrible liar, Jackie. You are as bad at lying as Zuko is with intimidation. Stop pretending that everything is fine when I can clearly see that it isn't." Lei trembled a bit when he heard that and lowered his head. Mr. Uchiha, do you still want us to learn the chakras thing?" asked Lei with a depressed voice. "Yeah, I always did. You and Nari are like family to me. What's the big deal here?" He was quite lost here. Lei took a deep breath and leaned back on his chair. "Mr. Uchiha, neither I nor Nari are benders. Are you sure that you want us to accompany you for the centuries to come?" Madara started to chuckle. The chuckle evolved into a full laughter that lasted for minutes. It even made Lei a bit scared of it. "You are all down like that because you can't bend any element?" asked Madara while calming down from his laughter. "Why, yes." Lei nodded his head. "Why? I mean..." Madara was about to talk but was interrupted by Lei. "Because of how you trained Prince Zuko. I haven't really paid attention to these details before, but you are probably the strongest firebender of our era. Are you sure you want a nobody like myself to follow you around when you can find strong benders to be your teammates?" asked Lei with a depressed voice. Madara let out a long sigh and walked towards Lei and sat on the co-pilot seat. "You are a fool, Jackie." Then came silence. No one said a word. It lasted for a while until Lei couldn't wait anymore and said, "And?" Madara raised an eyebrow. "There's no and, you are a fucking fool, period," he said with a blank face. Lei's eyebrow twitched at that comment. "What the fuck? Why are you so fucking mean?" "Let me ask you something, Jackie. Do you think that I am after the strongest benders to follow me around like a squad of goons? Well, you were looking for an earthbender before, and there was the calligraphy teacher that you wanted with us." Madara raised a hand. "Let me stop you right there. I never said I wanted an earthbender with us. Honestly, I don't think that there's any earthbender in this world that will match my little sister in the future. There's no point in actually chasing one. Mr. Shinzo was a different case. I don't even know if he is a bender or not, but I felt something about him. He isn't a simple man and I wanted to know what that feeling was. But isn't having benders as followers better than having a regular person like myself? Asked Lei while lowering his shoulders. Madara scoffed, you think that bending makes others superior? Don't make me laugh. In terms of power, yes, someone that can bend the elements has more destructive power than someone who can't, but at the same time it limits them. Lei kept staring at Madara with a confused face. They are pretty predictable, aren't they? Madara chuckled, earthbenders will always attack with earth, firebenders will always punch and kick fire and the same go for the other two, easy to predict, easy to counter. But that's better than having no bending at all. Said Lei. Is it? Do you think your chi blocking technique is inferior to any bender? Then explain to me how you managed to win against Kalia 7 out of 10 times. Lei shook his head, it was luck, she underestimates me because I have no bending. Exactly, said Madara as he slapped Lei's forehead, your enemy will underestimate you, your enemy will not try to predict you because they believe that you are no threat. OUCH, said Lei while holding his red forehead with both hands. A hidden blade is more dangerous than an exposed one, people will lower their guard against you because you have no bending, and you, my friend, said Madara while pointing at Jackie, will make them pay a heavy price for doing so. He grinned. Lei chuckled a bit. But what about the Avatar? They aren't predictable either. Madara raised his eyebrow and snorted, now you are demanding too much, Jackie, are you really trying to get stronger than the fucking Avatar? Do you think that's possible? Lei just shrugged, it may not be possible for me, but I believe it's not impossible for you. He said while staring at Madara while piloting the airship, it's not like they have the possibility of crashing into something, they are pretty high up in the sky after all. Madara snorted and made a dissatisfied expression when talking about this specific topic, which Lei noticed right away. You don't like the Avatar? Asked Lei. Madara just took a deep breath and shook his head, that's not it, it's not about liking it or not. Lei was confused and raised an eyebrow, what do you mean? Mr. Uchiha, the Avatar exists to bring balance to the 4 nations. Madara snorted and said nothing while crossing his arms and looking outside, I have nothing against the Avatar, I dislike the idea of having an Avatar. Lei raised an eyebrow, why? Sighing, Madara replied, the Avatar is a variable, and a very unstable one at that. What do you mean? Looking at the clouds outside, Madara said, the Avatar might pursue the balance of the world, and that by itself is not bad, but every Avatar has their own ideals, their own biases, and every Avatar alters this world before passing the torch to the next one, who will do the same but in their own way. Looking at the intrigued look on Lei's face, Madara continued, take Avatar Kyoshi for example, she is considered one of the strongest avatars ever, and she managed to maintain balance but she claimed her own island and developed her own culture. Avatar Kuruk was a free-spirited man, who wanted nothing but to enjoy his days, so he didn't do much in preserving the balance, and just like him many other avatars that came before him had their own morals, goals, and biases and changed the world as they saw fit because of their position. But the Avatar is the only one that can bring balance, Mr. Uchiha. Madara snorted at that, that's depressing, the whole world depending on one person that is just like them to maintain peace, that itself is very sad, don't you think? It's like we are a bunch of toddlers and we need our nanny always watching so we don't hurt ourselves. Lei tried to say something, but what Madara said felt very accurate. Shaking his head, Madara just said, with or without Avatar, wars will continue because we are humans, humans will never be satisfied with what they have, if tomorrow peace is achieved, in a few years just peace won't be enough, they will want more, and even if granted to them, it won't take them long until they to want for even more, it will never be enough, Jackie. But having peace is a good thing, said Lei. Well, that depends on how long the peace lasts. Peace is good, but if it's too long it will lead to stagnation. Look at us, do you think that this airship would ever be thought of or developed if it wasn't for the war and what it demands? Wars are not good, but they do force the world to develop. Peace is not bad, but it forces the world to slow down. Both are needed, and that is what balance is to me. Lei didn't know what to say. He could see Madara's point, but at the same time, he didn't really believe that wars were as important as peace. As they stood there in a comfortable silence, a knock came from the metal door. Come in, Kalia, said Madara. She walked in with a serious face and looked at Madara straight in the eyes. I need to tell you a few things before we get there. Anyone could see that she was nervous. Nodding, Madara said, go ahead, you know that Jackie is family, there's no worry about sharing things with us. He then smiled to give her encouragement. She nodded, I want to let you know a few things. She paused trying to find out the right words, and after a few seconds, she continued, me family was and probably still is very influential in me tribe. Madara raised an eyebrow, so, are you telling me you ran away from marriage or something? Cough. Kalia nearly choked after hearing that. Don't spout bullshit, boss. She was angry, but Madara was amused. She snorted, no man in me tribe ever caught me eyes. I don't like their culture of not letting women be able to learning proper combat waterbending techniques. Oh, so that's why you ran away, because they refused to teach you. She shook her head partially. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a saddened expression. Me dad was taken from us in battle. I was young and couldn't do anything, but when I learned that I was a waterbender, I tried to practice it in order to grow strong. What a cliché story. Thought Madara. Well, I believe that many share the same story with you, wanting power for vengeance and for protection. She snorted, it's nothing like that. Vengeance on whom? The Fire Nation. Yeah, would be great if I could destroy them, but let's be real here, it will never happen. As for the specific person who took his life, I have no idea who the fuck he is. For all I know, he might be long dead at this point. Then what? I wanted to join the war and follow me dad's footsteps. He was a strong waterbender and respected, but me uncle refused it, and said that it was against our rules to accept women going to war. They refused to teach me proper waterbending too. So, you left? Nah, I love me tribe, so I tried to change it. I gathered a bunch of unsatisfied people who were against those rules and faced our leader, not in a battle of course, but we wanted to prove to them how many soldiers they were denying just for the sake of stupid rules, how many of our people could be saved and how many battles could have been won if they just accepted taking women. Madara frowned, that's a pretty stupid rule, I have to admit, but then he looked at Kalia and saw that her nervousness came back. Anne, he asked. Anne, well, me uncle charged me for a riot, trying to incite civil war or something like that. I denied, and we fought. Madara was frowning more and more. I am telling you this now because I don't want you to get angry when you discover that from their mouths. She said while sweating a bit. She was very scared of his reaction, but at the same time, he accepted her as family, so he has the right to know. These scars were not from me pirate life, these scars were from me battle with me uncle. He was the one that took me The temperature suddenly skyrocketed inside the airship. Madara's eyes instantly turned red and the three tomos started rotating. Come again. Chapter 35, Northern Water Tribe. B-boss, please calm down, said Kalia, who was already in a panic as she started sweating. Mr. Uchiha, please calm down, shouted Lei, sweating like a pig as the temperature kept rising. You are telling me that some dimwit idiot from the Northern Water Tribe, and a member of your own family, gave you all of those scars and caused you to lose an eye? Madara was livid. It was an accident. We were fighting at night and we weren't paying attention. It was a full moon, and, in the end, he felt so much guilt that he himself aided me to escape the tribe. She touched her eye patch and lowered her head in shame. Madara was still fuming but managed to calm down, though his Sharingan was still on. Name. B-boss, he is my uncle, please don't do anything rash. She pleaded weakly. Name, he shouted in anger. She lowered her head and clenched her fists, feeling powerless. Pipaku. The name echoed in Madara's ears and his Sharingan started to spin faster. This fucking bastard. I already disliked him for his behavior in the series, and now I discover that before Katara there was another one who suffered even more, and this one is someone that I cherish. Oh. Iroh, you will have to find another waterbender for your White Lotus. This one won't be able to bend even his own back when I'm done with him. Madara took a deep breath, calmed himself a bit, and walked away from the pilot's cabin towards his own room and wasn't seen for the rest of the trip. Kalia stood beside Lei, looking at the closed metal door in silence. I hope Mr. Uchiha calms down. We should be reaching the Northern Water Tribe in 20 hours. Said Lei while wiping his forehead and neck with a handkerchief. Kalia felt incredibly torn right now. On one hand, Madara was pissed and angry because of what happened to her. On the other hand, it was her own uncle and the last living member of her family outside of herself. I hope that boss calms down," she said as she sat down in a corner and lowered her head. The rest of the trip felt agonizing. It was a heavy, oppressing atmosphere that accentuated the silence even more, almost to the point of making it suffocating. The next day Lei rang a bell which echoed throughout the whole airship, indicating that the Northern Water Tribe was already in sight and they should be landing in a few minutes. Madara finally showed up with a calm and serene expression, but his Sharingan was always on and it made them believe that for the past 20 hours he didn't deactivate it. It was noon, the sun today was shining bright in the sky, very few clouds could be seen, and if this was any other place in the world, one would be able to hear birds chirping. The capital of the Northern Water Tribe, also known as Agna Kele, was considered one of the wonders of this world, a whole multi-tiered city built on the ice, with waterways that seemed to resemble the canals found in Italy, while the design of the arched bridges connecting the two sides of each canal resembled those of Venice, and the architecture of most of the city is strikingly European. Looming over the city are giant ice cliffs from which it was originally built. It was a normal day for all of the tribesmen of Agna Kele when one of the watchers on top of the huge ice wall that blocked the view of the city from outside spotted something making its way towards them. Running towards the nearby station, he signaled the alarm and many soldiers climbed on top of the walls to keep an eye on the thing in the sky. "Chief Arnook, we spotted some flying balloon ship coming towards us. It resembles the Fire Nation regular ships," said one of the captains to a tall middle-aged man that had bright blue eyes, long dark brown hair with typical Water Tribe blue adornments, and a well-kept beard. Turning around, the man called Arnook looked at the captain and nodded. "Tell me everything, but first alert the waterbending masters to get ready to strike if needed." "Yes, Chief," the man spoke to some of his subordinates and went back to Arnook to tell him the details. The whole city was in minor chaos as the airship drew closer and closer, flying around while looking for a flat place to land. All the waterbenders were ready to attack at a moment's notice, but Arnook raised his hand. "Don't attack yet," he shouted. "But Chief, they probably are from the Fire Nation," said one of the masters. Arnook shook his head. "I see no Fire Nation insignia on that ship, and they are way too prideful to use such underhanded tactics to attack us. Not only that, this ship is here alone, there's no one else spotted either in the sky or on the sea." After the ship landed and was surrounded, the ramp opened and a trio walked outside. The first one to come outside was an average-looking man with long brown hair and a black tunic with green and yellow details. The clothing style itself was very common in the Earth Kingdom. Then came out a woman covered in scars with an eye patch. This one made Arnook raise his eyebrow because he recognized her instantly, though her clothes were very outlandish for a water tribesman. The colors and adornments were there. Then came the final one, a young man by this world's standards. He was tall and had long spiky pitch black hair and wore black and red robes with silver details and gloves with a few adornments. Just by looking at his complexion and specific aesthetic traits of his face, hair, and clothing style, Arnook could already judge a few things about him. Firebender, or at least from the Fire Nation. As the trio walked outside, the Earth Kingdom man whistled. "This is quite the welcome. Kalia, are you sure we should have come here?" he said while turning to the woman. "Kalia, huh? So, it's really her," thought the chief. "Honestly, I'm starting to reconsider me idea right now," she said with a wry smile, which made a vein pop on Lei's forehead. "You had 2 whole days to figure that out and now you are regretting it." "Damn woman," said Lei while huffing, "can anyone blame him? To the Northerners, he might be behaving like a madman, but he endured a whole day of the heavy atmosphere inside his ship while piloting their way here. He was quite on edge right now." Taking a step ahead while being followed by 2 waterbending masters, Chief Arnook introduced himself. "Greetings, welcome to the Northern Water Tribe," he said, trying to break the ice. Lei sighed and scratched the back of his head while walking toward Arnook. "Thank you for not attacking us right away. We came here for the sake of our comrade here." He pointed towards Kalia from over his shoulder. Arnook nodded and looked at the 3 of them, then looked at the ship. "Is it just the 3 of you?" He raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Lei chuckled and nodded. "Yes, this is our private airship. We are not from the Fire Nation or any other hostile force." Arnook had an amused look on his face. "You say that, but that one over there," he pointed towards Madara. "He is a firebender, isn't he?" As his voice fell, every single soldier took their battle stances ready to pounce on the trio. Lei was about to talk but was interrupted by Madara. "Oh. You barely even know me and you already want to attack me," said Madara while walking towards the chief. Arnuk looked at Lei, who he had thought was the leader, and asked, "And who is this?" Lei could only give him a wry smile. "Chief, if you value your city, stop poking the hornet's nest, please." He coughed. "Ahem, this is our leader, Madara Uchiha, and as you have guessed, he is a firebender." The moment he said those last words, every single soldier rushed towards them. Even the masters were already bending water preparing to attack. In a split second, Arnuk looked towards Madara and saw inhuman red eyes, with comma-shaped details spinning slowly as he looked towards the crowd already rushing towards him. He saw something in those eyes and shouted instantly. "Stop!" Although all the guards, masters, and soldiers hated the Fire Nation to the core, the culture of the Water Tribe was deeply imprinted in their beings, and the chief's words were absolute. So, they stopped mid-rush, and the masters slowly stopped bending water but kept their guards up. Madara was amused by their behavior. Looking around, he was not even bothered by their numbers or hostility. He was just scanning their faces one by one, and he reached a conclusion. He is not here. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and clenched his fist behind his back. Kalia was also looking around subtly, trying to locate her uncle, and was very relieved that he wasn't around. Yes, she lost her eye because of him, and these scars were also part of the package, but she knew it was an accident. How, one might ask? Well, she saw his reaction after it happened and she knew he wasn't faking it. Especially since he even helped her to escape afterward. After looking around, she looked towards Arnuk and walked toward him. "Long time no see, Chief." The man looked at her with a conflicted light in his eyes. "Welcome back, Kalia. Mind telling me why you are running around with Fire Nation people after all that you have been through?" he said while staring at her burned scalp. She chuckled. "I mind, it's me business and nothing related to ye or ye tribe, but for the sake of me homeland, I shall answer that question." She pointed towards Madara. "This one is probably the biggest threat for the Fire Nation in our world, except for the Avatar of course, but that one has been gone for a while." Everyone was confused. The chief was even more confused, partially because of what she said, but mostly because the last time they spoke years ago, she was filled with anger and resentment, but now she was calm. The only weird thing he could see in her eyes was worry. "Tell me the details, please," said Arnuk, understanding that he had no command over her after she left, and trying to be forceful wasn't really his way of doing things. She snorted. "We talk later. What kind of host are ye, letting us wait here outside where it's cold?" One of the masters came closer to the chief and whispered, "We can capture the firebender while you talk to that lass, Chief." Arnuk shook his head. He felt some fear when he looked at Madara's eyes. It was like the spirits were warning him to not mess with this one. As the chief, he was very attuned to the spirits and took their warnings very seriously. "No, they are with Kalia, so they are our guests." At that time the trio had some thoughts. "Thank ye, Chief, ye have no idea the disaster ye avoided." Kalia. "Phew, that was close. If they triggered Mr. Uchiha's bloodlust here after that trip." Gulp. Lei. "What a pity. I really wanted them to give me a reason." Snort. Madara. The soldiers were dismissed, but they went back to their posts while on full alert after discovering that one of their guests was a firebender. As they walked through the streets and canals of the capital, Lei kept looking around like a tourist, in awe by the Northern Water Tribe aesthetic, clothing, and culture. Kalia looked around with nostalgia. Although she didn't want to come back here, now that she is back, she noticed that she kinda missed it. Madara on the other hand kept staring around like a predator, scanning every person's face as they walked through the city. "I will fucking find you." Chapter 36, Moon. The night soon came, and the chief allowed the trio to rest for the remainder of the day so that they could have a conversation the next day, which was very welcomed by both Kalia and Lei since they had to bear so much tension during their whole trip here, especially Kalia, who also felt worry and fear on top of the tension. Madara, on the other hand, couldn't rest. He walked out of his room through the windows and using the darkness as cover, he walked up walls and after jumping from roof to roof, he reached the one place that he actually was looking forward to seeing. The Spirit Oasis. The Spirit Oasis is a secluded cove located at the base of a waterfall behind the chief's temple. This unusual place is a lush, warm, tropical oasis and a center of spiritual activity in the North Pole. The Northern Water Tribe believes that the energy of the moon and ocean spirits keeps the oasis constantly warm and flourishing. Dropping down from the ice walls that encircled the oasis, Madara took his time to reach the center of the place, which had a soft small patch of lush green grass around a small pond, with a torii-looking gate right in front of it. This place. Looking around, Madara felt like he was home. No, not the resort, Bifong guest house, or Southern Air Temple, but home. He never felt this before because he never had an actual home before, but for some odd reason he knew, deep within his soul, that this is the feeling that only a proper home could give him. Sitting cross-legged in front of the pond, Madara couldn't see the two fish that were the mortal incarnation of Tue and La, but he felt welcomed here, at peace. He remained inside the place for over an hour with his eyes closed, enjoying the feeling. He was not really meditating or anything like that, he was just enjoying how calm and relaxed this place made him feel. I wish I could have something like this near my house. But suddenly he was interrupted by a soft young female voice. Excuse me. He instantly opened his eyes and his Sharingan were still on, as he hadn't deactivated since the incident inside the airship. It was another day for Princess Yu. She was doing what she always did, learning about traditions, the spirits, and how to behave with proper etiquette for a good wife, in order to never shame her ancestors and the spirits that they have been protecting for generations. She heard people of the city talking about outsiders, about an exiled waterbender woman that came back after years, and about a young man with long black hair and striking glowing red eyes, a very unique, and never seen before, trait. She was obviously forbidden from even seeing them from a distance. Her family was very traditional and she had learned her place in society and what was expected of her. So even though she was curious, her father forbade her from even walking in the marketplace today. He was that worried about the trio walking outside having any impact on his daughter, so he ordered her to stay within the palace or meditate with the spirits for as long as those travelers were around. After having her dinner and remaining in boredom for a couple of hours, she decided to walk towards the spirit oasis to talk to the spirits. She loved them very much and owed her life to them. She always felt among family when talking to them, even though they never actually replied. But tonight was bound to be different. Once she came inside the spirit oasis, she saw a young man, around 2 years older than her, sitting by the pond with his back facing her. After watching him for a while and seeing that he hadn't moved, she decided to announce her presence. Excuse me. She saw the young man turning towards her instantly like an alarmed creature, his eyes blazing a blood-red hue as he assumed a battle stance, only to relax a bit after looking at her. Sigh, it's just her. Madara took a deep breath. To think that this comfortable feeling made me lower my guard to the point of being sneaked up on by some clueless princess. He sat down on the grass again and stared at her. She was staring back. Hey, he said softly, or he tried, since he was still a bit on edge with the whole Paka situation. She smiled gently and replied, hey. They stayed in silence for several seconds until she decided to sit down on the grass as well, facing him from 10 feet away. So, you are the infamous firebender that I heard about, huh? She said without a single ounce of judgment in her voice, just pure curiosity. He chuckled, yeah. I didn't know I was infamous already since I didn't do anything but, unless there's another firebender around these parts, that's me. She chuckled as well, how did you get in here? He shrugged, things happened. I saw an otter penguin running around, found it cute, and decided to follow it, and here I am. The girl giggled, hee hee, there are no otter penguins within the city, they always caused mayhem and stole many fish from market stalls, so the soldiers decided to keep them away for years now. He just chuckled, well then it was a midget that looked a lot like one. She laughed loudly, ha ha ha, of course, they are very common in the North Pole. After laughing for a while, Madara sighed and spoke, I will be leaving then, I would appreciate it if you kept our meeting a secret. She panicked a bit, no. Wait. Madara shot her a curious expression, raising one of his eyebrows. The spirits are happy to have you around, they probably welcome you here, so of course, you can stay, she said gently, after calming down a bit. He chuckled again, well no one told me anything about that. She shook her head, no, they did, not in words but, you felt it, didn't you? Them welcoming you. He stopped in his tracks and stared at her for a bit before sitting back down and nodding his head. But how do you know that? She smiled gently, well, you can say that I have a very unique connection with the spirits Tue and La, I can understand their feelings to some extent, she said while casting a gentle gaze towards the pond. Madara nodded as he remembered the knowledge of the series. I see, I don't know why they would welcome me here but I'm glad that at least someone in this place welcomes me, he chuckled. She chuckled back at him, well, I'm sure you have something about yourself that makes them happy to see you. You have a very unique eye color after all. He grinned, look who's talking, the only young girl with natural snow-white hair that I have ever met since I was born. She caressed her hair with affection, yeah, it was a gift from the spirit of the moon. Sounds like an interesting tale. Not long enough to be called a tale. When I was born it was said that I would die soon, so my dad sought help from the spirits, and after bathing me in the spirit oasis, I was healed. The hair was just a side effect that I'm really proud of. Madara nodded, already knowing the story. It's indeed an interesting story. He stopped talking as his eyes went wide and he stared at her, remembering something that he heard almost a decade ago. The reason why you suffered your whole life was because of your artificial soul. You see, your world rejects you because of it. It's uncommon but not rare. Most humans like that die when they are still inside of their mother's wombs, and the percentage that survives usually dies in their early years. He kept staring at her like he was staring at a ghost. Is she just like me? Another artificial soul. The girl on the other hand was a bit weirded out by Madara's behavior. He stopped talking out of nowhere and kept staring at her with wide eyes and a shocked expression. It is possible, isn't it? I mean, it was never said that it only happened to my world. Quite the opposite, it was said that it happens a lot, not common, but not rare either. He came back from his thoughts and coughed loudly to break the weird atmosphere. Ahem, I'm sorry about that. I just remembered something from my childhood. The girl gave him a smile and calmed down too. By the way, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Yu. He smiled back at her, I'm Madara. She beamed at him, nice to meet you, Madara. I officially welcome you to the Northern Water Tribe. He chuckled, yeah, finally the first actual welcome that isn't just for the sake of a social protocol. They laughed together. So, what were you doing here? She asked curiously. He shrugged, I felt like I was back at home here. It felt peaceful, welcoming. It made me let go of certain things that I had in my mind, even if just temporarily. She moved a bit closer to him, remaining 5 feet away from him this time. Oh. What things keep you worried? He shook his head, I'd rather not talk about it, you might see me as an enemy if I tell you. It was her turn to shake her head, no, the spirits welcomed you, they like you, so obviously you are no enemy. He considered telling her, and she might tell her father, but honestly. At this point he just wanted someone to listen to his problems, someone unrelated, an outsider to give him a new perspective. One of your people harmed one of my family members in the past. It was quite a nasty wound, and I will return in kind. Her face paled, how is it possible? We are a peace-loving community, we don't harm people. He shook his head, have you ever heard of Paku's niece? Her eyes went wide as if lightning struck her. That. Of course, she did, the whole incident was recorded. Kalia was not a no-name, she wasn't a princess, but her family was high enough to have their achievements and fate recorded, and considering how famous Master Paku is, it would be impossible to sweep it under the rug and pretend that it never happened. She lowered her head and nodded a bit, why yes. I heard of what happened. He kept his stoic face with a cold gaze and said, I will burn him for what he did to Kalia. She panicked, why you can't? It was an accident, he confessed what he did, and paid for it. He laughed, paid for it. I bet he is living comfortably while Kalia had to sail the seas as a pirate for years, with a body covered in scars, and a blind eye. No, he didn't pay for anything. She stopped talking for a long while. She knew that what Paku did was wrong, very wrong, but at the same time. Paku was a stern but kind man, he was very traditional and always followed the rules, but he wasn't a cold old man, he was kind in his own way. Will it solve anything? She asked in a low, muffled tone. Will what solve anything? Madara asked back. Vengeance, retribution, will it solve anything? Will it bring back her eye? He shook his head, I'm not doing this to bring back her eye. Then why? She asked abruptly. Because she is family, one of the only family members I've ever had. But that's wrong. It won't solve anything, so why are you dead set on vengeance? Exclaimed Yu. Madara looked her dead in the eye and asked back, if that's the case, why do all of you resent firebenders to the point of hating me? Even if your family members died at the hands of the Fire Nation, why do your people feel the need for vengeance? Why do they feel hatred? That. It's part of the cycle of hatred. It's not about what I can get out of it, it's just a selfish desire, and I openly admit that. I want to see him burn for the sake of my selfishness. I want to see him crying in panic and pain, regretting what he did. Do you think he doesn't regret what he did? She frowned and then shouted, he does. My dad told me that before Master Paku was very cranky but sweet and gentle with kids, he treated his niece as his own daughter, but after it happened, he closed himself off, focused on waterbending, and barely interacts with others anymore. I bet he regrets it every day. And different from mere physical pain, his pain will not eventually heal. I bet he would trade his pain for some physical torture every day of the week if that meant getting rid of his guilt. Madara couldn't reply to that. She was right, by all means, she was right, but at the same time he felt powerless. He knew that it happened long before they met, probably long before he was even in this world. It's just. Sigh, I just can't see my family hurt. I never had family. They are precious to me. He lowered his head. She approached him and touched his cheeks with her fluffy water tribe gloves, then instead of thinking of how to avenge them, think about how to make them happier. Vengeance brings nothing. It's like drinking a vial of poison to satisfy your thirst. If you want to fight, then do it, but do it for the right reason. They stood there in silence for a while, Madara with his conflicted gaze and Yu with her stern one. Finally, Madara's Sharingan deactivated after over a day and he let out a long sigh. You say very wise words for someone 2 years younger than me. She huffed, and you are a big dum-dum for someone 2 years older than me. They stared at each other and laughed again for a while, but then she stood up again and prepared to leave. I have to go back, or my father will get worried that I've been away for too long. I usually only spend a few minutes in here. Madara nodded and stood up. I will be going too. I will probably show up tomorrow night as well. She nodded happily, knowing that she made a new friend, and turned away. After she walked halfway through the bridge that led her across the waterfall, Madara shouted at her. I've heard that the spirit water can heal wounds and scars. She turned around with her hands behind her back and beamed at him while shouting back. Leave that to me. Madara saw the girl disappearing through the waterfall with a soft smile on his face. Such a sweet girl. To think she died to bring back the moon spirit, he said while looking up at the moon, and snorted angrily. TSK, one more reason to get rid of that fucking pussy. I don't care if it's divine intervention or the world trying to get rid of her, she won't die under my watch. He smiled sinisterly. Like I needed one more reason to kill him, he is but a dead man walking. Chapter 37, Challenge. After jumping through the roofs of the capital, Madara sneaked inside his room through the window without being spotted, but when he turned around, he noticed that someone was sitting on his bed, seemingly waiting for him. Staring at Madara with a worried gaze, the person asked, Did you like your nightly tour, boss? Madara sighed and replied, Yes, it was very introspective, to say the least. Kalia nodded her head worriedly, but when she saw Madara's eyes, her own eyes went wide. Boss. You didn't harm me, uncle, under the cover of the night, did ye? She was already having a panic attack. She knew that the Sharingan was activated the whole trip for a reason. Madara couldn't really control his rage, so seeing his eyes back to normal made her hiccup. He either completed his goal or miraculously calmed down. She was leaning more towards the former. He sighed. You don't have to worry about that. Yes, I hate Paku and I don't see myself becoming friends with him, ever. He narrowed his eyes, which made Kalia flinch, but he looked at her with a warm gaze and a gentle smile. That's your revenge, your own fight. I shouldn't interfere. I do hate him to the core, but if the price of vengeance is losing you, I'd rather let go of said vengeance. He knew that even if he took initiative and attacked Paku, crippling him, Kalia would still stand by him like she always did, but their relationship and trust would be permanently stained, cracked, for possibly the rest of their lives, since such things would never be forgotten. So, he would rather keep Kalia happy than satisfy his selfish need for revenge and retribution, just like Princess you said. The girl trembled. She looked at Madara's eyes absent-mindedly. Standing up, she walked towards him and hugged him fiercely. Thank ye, boss. Madara was surprised but hugged her back and patted her back. It's fine, we are family. Your happiness is more important than some petty vengeance. They stood there hugging each other for a couple of minutes before Kalia came back to her old self and let go of him. I will be going back to me room. Tomorrow we will meet him and I want to be in me best shape to face him. You right, boss, it is me battle to fight. Thank you for understanding me. She walked away before Madara could reply and closed the door gently after leaving the room. Madara stood there for a few seconds with a confused but happy expression. His fingers touched the shoulder on which Kalia rested her head and noticed some subtle wet spots. She was crying. He looked at the door shocked and lowered his head. To think I made her so worried about my vengeance that she cried of relief when I gave up on it. He decided to go to bed. It seems. Sometimes. Vengeance demands a steep price to be achieved. Only sometimes. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, a big crowd was assembled in a huge hall. The chief of the Northern Water Tribe, Arnuk, was here surrounded by his trusted aides and 6 waterbending masters. This time Paku was included. Paku was a rather antisocial person. He used to be more open, but after the incident with his niece he closed himself off and he started to become a bit too dedicated to the tribe's rules. He had become a broken man who used the rules as support to keep living. But last night he heard that his niece is back, and he could barely sleep. He felt like the ghosts of his past came back to haunt him. He didn't know what to say. Should he keep his stern persona? Should he try to break the ice? Should he welcome her back or ignore her existence? He didn't know. He couldn't find an answer, so he decided to wait and see how things went, but he demanded to be in this meeting, especially after knowing that his niece has been hanging around with a firebender brat. The trio arrived at the meeting room and found their seats. "Good morning, dear guests. Did you have a good rest last night?" asked Arnuk just for the sake of social protocol. Honestly, he didn't care much about them. Madara grinned and nodded. "Aye, your city is beautiful at night, Chief Arnuk." Arnuk raised his eyebrows. What does he mean by that? Did he manage to evade all the scouts that I left all around the palace, he thought, but kept his poker face and nodded. Paku stared at the young man. This one is not a simple one. The way he walked, his movements. He narrowed his eyes. What a dangerous young fellow. The silence was rather awkward, so the chief coughed and decided to skip formalities and go straight to the point. "Kalia, what you said yesterday led me to believe that you have a reason to be here," said Arnuk. Kalia nodded with a serene expression that shocked Arnuk, considering the worry that he felt in her yesterday was completely gone now and was replaced by confidence. Chief, I requested me friends here to bring me to the tribe to complete me journey." That raised many eyebrows from the tribesmen in the room. "Care to explain?" She grinned. "I'm on something you may consider a spiritual journey. But because of many things in me past, regrets, fears and unfinished businesses, I had to come back here. It's the final step for me. I need some closure." Arnuk was quite surprised. The Kalia that he knew was never that spiritual. She was considered average, but to think that such a person who disregarded her spirituality so many times in her childhood decided to do something so out of character raised many questions in his mind. But he shook his head. "You betrayed the tribe and almost started a civil war. We have no intentions of helping you now that you need us." He expected her to get angry like in the past, but she just shrugged and smirked. "I'm not asking for ye help. Of all me chains, not a single one is related to ye tribe. I regret nothing that I did here. I would do it all over again even if it cost me 2 eyes instead of 1. She glanced at Paku subtly after saying that. "Me issues here is merely a family issue, nothing that would require ye to come down from ye fancy palace." Arnuk instantly frowned. What she said pissed him off a lot since she completely disregarded his position and authority, a thing that no other northern tribesman ever did due to their culture. His words were always the law and that's how he expects them to be. But before he could speak anything, Master Paku, surprisingly, was the one that talked. "So, your business is with me, isn't that right, Kalia?" His voice was cold. Internally he was conflicted, but he has been like this for years and he still didn't know how to behave in front of her. She nodded. I have many questions for ye, but that can wait. First, I challenge ye to a battle, Master Paku," she said with conviction. Everyone was shocked now. Paku was the strongest known waterbending master, and as far as they knew Kalia was never properly trained in combat. She was a woman after all. "You are challenging me," he snorted. "You, who never learned how to fight with your waterbending." She laughed out loud. "You would be surprised. I've been surviving as a pirate for years. I've fought more people in the last 10 years than many of ye ever faced, and yes, I'm even considering the battle against the Fire Nation." She stared at Paku. "I didn't learn how to battle me foes like a northern tribesman. I learned how to crush me enemies like an Uchiha," she said with pride. This made Lei smile, and Madara felt proud. He stared at her with a happy smile on his face, a smile that didn't escape Paku's perception. What in the name of the spirits is an Uchiha? He asked with contempt, followed by the contempt of everyone else inside the room. Madara replied, something that can destroy this tribe before you can even cry like a little girl. Contempt against his proud family name. Never. His eyes turned crimson and the temperature skyrocketed, even the ice walls started to melt at a fast speed, the northern tribesmen started sweating inside their thick fur clothes, it didn't even take long for a hole on the roof to appear due to the heat. Now pay attention, old men, your niece went above and beyond to keep your head attached to your neck. But if you make fun of my name or my family name ever again, not even Tue and Law will be able to protect you from me. As he said that, Paku saw a massive wave of fire expanding in all directions, everything that fire touched melted instantly, ice, clothes, flesh, bone. It wasn't long before he saw his whole tribe under a sea of flames, and the spirits were nowhere to be seen. He started to yell in panic, pain, and agony, and when he was about to succumb to madness he suddenly came back to himself and noticed that he was still inside the room, nothing changed, even the walls and the ceiling were still intact, it was like he just woke up from a nightmare, but when he looked at Madara and saw those blazing red eyes staring deep into his soul, he felt fear. Display contempt towards me and my family one more time, and what I showed you will become reality. There were 10 people from the Northern Water Tribe inside that room, and all of them were sweating like pigs at the moment. Looking around, Paku realized that he was not the only one who saw that vision. Everyone here saw it too, and it terrified them. This person. Paku thought that he finally understood what crushing my enemies like an Uchiha meant. Kalia and Lei were gobsmacked by what happened. In 1 second Paku and all the others on the other side of the room were showing contempt with proud and arrogant faces, but the moment Madara's eyes turned red every single one of them started to sweat like they were thrown into a caldera, not only that all of them looked terrified. Kalia gulped and looked at Madara to see his stern expression while glaring at Paku with resentment. She coughed and decided to end this meeting. Tomorrow at noon, we will fight. She stood up, followed by Madara and Lei, and left the room with her friends. As the double doors closed, only silence remained in the room, subtle sounds like gulps echoed like drums in their ears. See, Chief. Did you see that too? Arnuk nodded while cleaning the sweat that covered his forehead. Yes, I did, that person is not normal. Kalia told me before he was the biggest threat to the Fire Nation in our generation, only below the Avatar, but those powers of his, that dream, he controlled it, it wasn't just hypnosis, and he did it in an instant, to all of us, just by staring at us. He gulped hard. He might be as dangerous as the Avatar or even above. Because I doubt any Avatar would ever consider destroying a whole capital just because he was provoked, not even Avatar Kyoshi. Paku stared at the door in silence. He was very conflicted at this moment, but a small smile, that no one else noticed, appeared on his face. She became strong, and she has strong people to watch her back. I'm glad, little Callie, that you found a place where you belong. But then his expression morphed into a serious one. But I won't take it easy on you tomorrow. Let's see whose ideals grew stronger over the years. Prove me wrong if you can. He clenched his fist. After years he was finally feeling the excitement of a battle. It made him feel younger. It made him feel whole. Creators. Chapter 38, Push and Pull. The night came and everyone went to do their own things. The chief actually doubled the number of soldiers protecting his guests. He was quite alarmed by what Madara said yesterday, but well. Since when could a shinobi with a Sharingan be spotted by these people? Especially one that has all of these skills and knowledge such as Madara. Arriving at the spirit oasis, Madara jumped down from the ice walls and landed softly on the grass. Looking around, he spotted you already there and he couldn't help but grin. It seems I was the one that came late today, he said. She had a small jump scare and looked at him with a frown and a pout. Don't do that. He laughed and sat down by the pond. Tonight he could see Tue and La swimming in circles, and the yin and yang symbolism mesmerized him. They are pretty, aren't they? Asked you with a gentle smile. Madara just nodded but couldn't take his eyes off the black and white fish. He felt like all the noises around him muffled, going silent for a few seconds. The eyes of both fish glowed under the water and Madara felt a pull. Suddenly he was standing on a vast ocean with no land in sight. The only thing other than water in this place was a glowing moon in the empty sky. Looking around he was quite shocked. Was he pulled into a vision by the spirits? He knew that it was possible. Even Roku did that to Aang countless times to tell him about Sozin's comet and his own story with the Fire Lord. Madara also believes his Sharingan works in a similar way. It's not really genjutsu, but a spiritual vision that he can use to pull people that he stares at. As for the limitations, he doesn't know. We finally meet, young one, said a soft reverberating female voice. We have been waiting for you to show up, said a soft reverberating male voice. Both voices were very similar even if they had different genders. Looking around, Madara saw two huge koi fish, one white and one black, both with glowing blue eyes and glowing blue markings all over their bodies. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tue and La, said Madara with proper respect. These two were very ancient spirits after all. How curious, you feel like an avatar but at the same time you feel completely different, said the female voice as the white fish slowly moved around him. Oh, so the female voice is Tue, and the male voice is La. You indeed feel like an avatar. What spirit fused with you? Asked the male voice. Madara stared at La for a few seconds and decided to tell him, they. Well, whatever. It's a spirit called Susanoo. Madara had no reason to hide this, especially from spirits since they can sense it anyway. It's better to show goodwill and befriend spirits, especially old, wise and powerful ones. Susanoo. I have never heard of this spirit, but I feel its power, it's tremendous. Said Tue, swimming around Madara with curiosity. Why do I feel some connection to your spirit? Asked La with a bit of shock. Madara raised an eyebrow. As far as he knew, the Susanoo had nothing to do with them, not the Naruto one at least, unless... Did the voice give me the actual Susanoo? No, it can't be. The mythological one is considered a god after all, but he might have given it some properties to turn my Susanoo into an actual spirit, such as a domain. Clearing his throat, Madara responded with a rather unsure tone. Well, from what I know, Susanoo is related to the sea and storms, but I don't think those are its domain. Not my Susanoo anyway. The black koi nodded, which looked a bit funny to see. It seems that's the case. I can feel a small connection, but your spirit seems much more violent than us. It's like, it's always craving for a battle. This made Madara grin with satisfaction. He didn't know that, but to think that he and his spirit were so in tuned. This really is the perfect spirit for me, But I never heard of this spirit before, this Susanoo. It feels really powerful. Really, really powerful. It's hard to believe that it's an unknown spirit, Tue interjected. Now Madara became nervous. What the hell should he tell them? If they really demand an explanation, he is bound to lie, and his lie is bound to be discovered instantly. If he refuses to answer, these spirits might not really allow him to leave this place. As for speaking the truth. Hey, yeah, right. Sensing the nervousness in Madara, La moved close to Tue. Let the boy keep his secrets, you and your bad habit of wanting to know everything about everyone that comes in touch with you, said the male voice. Tue was in silence. Madara could very faintly see the spirit struggling to let go of its curiosity. To think that they have such humanity in them. He smiled gently. Tue lowered its head, slightly, displaying a tiny bit of shame for its behavior. Oh, now you are just cute, hee, thought Madara. The black koi turned towards Madara. We felt you arriving in our domain. We wanted to get to know you. We are rather happy that you aren't the avatar because we initially thought you were. Madara was confused. You dislike the avatar? Tue this time answered, we don't really dislike the avatar, but they decided to close the portals to the spirit world without our say in it. How would you feel if someone locked you outside of your house behind your back and just told you afterward, saying that they judged it was better that way? Madara had a thoughtful expression. Well, when you look at it that way. But you can just go back to the spirit world at will, can't you? La answered, yes, but our influence in the human world will be severed. Without us here there will be no waterbending. If the portals were open, we could reside anywhere in the spirit world or here, and still have our influence. TSK. Madara frowned. Honestly, his plan was to never open the spirit world portal. He would prevent Korra from even having to deal with the whole Season 2 drama by getting rid of Unalaq right away. He honestly was afraid of the spirit world. Everything about him made him a target to powerful ancient spirits, especially Ko the Face Stealer and his mother. He decided to just avoid that topic and asked, okay, but why did you want to talk to me? I mean, you welcomed me and all, but I never did anything for you too. La answered with a hint of teasing towards Tue. Part of it was due to curiosity of someone. But mostly because I feel a connection with you. It's ironic that you are a firebender while holding a spirit related to the sea. Madara chuckled. It's alright, it's not Susanoo main domain anyway. Tue nodded. Sadly, we are no lion turtles. With a spirit like that I don't doubt you would be an amazing waterbender. Madara chuckled. With my personality. I doubt it. I'm as aggressive as Susanoo, and one of my greatest pleasures in life is having worthy battles. I don't think I have the mentality to be a waterbender. La chuckled. Yes, I've noticed, your bloodlust yesterday was interesting, to think that you changed because of a little talk with the little princess you. Madara snorted. That's not it, if anyone does me or my family any harm, I will hunt them down, but Kalia's situation is a bit complicated. Sigh, if I followed through with my plans, our relationship would be permanently cracked. Her happiness is above my selfish need for vengeance. If Paku wasn't the last living member of her family, I would burn him to ashes. Tue was quite satisfied with his answer, its eyes even morphed into crescent moons, displaying her happiness. Good human. You have the heart to hate and the heart to love, although it is not how we do things, at least you understand that not everything can be solved with might. La chuckled. Indeed, you seemed very worried about her. Is she your mate? Madara started coughing. What? No, she is like 9 years older than me. He scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression, and she hates rules. She once told me that she would never marry because that would be extra chains binding her, although she said she would be faithful to whomever she falls in love with. She would never actually marry or have kids. Tue chuckled. What a troublesome child, hee hee. But why is getting married and having kids so important to you? I mean, I can feel your vitality, you will live way more than regular humans. Probably twice or thrice as long. Madara was shocked. I only opened 5 chakras and my vitality already skyrocketed to this point. I didn't know that. Good to know. He then shrugged. I am the last member of my clan, my family. I want the Uchiha to spread their name. That an. Having a family would bring me many new experiences that I never had. Once he said the last part, he became a bit melancholic. How could he not? At this point he could be considered almost 40 and never met anyone blood-related to him. He never had the warmth of having parents, but at least he can enjoy the warmth of having kids one day. The spirits just remained silent. It was not their business anyway, so they decided to change the subject. We heard that you requested the princess for our spirit water. May I know why? Tue was rather curious. I wanted to heal Kalia's scars and burns. I don't know about her eye though. I don't think that even with your spirit water it can be fixed, said Madara, a bit dejected but with a hint of hope that the spirit would say otherwise. La was rather shocked. You want our water for that? Although what you said is true about her eye and everything. But, with enough of our water, you could deepen your connection with Susanoo. I can feel that you two are connected but not 100% compatible. It's very taxing to use its power, isn't it? Wait. What now? Madara was gobsmacked by that information. What the actual fuck? Spirit water can make his Susanoo better. He has been racking his brain to figure out a way to reach certain phases of the Susanoo without an answer, and they just gave it to him. Like that. I thought that with time my compatibility with Susanoo would increase and it would be easier to use its power, you know, like Avatar and Rava. He thought out loud. La was shocked, naturally. As if even the Avatar had the need some sort of a buffer to fully merge with Rava. Which method they used we don't know, but you know quite a lot, don't you? Realizing his mistake, he gulped. Well, I did spend 3 years inside Wan Shirtong's library. I learned many things. Sorry buddy, take one for the team will ya? Tue was curious. How is that cute little owl doing nowadays? Haven't seen them in a long time. This made Madara's eyebrow raise in amusement. They are a bit too dedicated to their books, never leave the library, and display distrust towards humans, but deep inside they are a little tsundere owl, a lovable one. La was curious. What is a tsundere? Madara's face morphed into a blank poker face. Saitama is back, baby. Oh boy. You know. When someone has feelings but is too proud to display them, or simply doesn't know how to express them. They try to double down on their persona to try to trick everyone else into believing that they don't have those feelings. The two spirits stared at one another for a few seconds before bursting out loud into a laugher. Ha 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 ha. That is definitely Wan Shirtong. Oh, the spirits. Ha ha ha. Said Tue. La on the other hand was a bit more composed. He stopped laughing after the initial burst and had a thoughtful expression on his face. I know so many spirits that would fit that term. Madara's Saitama face intensified. Oh, you have no idea. Chapter 39, Duel. That night Madara came back into his room with a thoughtful expression as he had learned many things from his talk with Tue and La. The elephant in the room was obviously his compatibility with Susanoo. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted, who wouldn't be? But the spirits won't just gift him that much spirit water for no reason, and he won't just steal it from them either. It's just not worth it because although the spirits didn't know how Avatar 1 fused with Rava, he did. Worst case scenario, he would just use the portals. Talking about portals, he was very pissed. His plan was to stop Analek from ever trying to team up with Vato, and prevent the whole Season 2 of Avatar Korra from becoming a thing. The issue here is harmonic convergence would happen with or without Analek. Trying to stop it would be trying to stop nature from following its course. Impossible. I need to prepare for that. The opening of the portals is the source of Seasons 3 and 4 of Korra. If I manage to stop it from happening, a lot of headaches could be avoided. But at the same time, can I really stop it? What can I gain from letting those portals open? After he reached home, he took his shower, using his firebending to heat up the water because this is the fucking North Pole, and went to sleep. The next day was a cloudy day with a few snowflakes falling from the sky. A big crowd was situated on the waterbending training grounds, the exact place where Katara and Pakku fought in the series. In the middle of the grounds, two people faced one another, Pakku and Kalia. Pakku assumed his stance, an example of a flawless waterbending combat stance, that prioritized the flow of movement. Kalia, on the other hand, made a stance that shocked everyone, even Madara and Lei. "Hey, isn't that?" Madara said. Lei nodded. It seems she learned more than just regular waterbending. What a creative woman. He chuckled. The music I was listening to while writing this was Strong and Strike, Naruto OST, so that will be my soundtrack recommendation. Kalia stood with a horse stance, prioritizing stability. Her stance prioritized a strong foundation and not flexibility like a waterbender. She smirked. "Come, old man, I will show ye how wrong and outdated ye mindset is." She took one step further and stomped the ground with strength, moving her arms and preparing for the fight. When she did that, everyone noticed right away what movements those were. Earthbending stance. Pakku was shocked, but he couldn't help but grin. This girl. Waving his hands, he instantly sent two water whips towards Kalia, who just smirked and stomped the ground with her back foot, raising two ice pillars and blocking the whips. Shifting her feet, she started sliding around Pakku, sending sharp icicles that formed on her fingertips towards him relentlessly. Madara was shocked. She is imitating my shuriken throwing technique. The old man was forced onto the defensive. He pulled water from the fountain and created a ring of water around himself and used it to redirect the icicles to protect himself. "That's all ye have after a decade, old man," Kalia shouted while creating a ramp of ice and jumping to evade a low water whip that came from Pakku. Then she moved her hands and detached the ramp from the ground and sent it flying towards her uncle. Pakku wanted to take advantage of Kalia being in the air, but he was forced to block the massive ice ramp that came flying towards him like a boulder. This girl is not lowering her guard. His eyes were narrowed and he calculated where she would land, and thinking she would continue to circle around him on ice, he prepared a trap a few feet ahead of the place where she would land. Kalia saw her uncle's frown and grinned. She did a spin in the air and came crashing down on the ice floor like a meteor, but what caused Pakku to be gobsmacked was that she didn't continue to slide, she just fell on the ice and was swallowed by it. "Whistle, damn, she really is fighting like an earthbender," said Lei. Madara smirked. Waterbending masters preach about flexibility, but all of them follow the same stance. Kalia took the term flexibility to a new level, managing to incorporate other bending styles and stances into her waterbending. What a genius! Pakku kept looking around trying to find her, then suddenly felt his ankles being grabbed. Before he could react, he was pulled down and trapped into the ice, with only his head left out. Madara's Sharingan instantly activated. Is that double suicide decapitation? His eyes narrowed towards Kalia, who emerged in front of Pakku's exposed head. Before she could take a step forward, Pakku rotated and turned the ice around him into water. Emerging from the hole surrounded by a cloak of water and tentacles, he engaged her again. The battle kept going. Pakku was trying his best to keep up with Kalia, who switched between waterbending and earthbending stances freely, displaying creativity and talent above her peers. For 10 minutes they kept fighting, with Kalia only being hit twice while Pakku was already breathing heavily. Not only was he already old, but he was also forced to keep a constant output of chi to block and counter Kalia's unorthodox bending. It didn't matter how Pakku tried to strike, she had an answer for it. Finally, when Paku lost a bit of his focus due to exhaustion, Kalia closed her left fist, forming an ice gauntlet around her arm. Shifting her feet, she propelled herself towards her uncle at extreme speed with the help of her bending. Paku tried to step backward, but Kalia instantly closed her other fist, which froze one of his feet, making him lose his balance and fall to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw Kalia inches from him with a bloodthirsty smile and a stretched arm covered in ice. "This is the end," she shouted and punched with all her might. Paku couldn't even raise a defense at this point. Boom. Paku's sweat dropped when he saw Kalia's toned arm right beside his head. An inch away, her fist was swallowed by the floor and many sharp ice blades formed all around the battlefield. He could only gulp, imagining what would be of him if she really aimed for his head. The surroundings were silent, even the chief was speechless. He never imagined that someone would use earthbending combat stances and movements as a waterbender. Madara and Lei smirked. Kalia took a deep breath and removed her fist from the ice and stood up. "I won." She looked at her uncle with a victorious grin but didn't help him to get up. Paku, who was still shocked, came back to reality and nodded with a proud smile. "Yes. And you did it wonderfully." The other masters came down and used their bending to get rid of the spikes, returning the training ground to a flat, sleek surface while one of them helped Paku back up. Kalia planned to fight like this since she was on the airship. She wanted her actions to display her ideals, and how outdated and limited the current Northern Water Tribe was. Their own bending style preached freedom, creativity, and flexibility, but all of them used the same stances like any other bending. She wanted to display how much they were limiting themselves due to their current mindset. Paku, who got up, couldn't help but stretch his back. To think that you merged earthbending movements with waterbending to be able to fight like that. "I never heard of anyone doing it before." Kalia snorted. "Of course not, old man, I created it myself. Water can change shape and form, so why should I be limited?" She grinned. Paku's and every other waterbending master's eyes went wide after hearing that question. They never really considered that. Even the chief stopped in his tracks when he heard it. Water can change shapes and forms. It may sound very obvious, but for people who got trapped following the same mindset for hundreds of years, it was very hard to think outside of the box. Kalia turned away from them and walked toward Madara and Lei. "Boss, I'm done with this place. Let's go back home." Madara could only shake his head with a smile. The trio turned around and started leaving the area. They already achieved everything they wanted here anyway. Staying one more night under surveillance was annoying for all of them. They left the crowd behind without a shred of courtesy. They didn't care anymore. As they walked, Madara turned to Kalia. "Those movements." She shrugged. "What? We live in the Earth Kingdom, obviously. There's plenty of earthbenders around to give me some pointers." He sighed exasperatedly. "I'm talking about your throwing movements." "Oh, that. I've been watching you training for a while. I tried to do it with some ice darts, but it's hard to achieve that amount without a proper environment. Thankfully it was snowing today as well. Otherwise, it would have been a very close fight." She grinned and looked up. This revelation shocked Lei, and his reaction didn't escape Kalia's eye. "What's up, Jackie? I know that the way I fought isn't suitable for anywhere else but here. The environment here is perfect to fight like an earthbender. That was one of the boss' first lessons, remember? Everything can be used as a weapon. Even the environment and the weather." Lei could only gulp and accept defeat. In terms of creativity, he was leagues below Kalia. "If we fight here, with unlimited ice and water at her disposal, I won't be able to touch her." He stared at her. Suddenly he felt a strong slap on his back. He even stumbled forward and almost fell to the floor. Looking back with resentment in his eyes, he spotted Madara's snarky grin. "Don't be depressed, Jackie. Every single bender has places which give them advantages and disadvantages." Lei nodded but got curious. "What about you, Mr. Uchiha? Which place gives you a disadvantage?" This question made Kalia curious as well. Madara touched his chin and adopted a thoughtful expression, thinking hard on that question. I think. The spirit world." This raised Lei and Kalia's eyebrows. "Why?" Madara just shrugged. "Because I learned that people can't bend while in there." Kalia and Lei instantly stopped in their tracks. Madara kept walking for a few feet until he noticed something and turned around, just to see both Kalia and Lei adopting his favorite deadpan Saitama face. "Oh. I'm so proud," he grinned at them. Lei's eyebrow twitched at that grin. Are you telling me that the only way for you to have a disadvantage is to remove your ability to bend? Kalia on the other hand raised her eyebrow as she saw Madara's sarcastic grin. He looks good when he grins like that. They resumed their walk until they reached their airship, but they were welcomed by a palace maid that walked toward Madara. I'm here under the princess orders to deliver this to you. She took a fist-sized vial with some glowing liquid inside and handed it to Madara, who smiled politely and accepted. Tell Princess Yu that we will meet again if fate allows us. The maid nodded and walked away. Oh. Did Yi and the princess have an interesting encounter, teased Kalia, with Lei listening to it while pretending to not care. Madara just chuckled. Yes, you can say that. Why, are you jealous? Kalia snorted as if. Doesn't matter which girl ye settle for, I will always be ye second in command. Lei choked. This damn barbarian always likes to rub her position in my face. He eyed her with resentment. Madara laughed loudly. Aye, no one can replace you, Kalia. She just smirked. Aye. Good luck finding a girl that will accept that, boss. Chapter 40, Family. After entering the airship, Kalia rushed to her room. This was also one of the reasons why she wanted to leave immediately after achieving her victory. She felt a huge weight being lifted from her heart. That victory gave her closure. She finally felt that she could move on with her life without thinking of the past. She sat down on her mat and meditated, but it didn't take a single day for her to unlock not one, but 2 chakras in a row. She unlocked both her air and sound chakras and finally caught up to Madara. Madara, on the other hand, was stuck on his 6th chakra for a while. The light chakra was quite unique. It deals with insight and it's blocked by illusion. It's something so formless and abstract that it's really hard to grasp its concept. After she completed her meditation, she fell asleep with an exhausted but relieved smile on her face. The trip back home was very comfortable. They ate and drank together, laughed, and enjoyed their time while poor Lei had to pilot the ship. Kalia changed and everyone was happy about it. Once they reached the resort and docked the airship on the landing platform, they exited and Lei walked behind Madara with a thoughtful expression. Mr. Uchiha, do you have a minute? Asked Lei a bit confused. Madara raised his eyebrow. Sure, he smiled and turned to Kalia. We will talk more later, Kalia. I will have a chat with Jackie. She smirked and nodded. Aye, boss, I will be in me house if you need anything. After waving, she walked away with a huge smile on her face. Ignoring the curious gazes from the employees all around the resort that weren't used to seeing Kalia so happy since, well, ever. Madara turned towards Lei and followed him. Is everything all right with you and Nari? He asked. Oh, of course, Mr. Uchiha. We are very satisfied with our jobs, answered Lei with a smile. Madara shook his head. That's not what I asked. I want to know if you two are all right, healthy, and happy. Lei scratched the back of his head. Well, in terms of healthy, I believe we are. I don't even remember the last time any of us got sick or anything. Madara could only smile wryly at that answer. You haven't said anything about happiness, Jackie. Lei lowered his head with a guilt-ridden face and stood in silence as they walked toward his house. As they were about to enter, Lei turned to Madara and spoke. We are not unhappy, Mr. Uchiha, it's more like worried and feeling guilt and a bit of shame. Madara didn't expect that answer. I mean, they never did anything bad to feel guilty about, not that he knew of anyway, and worried. Worried about what? As they walked inside, Madara took a look around the manor, which was big but cozy, and also followed Japanese architecture just like his mansion, which made Madara smile. This guy. As they walked inside, they heard a lovely female voice coming from the kitchen. Darling, welcome back. I will be done with dinner in a few minutes. Lei smiled gently as he heard that voice, like all his worries vanished. It's fine, Nari, Mr. Uchiha is here with us, so make an extra portion, okay? Oh. Mr. Uchiha is finally here to have dinner with us. Leave it to me. She sounded excited and happy, which made Madara smile even more. These two have a perfect relationship, sigh. I would have been the happiest man on the planet if they were my parents in my past life. Lei envied Madara and Kalia because they have their bending, but Madara envied Lei because he was lucky enough to find the perfect companion for himself. Just think about it, how many firebenders, waterbenders, and earthbenders exist? And how many people end up with a happy marriage? the numbers don't lie. As they sat down on their mats around a low rectangular carved table, Madara couldn't help but tease Lei. For someone who complained about my weird ideas for my house, you sure copied many of them. If not all. He chuckled. Lei got embarrassed and scratched the bridge of his nose. Well, Mr. Uchiha, you can't blame me. Your house is sure beautiful and unique. Nari got enthralled by its beauty and demanded something similar. He averted his gaze. Madara laughed. And you, like a good husband, granted her wish. He had an annoying smirk on his face that made Lei's eyebrow twitch furiously. Relax, Jackie, I understand you. Happy wife, happy life, right? Lei's eyes went wide. Who came up with that saying? It's so accurate. Madara burst into a loud laugh that made Lei even more embarrassed. Ha ha ha, well I guess it was me. He grinned. It's not like anyone here can say otherwise. Nari walked into the room carrying a wooden tray with tea and cups for both of them. It's so wonderful to have you for dinner, Mr. Uchiha. She smiled happily after serving tea to both of them. As they enjoyed their tea, Nari came back with dinner and all of them ate until they felt bloated. Damn Jackie, your wife knows how to cook, said Madara while laying down on the tatami floor. I know, right? I have to double my workout so I don't get fat. Lei laughed and drank his tea. Nari was all smiles. She was very happy to have Madara around. They both are already in their mid-30s and never had any children. Nari met Madara when he was just a young kid at the age of 10, and she couldn't help but see him as her own son from time to time. After talking for a bit, Madara wanted to know what the issue was with Lei, so, with all the subtlety of a nuke, he just asked. Okay Jackie, tell me what is worrying you. Nari raised an eyebrow and eyed her husband. She was a bit reluctant to talk about these things as well. Well, you see, we were planning on having a child a few years ago, but we ended up deciding against it for the time being. Madara kept staring at the couple, whose expressions shifted every few seconds like they were trying to come up with the perfect answer without sounding weird. You can speak freely, you two are my family. I don't think that there should be these kinds of worries between family members. Madara smiled. Nari sighed. We decided against it because we live in a world that is at war. It's a terrible era to raise a child. Lei nodded. Who knows what the future holds? So we decided to wait until the world is more peaceful. The problem is, this war lasted 100 years and who knows when it will end. We have no idea how it will end and what the after effects of this war will be either. I don't want to raise a child to become a slave of the Fire Nation. He clenched his fists when he spoke those last words. Nari nodded and lowered her head. Madara now was caught between a rock and a hard place. He wanted them to follow him for the decades to come and remain young so he could keep his family longer. But at the same time, if I have to lie and deceive them just to have them around, then I'm not worthy of being their family. Taking a deep breath, Madara spoke with a serious tone. The war will last for 1.5 more years, and the Fire Nation will not win. He spoke with conviction and certainty. The couple raised their heads and stared at Madara with confused expressions. Mr. Uchiha, why do you think so? Asked Lei. Madara on the other hand just shook his head. It's not what I think, I am 100% sure of it. In 6 months the Avatar will return, and a year after his return, the war will end. Both Lei and Nari were staring at Madara with wide eyes, but the woman spoke before her husband this time. How do you know that? Madara closed his eyes. I've seen it. Like a vision? Asked Lei. Madara nodded. You could call it that. The couple stared at one another for a few seconds before Nari asked again. And what if the Avatar doesn't appear? Or, what if the Avatar fails? Madara opened his eyes, and a dangerous glint appeared in his deep black irises. If that happens, I will end this war myself. He spoke with a deep tone that sent chills down the couple's spines. They knew Madara was strong, like absurdly strong, but they never saw Susanoo, so in their eyes, Madara was just a firebender, probably the strongest firebender alive, but just a firebender. Mr. Uchiha, I don't want to disrespect you, but if the Avatar can't stop the war, I find your lack of faith disturbing, Jackie. Madara smirked. Oh, I always wanted to say that. But Nari tried to talk but was interrupted when Madara raised one of his hands. You two talk like the Avatar is the only anomaly in our world. But the truth is, he is not. Jackie, do you have a secluded place outdoors so that I can show you something? Madara asked. Now he was a bit nervous, but he didn't want to keep this from his family, especially when his family felt so worried. Lei nodded. Our manor is quite isolated from the rest of the village and we have a small courtyard surrounded by the walls, although it's not like your old cave back in Gaoling, I believe it is safe enough. The three of them walked towards the courtyard and after reaching there, Madara requested them to watch from a distance as he walked to the center of the place. Jackie, Nari. What I'm about to show you could be said to be one of my biggest secrets, he said with a slightly trembling voice, but he made up his mind. It would be revealed sooner or later anyway when canon started. The couple nodded and gulped. Madara always displayed the most absurd skills and techniques without caring, so for him to be this nervous. Madara proceeded to form the ram hand seal. Why? Simply because he wanted to do it. He was nervous and did it to occupy his mind by pretending to cast a jutsu. Lei and Nari got shocked, actually. Shocked was an understatement. Poor Lei even fell to his knees when a massive flame-like blue aura spread through the yard forming that monstrosity. Nari wasn't any better. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She was an educated woman, she studied history and many other noble courses her whole life and never heard of such a technique, but she felt the earth trembling, even the walls were threatening to crack and Madara didn't even move that thing, as if just by existing it felt that the world would fall apart. As they walked back inside the manor, Lei couldn't help but ask. Mr. Uchiha. That was. Yes, that was a spirit, Jackie. My own spirit. In a way I'm very similar to the Avatar. An anomaly. But when they have the four elements. I have Susanoo. So. Your visions are related to your bond with your spirit, I mean. Susanoo. Asked Nari. She was a very curious woman and the information about spirits was very scarce and inaccurate. In a way. Yes. Madara nodded. After they walked back inside, Madara was about to bid farewell to the couple and go to his own house. He missed his bed and was feeling slightly awkward and nervous around them. He worried, what if they saw him more like a monster now? But he was stopped by Nari. Mr. Uchiha, is the offer still up? She asked. What offer? He was confused for a bit. She smiled gently, the one about the chakras. Madara nodded but was confused. Lei walked beside his wife, wrapping one of his arms around her shoulders, and spoke with conviction. We accept the deal, Mr. Uchiha, we want to accompany you on your journey and see the wonders of the future with our own eyes. And who knows? Perhaps the future will bring us a better era to raise our own child. Lei smiled. Nari nodded while casting a motherly warm smile towards Madara, which he couldn't really identify because of his lack of experience in having parents. It's not like I need a child now anyways, still having you around. But I just told you that the war will end soon. You could just wait 2 more years and Nari interrupted him. We know. And we are happy that you shared that with us even knowing that the information might push us away from you in the future. But, it is as you said. We are family, aren't we? She smiled happily while hugging Madara, while Lei just nodded sagely with his arms crossed. Madara felt that motherly hug and couldn't help but close his eyes to enjoy every second of it. If we are family, then call me Madara from now on instead of Mr. Uchiha, at least when I come here to eat. He said with a nervous tone, to which Nari smiled even more brightly and hugged him tightly. All right then, Madara. Lei on the other hand was scratching his head. Will be difficult to get used to it, I have been calling you Mr. Uchiha for at least 7 years now. Madara glared at Lei with a twitching eye. That offer is not for you, Jackie. As if I would take Jackie fucking Chan as my father figure. Lei, who felt hit by an invisible arrow, crouched in a corner that seemed to cast a shadow over him. Why does he always pick on me? Nari on the other hand just giggled. Chapter 41, Pillar of Light. Madara came back to his home that night with a huge smile on his face. He was very happy with his new life, everything was working out well for him and his plans worked out, even though they did not work out flawlessly. His money was always increasing, he was surrounded by people who he cherished and who cherished him back. Life is good, he said as he stared at the full moon. Before he could enter the manor, he spotted a shadowy figure waiting for him. He smirked and asked, "Oh, isn't it a bit too late for a lady to be staying out here all alone?" A snort echoed, "Who the fuck are you calling a lady?" After a couple of seconds of silence, they both laughed. "Ye took ye time with Jackie and Nari, huh? And left me here waiting for ye." Madara shrugged. "Well, things developed differently from what I was expecting." "Oh yeah." Madara nodded. "They accepted learning how to unlock their chakras." "Oh, so that's why ye are so happy today." "But boss, just accepting it isn't all, they will have to work hard to unlock them." "I've been working on that for months, and ye have been working on that for years. It's not that easy, there's no guarantee that they will succeed." Madara again nodded. "I know. But when there's a will, there's a way." Kalia just nodded. She didn't really want to ruin her boss' mood, although she didn't have that much faith in them achieving the full 7 chakras. If they could achieve 5, they would still earn extra time. "So, ye said you wanted to talk to me, what is it?" Looking up at the sky, Madara pondered. "Well, since tonight is a full moon, it's more than just talk." He stared at Kalia. "I want you to use your blood bending on me." Kalia's eye went wide. "Boss, what the hell? I want to know how it works, I want to learn how to counter it." Of all the bendings in the world, blood bending was the one he was afraid of the most. Energy bending was more dangerous, yes, but he knew how to use it and how to possibly counter it. But blood bending, there's no dodge, there's no known counter, you are just turned into a puppet. Kalia nodded at his words. "All right, but don't blame me if you feel uncomfortable, Jackie always complained about it." Madara smirked. "Jackie always complains about a lot of things." They both chuckled again and walked to the backyard of the manor, staying 30 feet from one another. Kalia asked one final time, "Are you sure, boss?" She took her stance while facing Madara. Madara nodded. "Yes." "All right. Don't blame me later." She raised both of her hands as her eye narrowed. Madara was just standing there when suddenly he felt his body trembling. His eyes went wide as his arms started moving on their own, then his legs, and finally his torso. "Fuck, this really is awful." Kalia grinned and her hands slowly moved. Madara was raised from the ground and stood 2 feet above the grass, floating, while his limbs moved in awkward ways. "Calm down, I need to figure out a way." His Sharingan activated and he slowly observed his body. "All right, let's try a few things." For hours they stood there in the backyard and Madara discovered many things related to bloodbending. Once they were done with their training, a panting Madara came walking towards the front door while a calm Kalia followed him with her hands behind her head. "That felt great, right boss?" she chuckled. Madara just stared at her with a twitching eyebrow and said nothing. "What? It's not every day that I can see the mighty Madara Uchiha suffering like that." She shrugged and kept chuckling. He rolled his eyes at her comment and sat down by the front door. "For the next few months, we will be training my resistance against bloodbending every full moon." Kalia nodded, but she seemed to have something that she was holding back. "Go ahead and say it," said Madara, thinking that it was more of her sarcastic remarks. "Well, boss. Here's the thing, I feel that as I unlock me chakras, me bending is getting more powerful, and, eventually, I believe I will be able to use bloodbending without the need of a full moon." She was rather reluctant of sharing this as bloodbending was dangerous and she knew it. Having the full moon limitation made it more acceptable, but what if someone didn't have that limitation? That person would be seen as a threat, and a very dangerous threat at that. Madara was shocked by the revelation, but not for the reasons she thought he would be. Wait, what? So, unlocking the chakras gives her full access to bloodbending. So, that's why Amon, his brother, and his father could bloodbend like that. Wait. Do the unlocked chakras causes permanent changes to the point that they can be partially inherited by their offspring? If so, everything would make sense. At some point, an ancestor of Amon unlocked his 7 chakras, and the bloodbending potential passed on through the generations. Why did he think that only the bloodbending potential passed on? Because Amon's father, Yakoni, aged normally and so did his 2 sons. Why would the bloodbending pass on while the rest wouldn't? Well, all elemental bendings are hereditary, so it made sense for him. As he was thinking about the possibilities, Kalia was more and more worried about being seen as a threat by the person that she cherished and respected the most. Coming out of his thoughts, Madara noticed the awkward silence and looked at Kalia, who at this point was looking extremely nervous and worried. He chuckled and walked towards her. Before she could say anything, he hugged her tightly, wrapping his arms around her thin waist. "You silly woman, do you think that I would see you as a monster just because your talent is above the masses? I told you before, no one will ever replace you." Kalia was temporarily stunned by his behavior but reacted pretty quickly. She hugged him back. They were roughly the same height at this point. She was tall for a woman, 5', 7 foot, with Madara being a couple of inches taller than her already. To think that little scary kid grew up this well. She chuckled at her thoughts. They stood there in comfortable silence for over 2 minutes until Madara remembered something. "Oh yes. I got you a little souvenir from the Northern Water Tribe." He stared at her eyes and smirked. "Oh. Are you trying to woo me or something?" She wiggled her eyebrows with a teasing smile. Madara rolled his eyes. "Please. It's not like I need to woo you at this point," he said while his arms pulled her closer. "You know. Sometimes I miss when you were a little boy that didn't have naughty thoughts." She chuckled. Madara shrugged his shoulders. "You say that, but everyone in the resort believes we have a thing going." Kalia shrugged back. "Well, what can I say? You are handsome and I'm hot. We kinda match." "This cheeky bitch." Madara's eyebrow twitched again. "But again, I'm not looking for a husband and you know it, boss. I don't think I ever will be. Settling down and having kids is something that I can't imagine myself doing." She lowered her head a bit, knowing that their values were different in that regard. Madara freed one of his arms and slapped her forehead, making her head bounce all the way back with an audible slap sound. "Ouch. Ye bastard. What was that for?" she shouted. "Don't give me that sad and depressed face then. I worked hard to get this for you," he said as he pulled a small vial that was attached to a chain which made it look more like an amulet than a small bottle, and gave it to her. "And what is this? It's not a weird, Uchiha's way to propose, is it?" She raised an eyebrow. Madara let out a defeated sigh and stared at the moon. "Why?" He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "That's a flask containing spirit water, from the spirit oasis in the Northern Water Tribe. I got it just for you. It said that it can heal any wounds and clear scars." Kalia was very surprised. Of course she knew about the spirit water. She was born there to begin with and her status was high enough to have the privilege of knowledge regarding her homeland. "B-boss. Are ye serious? You got this for me?" She choked emotionally as she stared at him. He nodded. "Although it cannot heal your eye, and it's not enough to heal all your scars, it can heal that burn on the side of your head. I know you don't like it. B-boss." Tears came out of her eyes as she stared at Madara. This was the first time someone went this far just for her. "This thing is priceless, it can save lives." Madara looked at her with a gentle smile. "But don't worry about your eye. I already have a possible plan in mind." Her eyes went wide as the most beautiful smile blossomed on her face. Madara continued, "It might take a while, and it might be a little dangerous, but I will do my best." Before he could continue his monologue, Kalia sealed his lips with her own. It was Madara's turn to have his eyes go wide and shocked. The kiss lasted for a few seconds before Kalia pulled back a little bit. "Kalia. What you did? You know that we have different goals." "PFFF." She laughed out loud. Madara tried his best but couldn't prevent a vein from popping on his forehead. "Are you playing with me?" She wiped a tear from her eyes. "Ah, boss, already grown up and still so childish." Madara wasn't amused. Okay, said Kalia. "Boss, ye know that ye will live a long while, right?" Madara nodded. "So ye plan on never having any experience until ye find a wife?" She chuckled again. "The mighty Madara Uchiha. The oldest virgin in the 4 nations." Ha 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 ha. She couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing out loud again. "This fucking slut." Madara was trying his best to not beat the shit out of her right here and right now. His face went red. He felt unfathomable embarrassment after hearing those words, because they were rather accurate. He didn't consider that beforehand, but she was right. Why shouldn't he enjoy his youth? Kalia finally calmed down, but her shoulders still trembled as she tried her best to not laugh. "I know ye don't love me, boss, and I'm totally fine because what I feel for ye isn't love either, but ye are clearly attracted to me, and well, I'm attracted to ye too. So, why are ye behaving like a little kid now that ye are a grown man? I swear I will beat the shit out of you." Madara was very embarrassed. "All right, I will go back to me house, thank you for the gift, boss. She gave him a final kiss on his lips and walked away. Madara could only stay there like a scarecrow, staring at the horizon long after she left. What she said made sense. So far, he didn't have romantic feelings towards anyone he met. They might develop in the future or they might not. Why should he keep himself pure for a possible future? It's not like people didn't break up in this world, I mean. Even Zuko didn't end up with Mai even after they enjoyed their time together, and let's not open the can of worms that's called Korra. Not to mention how long he would live. Should he really be thinking about starting a family at 17 when he would live up to his 317s? Or even longer. After that night Madara went back to his daily schedule. He trained mainly on his taijutsu because his firebending finally encountered a roadblock. It's not all about physical training, he had to learn the spiritual side of bending, so he meditated a lot, which was also the proper way to improve his energy bending. The problem with meditation is that it's a long-term investment. It will take years, or even decades to improve. But it's not like he was in a hurry. His daily schedule was divided into basic administration of his resort, which meant basically dumping everything on Jackie, coming up with new ideas for his products, overseeing his new buildings, training his body, meditating and increasing his chi. That at this point was absurd already. After a few months, he was finally met with great news. His products, the Kizaru and tobacco, became a phenomenon with the high society. Many herbalists across the 4 nations even tried to copy his formula, but due to the current era and lack of technology, they really couldn't examine what he created, and some really tried to copy it, but it was either poisonous or vastly inferior. The Kizaru itself was easier to replicate, but his were still on high demand because they became the top brand with the highest quality assured. It was to the point that if some rich person didn't have it, they suffered some sort of social pressure. Like what? You can't even afford a Red Cloud Kizaru. What are you even doing in this meeting? Yet human society was that ridiculous. The Koi Tower became a spot for rich people to come and brag. It came to a point that it wasn't about how much they could earn, but the amount they could spend and still behave like it was no big deal. Madara and Kalia also grew rather closer. Not many feelings involved other than desire and lust, but they stopped holding back a bit, which made every worker look at them with knowing smiles, especially Jackie, who got punched in the face. One beautiful morning, Madara slid open the door of his bedroom and started walking on the deck around his manor, looking at his garden while wearing a long red yukata with the Uchiha symbol on the back. Back in his room, a tanned female could be seen wrapped around his bedsheets still sleeping. The gentle chilling breeze caressed his face and made his long mane move with the wind. It was the last day of autumn. What a wonderful day, he said, looking around his manor with a satisfied expression. All the maids that went past him bowed respectfully as he passed. He also gave them nods and smiled at them. They were all loyal hard workers after all. As he was walking he felt something, but not only him. Everyone did. Even non-benders. It was like the world was talking to them. As he looked south he saw a huge pillar of light reaching towards the skies. He snorted, "TSK. What a great way to ruin my day." Chapter 42, The Avatar Returns. As a pillar of bright white light reaches the pale blue sky above, a metal ship drifts through an icy sea, moving ever closer to a land completely covered in a thick blanket of snow. Finally, a tall young teen wearing the Fire Nation military uniform stands on the deck, gazing at the light. His ponytail flutters in the wind. Turning around, he faces another person in his uniform who sits at a small table and grins with a confident yet calm smile. "Uncle, you know what that means, don't you?" The old stout man, playing some sort of card game, answered calmly while looking at the tile he was holding toward his nephew. "I won't get to finish my game?" he asked in a somewhat downcast mood. The young teen gave him a smirk. "Well, I believe we have quite a while until the ship reaches there, so enjoy the game while we sail." The old man in the military uniform gave him a huge smile and nodded. The teen narrowed his one good eye while staring at the horizon. "That light has to be him, we all felt it, it's an incredibly powerful source." Iroh, the old man, looked again at the tile in his hand, which depicted the symbol of airbending. "It could just be celestial lights, we've been down this road before, Prince Zuko." He placed the tile he was holding onto a tile carrying the symbol of firebending. However, he gave his nephew a reassuring smile. "Although I don't want to raise your hopes over nothing. We have nothing to lose by going there, but how about we finish our game while we are on our way like you suggested?" Iroh gestured towards the empty seat at the other side of the table while continuing with a relaxed voice. Please, sit. Why don't we enjoy a cup of calming jasmine tea as well? Zuko's eyebrow twitched as he watched his legendary uncle behave like a kid once again. After taking a deep breath he shouted, "Helmsman! Head to the light," right before sitting at the table to give his uncle company, although he refused to drink the tea. Well, at least it's already an improvement, a major one even, thought Iroh while observing his nephew discreetly while playing his game, finally placing the earthbending tile on top of another tile that carried the symbol of airbending. A few hours later, in a very primitive village in the middle of the snow fields. What war? What are you talking about? Asked a bald boy with a blue arrow tattoo on his forehead that in the back went all the way down his spine, while sliding down a huge flying bison. A young teen with both sides of his head shaved and his remaining brown hair tied up raised one eyebrow in disbelief. You're kidding. Right. The bald boy looked questioningly at the older teen, but his expression changed to enthusiasm when he caught sight of an otter penguin. Penguin! He shouted and chased the poor creature, racing past the teen girl that accompanied her brother while enhancing his speed by using his airbending and leaving a trail in the snow as he ran. He is kidding. Right, asked the male teen again, but this time to the girl by his side. They both glanced at each other, not sure what to think about the bald boy's reaction. After another hour or so, a bright red flare exploded high in the sky, the light hovering over the frozen wasteland for quite a while, giving a certain metal ship a better reference for their journey. The tanned male teen ran towards his sister and the bald boy as they arrived back at the village while shouting angrily, "I knew it," and pointing his finger at the boy as he drew closer. You signaled the Fire Navy with that flare. You are leading them straight to us, aren't you? The girl immediately moved between her brother and the boy. Aang didn't do anything. It was an accident, she said while protecting the young boy. Why yeah. We were on the ship and there was this booby trap, and, well. Aang sheepishly and awkwardly rubbed his head, we booby-ed right into it. An old lady walked up behind the teenage girl and spoke to her in a worried voice. Katara, you shouldn't have gone on that ship. Now we could all be in danger. Don't blame Katara. It was my fault, said Aang sorrowfully. Aha. The traitor confesses. The little drama continued for a while until Aang left on top of Appa, the flying bison, who still couldn't fly, and while that relieved Sokka a bit, his biggest worries were somewhere else. If there is even a single patrolling ship from the Fire Nation around these parts. Our village. He looked around and stared at the very small community of Southern Water tribesmen and decided to go to the wall surrounding the place. I hope there are none. Sadly for him, not only was there a ship, but that one ship was dead set on finding the source of both events, the Pillar of Light and the flare. Once arriving at the village, the ship simply rammed against the walls of the village and forced its way inside with little to no resistance whatsoever. The hatch opened, turning into a ramp that led all the way down towards the snow, and a teen with a fully bald head, except for a high ponytail, and with a half-burned face walked down towards the village followed by 2 guards. Once Zuko left the vessel he looked around while crossing his arms in front of his chest, like a certain someone, scanning everyone's faces like a hawk. Without delaying, Sokka, who was kneeling in the snow in front of Zuko's group, holding a battle stance that reminded one of a wolf preparing to pounce on his prey to defend his tribe, charged at the prince with his club held high without uttering a single word other than his battle cry. But once he reached Zuko, the prince merely kicked the club to his left and without even changing stances or looking at his opponent, kicked Sokka over to his right, sending him into the snow, where his head became trapped. While Sokka kept trying to free himself from the snow, Zuko simply stood there as more and more guards came out of the ship, slowly surrounding the village. Where is he? He asked calmly, and while his voice was calm, deep down he only felt anxiety. No one replied, much to Zuko's annoyance. He then pointed toward an old woman nearby, Kanna, and tried to keep his calm while explaining. He should be this age, master of all elements. Where is he? Once again no one replied, and while eyeing the crowd Zuko could see the fear in their gaze, but that didn't diminish his determination. Turning around towards his guards, he commanded them to action. Search the perimeter, he should be around here. Try to find anyone with different clothing compared to these people. If that's not possible, look for a fair-skinned old man. The Avatar isn't a water tribesman, he should be easily recognized. All of the villagers felt despair as the soldiers slowly moved towards their huts, searching everywhere they could. Show no fear. Sokka shouted while grabbing a spear and charging Zuko again. Zuko simply leaned sideways, easily dodging the telegraph strike, and hit Sokka right in the gut with his knee, making the poor teen lose his breath and fall to the ground in pain. "Stay down, once I get what I seek, we will leave," the prince said. Cough. "Like I am, cough." Believing the word of the Fire Nation. Sokka answered while trying to regain composure, but failing miserably, as that blow to his gut made him feel like he was hit by a hammer. Zuko ignored his remarks and kept looking around, waiting for his soldiers to return. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bald boy with a blue arrow tattoo arrived in the village riding an otter penguin while holding his staff. Using speed, he tried to create a small wave of snow toward the prince, who took a step back and avoided it completely. The villagers cheered his arrival, but the boy simply came to a halt before them, and after giving the animal a smile, he cheerfully spoke. "Hey, Sokka," then turning his head to the side a bit he waved, "Hey, Katara." Grumpily Sokka answered, "Hi, Aang. Thanks for coming." Zuko inspected the newcomer, who except for his age fit the criteria of his search quite well. Sending hand signals to his guards, the armored soldiers surrounded the bald boy, and Sokka, who was nearby. "Looking for me?" Aang asked while assuming a fighting stance. Shocked, Zuko raised one eyebrow. "You are an airbender." "The Avatar." "No way," exclaimed Sokka. But Aang didn't deny it, and that action by itself had a very obvious meaning. Taking a deep breath, Zuko sighed. "I've spent years preparing for this encounter, meditating, training. I went through the worst and most painful moments in my life for this moment, and you are." He closed his eyes with a deep angry frown on his face. "Just a child." "Well. You are just a teenager." Zuko lost his temper and launched a series of fire blasts at Aang, who defended himself by twirling his staff, which dissipated the flames. Using the proper airbending combat style of avoiding and evading, Aang danced around Zuko, who kept trying to incapacitate him. The prince simply dodged every strike of the bald boy, like his airbending skills were easy to track. "You better come with me," Zuko said while trying to rein in his anger. "You are outmatched, and outnumbered," he said while looking around, towards his guards. "Just think of what will happen if I give the order to them." Aang's face paled. He looked around and saw at least 8 armored firebenders surrounding them, all waiting for a command to act. He turned his face towards Zuko. "If I go with you, do you promise that you will leave everyone here alone?" Zuko stared at the boy. "I came here only for you, nothing else." Nodding, Aang relaxed his posture, which made Katara start to cry, but after giving her some reassuring words, Aang followed Zuko inside the ship. In a high-class Japanese-styled mansion, surrounded by cherry blossom trees, a late teen/young adult with long black hair and black eyes finished gathering his companions. "You all felt it, didn't you?" he asked with obvious annoyance showing on his face. "Yes. It was weird," answered a hot woman with a dark tan. "It interrupted my morning s." Ahem. Realizing what he said, the other man who was there and had long hair tied in a low ponytail, coughed to dismiss what he just said. "Yes, I felt it too," he said with a solemn gaze that only made the other two stare at him with deadpan Saitama faces. "Are ye serious?" Kalia asked. "Don't be mean, age is finally catching up with him. He needs all the chances he can get while he can still rise for the task," said Madara with a smirk. Lei's eyebrow twitched at that comment, but Kalia wasn't one to be outdone. Perhaps he is already having performance issues. He has been very cranky lately. This was probably a very precious event for him. "Oi!" shouted Lei. If Madara teased him, so be it then. He is his boss and best friend, but this woman. To hell with her. Creators. Chapter 43, Undercurrents. The sun was setting over the horizon and small snowflakes fell over the land as a gentle breeze blew from the east. A big flying bison could be seen flying above the blue ocean below, which had a few icebergs every 10 miles or so. Yet as the beast flew north, fewer and fewer icebergs could be spotted. That was horrible, shouted Sokka with an exhausted expression while he guided Appa as they flew on the large bison's back. "I can't believe it either," said Katara, sitting on the saddle that rested over the back of the creature, tending to a bald boy's wounds. "To think that they managed to push the Avatar to such a sorry state. Ouch." Katara, shouted the bald boy covered in wounds, half of his body was purple and swollen. Oh. Sorry. Katara showed her tongue like a brat, and recoiled meekly. I am not that good at nursing wounds, luckily you were just beaten and nothing too serious. Sokka stared at her with a deadpan face. Yeah. Nothing serious. He was just treated like a punching bag. I mean seriously. What kind of food do these Fire Nation people eat to make them so strong? Can't they share a bit with us? He exclaimed. Ouch! A shout of pain interrupted the talk again. I am done, Aang, said Katara, you just need to rest now. She concluded and covered him with a thick blanket. Well, on the bright side, we managed to escape, said Aang with a bright smile that didn't fit very well with his half-swollen face. But, man, that teenager really managed to beat me black and blue. Shivers ran down Aang's spine when he remembered the fight he had to endure to miraculously escape the ship. Sokka leaned back on Appa's neck and poked his nose with his pinky finger. Well, at least you managed to glow blue and escape. After flicking the nasty goober that he managed to excavate from his nose, he continued, imagine how hard it would be for us, people who can't glow. Drifting below, on the calm southern sea waters, a single metal ship could be seen following the trail of the flying creature. Bang! A loud sound echoed from one of the chambers of the ship. I can't believe he managed to escape, shouted Zuko in anger. Oh, and how angry he was. Not only was he angry but also incredibly dumbfounded, utterly dumbfounded. How did that happen? Relax, Prince Zuko, said a calm old voice from the side of the room. Uncle. How can you be so calm right after having the Avatar escape our grasp like that? Shouted Zuko. The old man simply shrugged and finished pouring tea into his cup. Well. He took his time drinking the first sip before finishing with a smile and a nod, a delay which pissed off Zuko even further. Can't you finish your damn words first? Ah. Good tea, said Iroh, but upon noticing his nephew's eyebrow twitching aggressively he simply coughed, ahem, as I was saying. There's no need to be like that, anger will not make the ship sail faster, and through this experience not only did you manage to learn that the Avatar is indeed back, but we also got his trail. Bang. Another sound echoed as Zuko, once again, punched the metal wall of the ship in anger. On top of that, said Iroh cheerfully, how many people can claim to have beaten the Avatar that bad, HM? You sure achieved something that only a few across history managed to do, Prince Zuko. And who cares? Zuko shouted back. He is but a child, his airbending skills are quite impressive, but on the other hand, he is awful at fighting, and yet he managed to escape. How can I face teacher after such shame? He asked as he stared at the black kimono with red clouds that was placed on the wall as an adornment, right below his beloved twin scimitars. The old man caressed his beard with a thoughtful expression. I believe he would be quite impressed that you managed to beat the Avatar to such a state by yourself. Those words brought a tinge of happiness to Zuko's angry visage, but the next words made him shiver so hard that he had to sit down and take a breather, either that or he would step up your training. Iroh had to use all of his willpower to not beam or overreact toward his nephew. Zuko didn't talk about honor, or his father's acceptance, his first worry was Mr. Uchiha's reaction. He took a sip of his tea to cover his growing smile. Oh, my dear nephew. I am so happy. The night passed quickly, and as the first rays of light spread through the horizon, the three kids on top of the flying bison woke up. Sokka slowly walked towards the edge of the saddle, turning to his sister and speaking with a sleepy voice, Katara, turn to the other side. Without waiting for any reply, he untied his pants and relaxed. Ah. What are you doing? Shouted Katara with anger and embarrassment, which startled Aang and made him look towards Sokka as well. Morning stuff, you know. Sokka replied nonchalantly as he was taking his time. That's so gross. Shouted both Aang and Katara, which in turn startled Appa, who started to move a bit erratically, almost throwing Sokka off his back. The event quickly passed, although Katara was no less angry, and Aang was no less grossed out by it. Ah, come on. Everyone pees in the morning, it's natural and healthy, perhaps we should get a bucket for you. Said Sokka while sitting on the saddle and munching some dry meat, the provisions they prepared for the trip. Katara, who was on Appa's neck guiding him since the bison refused to let Sokka sit there after that little event, turned towards her brother. Gross, sometimes I wonder if we are really siblings, you know. Sokka, deciding that his breakfast was more interesting than that talk, simply waved his hand dismissively and kept munching his food. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, the girl turned to the bald boy. By the way, Aang, how did you do that yesterday? We were in such a hurry and worried that we couldn't really sit and talk about it. That waterbending that you did to escape. Quietly, slightly downcast while sitting on the opposite edge of the saddle, Aang replied, I don't know. I just sort of did it. Why didn't you tell us you were the Avatar? Because. Aang avoided his gaze, his expression saddened, I never wanted to be. After quite a long pep talk, the trio decided that Aang should learn the element of water first, then earth, and finally fire. Ironically, this was the same thing that the monks told Aang, and it still felt weird for him to suddenly be seen as the Avatar instead of just an ordinary airbender. The final destination was settled, the North Pole. Katara was way more excited than Aang about such an adventure, though the poor girl didn't even know how much crap she would have to endure. Sigh, ignorance is bliss, isn't it? And Sokka. I'm sure you will get to knock together some firebender heads on the way, cheered Katara. Gulping his water, Sokka just stared at his sister with a deadpan expression. If they fight like that guy, I think I should learn how to flee first and strike second. Aang's smile cracked as he remembered the beating he received, but he resolved himself to never be beaten like that ever again. Oh, you poor bastard, you don't even know. After another day of flying, they finally could see land on the horizon as a huge mountain range came into sight, although very blurry due to the distance. The Avatar was more cheerful than before. He believed that the air nomads were still there but just hiding. Katara was staring at him worriedly, while Sokka instantly thought that the booger he removed from his nose was incredibly interesting to stare at. Down below, in the southwestern location of the Earth Kingdom, Zuko's ship finally docked in a Fire Nation naval base known as Kato Harbor, which was the closest outpost to the Southern Water Tribe that the Fire Nation had, and since the ship needed to be repaired and resupplied, Zuko had no choice other than this place. Damn Avatar not only managed to escape but also damaged my ship quite a bit. Sigh, teacher would beat me up so hard if he knew. Zuko hung his head low as he walked down the hatch towards the harbor, with Iroh on his tail. They already had a talk on the ship, and no word about the Avatar's return should be said. If that news was to spread, the prince's chances would diminish exponentially, so they came up with the idea of crashing into an Earth Kingdom ship beforehand. Iroh was just humming and eating some snacks while following his nephew. An old man needs to enjoy his retirement after all. Prince Zuko, a solemn deep voice came from their right, and when the duo turned their heads, they spotted a tall man with sideburns dressed in a Fire Nation uniform. The man walked with his head held high, almost like he was looking down on his new guests, while taking long strides with his hands behind his back. Zuko used all his willpower to hold back his emotions. Partially he had contempt and dislike for this man, but on the other hand, after spending half a year with his teacher and hearing what this man was called by him, he had to hold back to not chuckle as well. Captain Zhao. Deciding on a neutral response, Zuko tried to keep his emotions in check. The man smirked with a scowl on his face. It's Commander now. He turned to Iroh and bowed slightly. General Iroh. The great hero of our nation. Iroh bowed back. Retired General. The Fire Lord's brother and son are welcome guests anytime. What brings you to my harbor? Our ship is being repaired, said Iroh while pointing towards the ship, and resupplied as well. That's quite a bit of damage. What happened? Did you find an enemy of the Fire Nation that I should be aware of? Zhao asked with contempt. Just an Earth Kingdom ship crashed into us, said Zuko with his eye slightly twitching. Yes, he improved but he was still kind of a brat. There was no way that just 6 months of Madara would fix all of his shortcomings. Really? Zhao narrowed his eyes, staring at the prince with a smug smirk. He too felt what happened yesterday. This was too much of a coincidence. You must regale me with all the thrilling details. His words were more like a command than a request at this point, and he could see how nervous Zuko was just by staring at his eyes, which made his smirk grow even crueler. Join me for a drink. Zuko was losing it. That smirk on Zhao's face gave him flashbacks that he really wanted to avoid, but suddenly he remembered something, calmed down, and smirked back, which was instantly noticed by Zhao. It's not really that thrilling. Out of nowhere a ship appeared and crashed into us. You know. His eyes narrowed and his smirk grew wider. Like a ghost. Chapter 44, Challenge. Zuko is currently sitting in a tent, flanked by 2 Fire Nation soldiers while Zhao paces back and forth with a thoughtful expression, trying his best to hide the annoying frown on his face. So, a 12-year-old boy bested you and your firebenders. Zhao stopped pacing and stared at Zuko with contempt. You're more pathetic than I thought. The whole ordeal was revealed after Zhao guilt-tripped Zuko to speak, putting, in his words, his loyalty towards the Fire Nation on the line, something that Zuko would always do his best to protect, foolishly. The prince was angry, but his angry face sprouted a smirk. Oh. Like you are one to talk. At least I didn't lose while commanding over 100 soldiers and run away disgracefully. The Avatar was the one to run away from me, not the other way around. Zhao was livid. He was about to jump on Zuko when Iroh stood up and took a step forward, placing himself between them, stopping Zhao's aggressiveness instantly. You better be careful, exiled or not, a prince is still a prince, said the old general staring at Zhao. The man with sideburns stared at Zuko with all the anger in his heart. I hope you enjoyed your opportunity to capture the Avatar, Prince Zuko, because you won't have another chance. Zuko frowned more. Like I need your permission to do that. You tried and failed. Zhao walked intimidatingly up to Zuko. Capturing the Avatar is too important to leave in a teenager's hands. He's mine now. Gritting his teeth, Zuko stared back at Zhao. Really? You will capture him? You, who failed to do anything against the last kid that you fought and had to run away with your tail between your legs like a coward. The temperature in the room started to elevate. Zhao was beyond angry at this point, but Zuko didn't stop. At least my honor was taken away for standing up for what I believed. I had to face the Fire Lord because of it, but yours on the other hand was tossed away with your pride and dignity while you ran away from an 11-year-old criminal. Even Zuko didn't quite understand what he said or why he said it. It just came to him and it felt right to say it like that, but instantly Iroh's eyebrows were raised and a gleam could be seen in the old general's eyes. We should leave, Prince Zuko, said Iroh, not giving Zhao the opportunity to retort his nephew. Our ship was not that badly damaged, and we have enough provisions to reach another Fire Nation colony. There's no need for us to be delayed here. Zhao took a step forward, but Iroh's gaze made him freeze. You better not force my hand, Commander Zhao, said the old general while narrowing his eyes. Zhao stared at Iroh, then at Zuko. My authority as commander dictates that I can hold your ship in this harbor until it's fixed. It would be too dangerous to let a broken ship sail on the seas. It could bring a disaster towards the Fire Lord's family. He grinned. Such are our military laws, and not even you can defy them, General Iroh. But don't worry, a couple of days at most should be enough to fix it, and by then you are free to leave. The only reaction that Zhao's speech brought from Zuko was an eyebrow raised in suspicion. I am not holding you hostage or locking you up, as the general said. Exiled or not, you are a prince and are free to go once your ship is fixed. Zhao turned away and walked towards the door. You can't compete with me. I have hundreds of warships under my command, and you are just a banished prince. No home, no allies. Your own father doesn't even want you. He grinned as he sneakily looked toward Zuko. That was enough to make the prince explode. You are wrong. Once I deliver the Avatar to my father, he will welcome me home with honor and restore my rightful place on the throne. Iroh faced his nephew and spoke sternly, Prince Zuko, that's enough. But Zhao didn't allow it to end like that. He turned his face toward the teen and spoke with a victorious smirk. If your father really wanted you home, he would have let you return by now. Avatar or no Avatar. But in his eyes, you are a failure and a disgrace to the Fire Nation. That's not true, shouted the prince. You have a scar to prove it. The two stared at one another for several seconds, until Zuko spoke first, with wrath in every word. Maybe you'd like one to match. Is that a challenge? Agni Kai. At sunset. Very well. Zhao said, resuming his walk. It's a shame your father won't be here to humiliate you, but I guess your uncle will do. Let's see you talk about shame after you get beaten by another kid. I wonder if another defeat like that will be enough to rip that proud badge off your armor. After the commander left, Iroh turned to his nephew. Prince Zuko, have you forgotten what happened last time you dueled a master? He asked worriedly. A dark shadow cast over Zuko's face. I will never forget. As the sun was setting on the horizon, a man with a long black mane could be seen walking through several high-class buildings. He wore a long black yukata with his clan sigil on the back and had one of his arms folded inside his yukata, with his hand hanging in front of his abs, in the classic Itachi style, while the other hand was holding a kizaru of his own while enjoying the view. Taking a deep puff from his kizaru, he stared at the reddish sun over the horizon and exhaled smoke with a grin. I wonder if it's following canon. I did change Zuko quite a bit. He mumbled to himself, but I don't think I did enough to derail the story. If all Zuko needed was 6 months of intense training to capture the Avatar, then this war has no hope of ending on good terms whatsoever. Enjoying his kizaru for a few more seconds, he thought. I wonder who the reincarnator is. I also wonder if it's someone with knowledge of this world, or just a random person. He sighed. Not that I am worried, with me around unless the reincarnator finds a way to screw with Vato, there's no way for him to beat me in combat, but the portals are closed and it will take almost a century before they open again. He smirked and joked to himself, I really wish that just hearing my name in this world is enough to make the reincarnator shit himself in fear, or he could be a Madara fanboy. He shivered. I really hope it doesn't come to that. Mr. Uchiha, a soft female voice could be heard from behind. Turning around with a huge smile on his face, he greeted the newcomer. Hello there, Nari, how can I help you? She hasn't aged a day, nor did Jackie or Kalia. The plans are in motion, the workers are doing their best to fit everything into the time period of 1 month like you requested, but are you sure about this? She asked with a certain worry in her voice. Madara just grinned, don't worry Nari, everything will be according to plan, just make sure to keep our vehicle in top condition, we will be using it to travel soon enough. Sigh, she lowered her head. By the way, where is Kalia? I haven't seen her since earlier today. Madara shook his head with a sigh, I gave her a task, and now I am all alone in my house. Nari gave him a mischievous grin while wiggling her eyebrows. Ah, poor Mr. Uchiha, now he doesn't have his girlfriend with him, he will be lonely and sad. He, in response, simply stared at her with his classic Saitama face. Really? After a whole year of you teasing me like that, you still expect me to blush like I used to? She in return just gave him a motherly smile. Well, I guess not. But I will miss those times regardless. You know, said Madara while taking a puff from his kizaru, Jackie really has a loud mouth. Her eyes narrowed and she stared at the kizaru for a second and shook her head. If I didn't know how resistant his body is against such a meager toxin, I would never accept him smoking that poison. But then her narrowed gaze was fixed on Madara's face. Yes. And? He shrugged. It seems that our Avatar awakening interrupted your couple activity yesterday morning. Poor Jackie, had to go to work without enjoying it. I bet he was all lonely and sad, he grinned as he spoke his final words. Nari didn't disappoint, she turned red, not only out of embarrassment, but she was also fucking livid as well. I bet she is more angry than embarrassed right now. Heh. Oh, he did comment that to you, he could hear her teeth grinding against one another. And Kalia, she was in the room too. He shrugged, but his evil smile grew larger. Nari's eyes narrowed even further, he could faintly see a demonic presence around the woman. Good to know, Madara dear. If you excuse me, I have some important things that I just remembered that I have to do. She said while calming down a bit, but there was something wicked in her eyes. It's Finn dash, he was instantly interrupted by Nari. You will leave in 1 month, right? She asked with a sweet smile, to which he just nodded as cold sweat covered his back. Good to know, she said those words gently, turned around, and walked away, always displaying the proper elegance and etiquette required from a noble. Oh, poor Jackie, poor Jackie. He came back to his kizaru. The sun disappeared on the horizon as he kept enjoying the view. He was about to turn away and walk when his Sharingan, against his own will, activated. He felt a rush of energy coming from the south. It was different from the Pillar of Light, it was more intense. If before the boy that carried Rava had awakened, now Rava's power itself has awakened. He was not the only one to feel it though. All across the world, in every Avatar temple, the sign of the Avatar's return appeared, from fire sages to water spiritualists. Different from before, this time only the temples and statues of previous Avatars showed any sign, even those attuned to spirits didn't feel it. So, he did reach the Southern Air Temple. He narrowed his blood-red eyes, which glowed ominously. A grin appeared on his face. Isn't that nice? When the plan simply works perfectly, he chuckled and walked away. I have things to take care of before our meeting, take care of yourself as well. Firecracker. Chapter 45, Agni Kai. Remember your firebending basics, Prince Zuko. They are your greatest weapons. Zuko, who was kneeling in front of his uncle, smirked. I've faced someone way more dangerous than this in the past. The prince stood up and turned around, facing his opponent who mirrored his movements on the other side of the arena. The sky was dyed a shade of sunset red, and a few patrol soldiers are around the arena doing their job. In the big arena there are only two shirtless men today, the young teen with a ponytail and the middle-aged men with sideburns. One of the Fire Nation soldiers standing on higher grounds, seeing that the duo has readied themselves for battle, rang a large gong. Both take on firebending stances. Beams of fire fly through the arena back and forth as both men keep their distance. Zuko kept his overly aggressive firebending stance, putting himself in disadvantageous positions to increase his battle prowess. Zhao, on the other hand, was fighting steadily, almost like an earthbender. He was stable and simply deflected every attack or dodge with minimal effort. Zuko kept jumping and doing exaggerated movements that cost his stamina and breath. In less than 5 minutes of battle he was already breathing hard. No. This is not how it should have been, thought Zuko, dodging a well-aimed fire blast from Zhao. I trained to be better than this. He looked around and saw his uncle's mouth moving like he was trying to say something to him, but Zuko couldn't hear it. Teacher. Zuko's eyes narrowed and his pupils contracted. Abandoning his firebending stance, he lowered his body and dashed towards Zhao. Both Iroh and Zhao were shocked by that change. One fire blast after another, Zhao tried his best to hit the prince that abandoned the offensive completely. Zuko dodged the first by sliding on the ground, and the second he managed to jump above. Those movements. Zhao's eyes trembled as flashbacks came to him. He was completely out of it for a second. This is it. Zuko thought as he aimed a compressed fireball directly toward Zhao's legs. Caught off guard, Zhao retreats clumsily, which didn't escape Zuko's sight. Using it to press his advantage, Zuko kept aiming at Zhao's legs. Slowly Zhao lost the complete momentum he had in this duel. Zuko kept preventing him from stabilizing his stance, getting closer and closer. When the commander finally took the wrong step, Zuko ignited 2 massive blasts of fire, one from each fist, aiming for the flanks of the middle-aged men. Zhao was forced to land in an awkward position to defend himself, spreading his arms to his sides to protect his flanks, but his eyes went wide when he saw a third and even bigger blast of fire coming out of the prince's foot, in a straight line towards his body. There was no time to react, no way to dodge. He was still in that awkward position that didn't enable him to deflect. The wave of fire hit him head-on. He could feel his skin burning, and he could feel the pain that reminded him of certain events in the past that he did his all to overcome and forget. When Zhao finally landed on the ground, breathing heavily, weakened, and with smoke surrounding his body, he stared at Zuko with wrath. Do it, he said challengingly. Zuko, who stood in front of the defeated commander, simply burned the ground right beside Zhao's face. There was no doubt in his actions. You coward, shouted Zhao, no wonder your father cast you out. Zuko simply stared at him like he was worth nothing and like he was nothing, which pissed Zhao off even more. Turning around slowly, Zuko said his parting words. Your life is not mine to take, but don't worry. Your time will come. As Zuko was walking toward his uncle, Zhao used all the strength he had left to lift himself and aim a blast of fire at Zuko's back. Iroh was already on his way to intercept it, but Zuko was faster. He lifted one of his feet behind his back, similar to how Aang would do to Ozai during their final confrontation, and made the fire spread up. One thing he learned from Madara was to never lower his guard even after achieving victory. That lesson was branded on his very soul. Then with the same foot, he landed a heavy blow to Zhao's ribs and a loud crack could be heard as the commander was tossed like a rag doll through the arena. Disgraceful. It was not Iroh who said it, it was Zuko himself. Even in exile, I have more honor than you ever did. He couldn't help but grin when he finished his words. Is this the standards of our nation, Commander? Iroh's eyes went wide, he trembled from head to toe. A small tear came from one of the old general's eyes and he couldn't help but smile widely. Prince Zuko, he said. The teen turned to his uncle and gave him a gentle smile. Let's go, uncle. Their tea was rather bland. I prefer the ones that you prepare yourself. Yes. As the duo left the vicinity, the curtain of night fell over the continent, leading to a comfortable winter night. The next day came with bright sun early in the morning, and in a small village located on a southeastern island of the Earth Kingdom, a group of 3 foreign kids could be seen being forcefully escorted by painted girls wearing green kimonos and dark armors similar to samurais of old. "We are not spies," a loud male voice echoed. Who else other than Sokka? And that's exactly what a spy would say. Of course, someone from the mob in the background had to shout that. Sokka couldn't bear it. That level of stupidity was so bad that he wanted to flay the skin off his own face. Come on, how can such dumb people exist in this world? You know. He is not wrong, Sokka. That's indeed what a spy would say. Commented Aang cheerfully beside him. Aang, just stop. Sokka couldn't, really. Katara could only smile wryly at that, but she was quick to think of a solution. Turning to Aang, she whispered, "You should reveal yourself as the Avatar, that way no one would doubt us." I can try," said Aang with a bit of reluctance in his voice. "How can you guys behave like this?" demanded Sokka, who wasn't having any of it. Sokka. Katara tried to interfere, but the boy couldn't take it. The girl in the lead approached Sokka with a neutral expression. "This is how it is in our land. You were the ones that entered without permission. We didn't know." Katara tried to protest. "Oh really? That's great. Everything is forgiven then," said the painted girl with a cheerful smile. "Really?" shouted Sokka with relief in his voice, but it was instantly demolished. "No," she answered with a deadpan expression. "Wait!" shouted Katara, interrupting whatever these girls were doing at the moment. Everyone in the vicinity stared at her. Katara, noticing that she got their attention, pointed to Aang. "He is the Avatar." "We are not spies." "The Avatar, you say?" Everyone stared at the bald boy with raised eyebrows. "The last Avatar was said to be an airbender that disappeared 100 years ago. There's no way that I would believe those words without proof," said the painted girl in her green kimono and armor. "And how do I do that?" Aang asked confusedly. Sokka, being all tied up and not having his hand free to facepalm himself, simply hit his head on the wooden pole that he was tied to. "You got to be kidding me." Katara, trying to be helpful, whispered to him. "I think you should try to airbend, Aang. Only the Avatar would be able to airbend nowadays." "Oh yeah. Airbending," said Aang enthusiastically. "Oh just, kill me." Sokka kept hitting his head. The situation passed without any issue. Aang managed to do the most underwhelming airbending ever, rotating a small coin between his hands. Everyone cheered. One tall ugly guy with missing teeth foamed through his mouth and passed out, and Suki, the current leader of the Kyoshi warriors, couldn't be more disappointed at the Avatar's skills. "Seriously? You are the Avatar, and that's the best you could come up with?" Even though she didn't spend too much time with Madara, her face was getting dangerously close to a Saitama face. Chapter 46, Gathering Information. It was dawn, and the gentle breeze of the early winter brought a sense of comfort to everyone in the Uchiha Resorts, formerly known as Village Resort, vicinity. The whole place was twice as big as before Madara acquired it. The Koei Tower was a beacon of wealth, luxury, and depression. The workers were happy, well-paid, well-dressed, and extremely loyal. The classic Japanese-style architecture with ostentatious Chinese-style adornments in every building, surrounded by its own private cherry blossom tree forest, makes this place a jewel that shines brightly. Of course, like everything that shines too bright, it brings a lot of trouble. Or at least it did in the previous year, as many bounty hunters, mercenaries, private soldiers, spies, and even assassins from both the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation tried to take this place down and conquer it. Of course, none of their plans ever worked. Nowadays, Madara doesn't fear a single human, not even the Avatar, well, not the Season 1 Avatar, at least. Kyoshi would be a pain in the ass to deal with if she was the current Avatar. At this moment, in an underground chamber, Madara could be seen checking a few of his preparations for the possibilities of the future. He didn't want to put all of his hopes and dreams on the Avatar's success, especially as there's still a reincarnator somewhere, and that wild card could change the scales of battle and completely modify the outcome of the story. The problem is, what if the reincarnator is not combat-oriented? What if this little bastard is a backstabbing, cunning, cowardly schemer? That would increase the difficulty of my work by 100-fold. Mr. Uchiha, the same melodious female voice as before echoed behind him. Nari. Madara raised his eyebrow at the newcomers. Where's Jackie? He was supposed to be here for the quick meeting I arranged. Fufufu, she covered her mouth with her soft hand. You don't have to worry about my husband, Mr. Uchiha. He is just busy. We had a long talk after last night, and now he is repenting for his misdeeds. Obviously, he had an important job, so I took it upon myself to replace him, but you don't have to worry. I shall do my best on his behalf. Madara was initially confused, but then he remembered the bridge talk with Nari the other day, and his eyes trembled slightly. All right, well, bring our guest. We can't have our employee waiting for long, can we? Right away, she bowed gracefully and allowed another woman to enter the underground room. The woman was tall, strong-looking, yet gorgeous. She had long black hair that covered one of her sharp black eyes. She wore rather extravagant makeup, dark eyeshadows that made her fair skin look even paler, and dark red lipstick on her thick full lips. This is the most Uchiha-style woman in the whole Avatar world. Madara raised an eyebrow as he stared at the newcomer, who looked around curiously, but not for a second did she let her guard down. So, after a whole year working for the mysterious owner of this place, we finally meet, she said with a rather smug grin on her pretty face. Madara shrugged in return. What can I say? I am a busy man. She snickered. Busy indeed, to be so wealthy so young. Tell me, bossman, couldn't you even spare a minute of your time to meet such a gorgeous woman such as myself, she said as she hugged herself and displayed her curves in a rather dangerously seductive way. But Madara didn't get affected by it. Instead, he smirked. Well. Sitting down on a chair and placing his feet on top of the table beside it, if I was to give 1 minute of my time for every gold digger that comes to me, I would be screwed in life. She instantly showed a hurt expression, staring at Madara with big sad eyes. How mean? How can you say that? It's a family trait, he shrugged again. The few seconds of silence were interrupted by a loud female laugh. Ha 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 ha, this is great. She had to hold her stomach as she was laughing. I can't deny that I like your style, bossman. Nodding in understanding, he just said, well, that's understandable. I am a pretty likable guy. A loud snort echoed through the room. Now, with that out of the way, he continued, we should introduce ourselves, ladies first. Isn't it proper etiquette to introduce yourself first before requesting names? She raised an eyebrow with a sarcastic smirk on her lips. My house, my money, my rules, he simply said as he rested his cheek on his palm. She could only shake her head. Well, the name is June. I've been working as a freelancer for you for almost a year now, although I have to say that the payment isn't that great. You could increase it a bit so we, the worker class, stop hating you behind your back. I shall consider it, Madara replied lazily. Are you kidding? No chance this gold digger would work for him if he wasn't the highest bidder. What a fucking scammer. I've been recently tasked to uncover certain details about the Fire Nation's military movements within the Earth Kingdom, she completed, with a serious tone this time. His eyes narrowed. And I discovered something interesting, she said as she sat down opposite of Madara. Years ago, after the failure of the siege of Ba Sing Se, the Fire Nation military started outsourcing something, now, which thing I do not know, but they are heavily investing into it, to the point where they cut down many other projects. Even I was affected by it since I've worked for months for one of their bounties and they just pulled it off. Although I only discovered the whole outsourcing thing rather recently. It must be something big. He muttered to himself, thinking about the possibilities. That's what she said. Instantly Madara choked and stared at June with a gobsmacked expression. Even his mouth was wide open. What did you just say? June stared at him weirdly, then pointed towards Nari, that was near them and listening to the whole conversation, and said, that's what she said, you know, when I told her about it beforehand. Oh. Ahem, he coughed to remove the awkwardness, failing miserably. By the way, what bounty were you doing when they decided to cut you off back then? He placed his kizaru in his mouth for a bit to enjoy his smoking. It didn't affect him negatively whatsoever. He was pretty much immune to poison nowadays. She shrugged it off, not understanding anything and judging it as one of her boss' quirks. Well, it's not like it should be a secret, but me, like many others, we're after this heavy target from the Fire Nation. People call him Ghost. Cough. Cough cough cough. Madara was dying, thanks to the smoke of his Kizaru, nothing related to the information he had just received at all. Even Nari had to bite her lip to not smirk at the situation. She was doing her best to stay in the background like a dependable employee, although the trembling of her shoulders could be seen if someone paid attention enough. How old are you again? He raised his eyebrow. She didn't look old. 18, why? She raised her eyebrow in response. But he just shrugged. The last time I heard about the ghost was several years ago, so you started on the business rather young, eh? She shrugged back. What can I say? It's a family trait. Madara snorted. The meeting continued for over an hour, and eventually, June left to enjoy a 5-day holiday before going back to her other tasks, some unrelated to Madara. She was a freelancer, after all. She is rather interesting, commented Nari while watching June leaving while mounted on her Shirshu, Nyla. She is something all right. Madara sarcastically commented, although I rather not let her and Kalia meet, they will either give me a headache or brawl it out like savages. She raised an eyebrow. And somehow you find the second option unacceptable. You. Madara just stared at her with a deadpan expression. If they fight, they will break my things, my expensive things, and even beating the shit out of them after the deed is done, won't bring my broken stuff back, nor will it return the money that I spent on it. Nari chuckled cutely, Mr. Uchiha, you are a rather cheap man for someone so rich, your riches are almost reaching the Bifong level, and I don't doubt that in a few years, you will reach and may even overwhelm them in wealth. I am rich precisely because I am cheap. Money in the hands of an idiot will simply disappear, he snorted back. By the way, about what we were talking earlier. Yes, she blinked cutely. Will he be all right, he gulped. Oh. She bowed respectfully and turned around to do her chores, but not before leaving her final words behind. Don't worry, he will live. I think. Oh, poor Jackie. Chapter 47, Kyoshi Warriors. So, what you girls do around these parts? Asked Sokka as he walked with the best nonchalant acting he could, with his arms behind his head, trying to look as uninterested as possible while enjoying the comfortable morning breeze of the island, neither too cold nor too hot. The girl he had been bothering gave him a side glance as she went around the village observing the situation. Not much, we train, she said, using as few words as possible. He nodded in understanding. Oh yes, training is very important, the world is a dangerous place, especially for girls. What is that supposed to mean? She narrowed her eyes. Not much, he said, shaking his head, still with a comedic face, only that you should probably leave fighting for the men of your tribe, it would be horrible to watch such a cute girl getting hurt. Oh no. You didn't. Her eyes narrowed even further, and a dangerous gleam could be seen by anyone paying attention. Sokka, on the other hand, was trying too hard to look cool to actually pay attention to it. Deciding to give him another chance for the boy to go back on his words, she said, don't forget that you got captured by a bunch of cute girls. Not getting how hard he was digging himself into a pit of pain and regret, Sokka decided to say his piece. Well, true, but I obviously wasn't trying to fight back, you would be obviously outmatched if I decided to do so, but it can't be helped. Is that so? Sokka just shrugged condescendingly and didn't voice his response as he walked out, believing that his awesome skills completely captured the heart of the painted beauty behind him. As the sun set in the sky, most people prepared to have lunch. Team Avatar, being the respected guests that they are, were invited to stay in a private building for the duration of their stay. So, how was your reconnaissance, Sokka? Asked Katara sarcastically. It went great, obviously. I met the leader of those painted girls, we had a nice chat. I totally left her impressed. He shrugged with a prideful smirk on his lips. Both Aang and Katara sat down to have their meal. So, you met the girl that captured us? Asked Aang while wolfing down his food. Sokka protested. I already told you this morning they snuck up on me. Right, then they kicked your butt. Katara mockingly added as she grinned at her brother. Sneak attacks don't count. Shouted Sokka. It's alright to lose to a girl, you know. Aang tried to add his 2 cents to this conversation, failing miserably of course. I didn't lose to a girl. Right. Both Aang and Katara didn't even bother to look at Sokka at this point and just enjoyed their food. Sokka, what's your problem? Eat, said Aang, crossing his arms, to which Sokka replied, not hungry. But, you are always hungry. The Avatar's eyes went wide with surprise. Mumbling some stupid words to make himself feel better, Sokka sat down at the table and started eating the food. This is tasty. As the hours passed, eventually, Aang was seen by the waterfall where a poor painter tried to paint his legendary self, only to start over and over again as more little girls of the Aang fan club decided to pop up every few seconds. Katara spent her time on the island researching the history of Avatar Kyoshi. It was a very interesting subject, and she thought this might also be useful in the future. While Aang was busy doing Aang things, yes, Aang things, not Avatar things, at least she hoped not all avatars behaved like that. As for Sokka, well, he was sulking while walking around the village, grunting to himself. I can't believe I got beat up by a bunch of girls. After some time, the water tribesman teen found a few secluded houses in a corner, 2 in specific. One was big and surrounded by a few unique-looking trees with pink-colored leaves that he didn't find anywhere else in this village so far, while the other one was a rather small yet well-preserved shack, but with one look one could notice that it was an abandoned house. No one lived there. Peeking at the medium-sized dojo-style house, he could see 6 painted girls in training, performing a routine with fans in perfect unison. He smiles smugly and enters the place. Sorry, ladies, he said condescendingly, instantly attracting the attention of all the girls inside. They all stared at him with deep frowns on their faces. I didn't mean to interrupt your dance lessons, he adds while stretching his body. I was just looking for somewhere to get a little workout. The one girl with black garments underneath her armor, the same one that he was bothering earlier today, stared at him warming up and grinned. Well, you are in the right place, also sorry about earlier. I didn't know you were friends with the Avatar. It's all right, he shrugged, mockingly suppressing a laugh while speaking. I mean, normally I'd hold a grudge, but seeing that you guys are a bunch of girls, I will make an exception. That made every Kyoshi warrior in the vicinity narrow their eyes and grin at him. Still, the girl in the black kimono, Suki, was the one who voiced their reply, although sarcastically. I should hope so. Such a big strongman like you. We wouldn't stand a chance. True. He nodded sagely, adding a smirk. But don't feel bad. After all, I am the best warrior in my village. Suki leaned towards Sokka. Wow. Best warrior, huh? She glanced at all the girls showing predatory smirks on their cute painted faces. Maybe you'd be kind enough to give us a demonstration. Sokka's eyes went wide upon hearing the unexpected request. Oh. Well. I mean. But Suki didn't let him escape. She turned to her squad and said cheerfully, come on, girls. Wouldn't you want to learn some great moves from such a strong, dependable man? All the girls made their cutest faces, giggling and smiling in agreement. Well. If that's what you want. He placed his hand on Suki's shoulder. I would be happy to do so. He tried to push her a bit, but she didn't move a single inch. It was like trying to push a huge rock. Stand over there. Now, this may be a little tough but try to block me, Sokka said, trying to defuse the awkward moment from a few seconds ago. Suki nodded and did as he requested with a bright, cute smile. Once they faced one another, she remembered something and looked at him, tilting her head cutely to the side. Isn't a warrior's custom to introduce themselves before a duel? Sokka raised an eyebrow. I never heard of that, he coughed. Well, yes, of course. It's just that I didn't want to overwhelm you, girls, with details. Ahem, clearing his throat, Sokka introduced himself. I am Sokka, leader of the warriors of the Southern Water Tribe. The moment that he said the 3 final words, all girls in the building stared at him, doing their utmost best to avoid narrowing their eyes again, especially Suki. Really? Southern Water Tribe, you say? She asked again just to confirm it. Yeah, Sokka nodded proudly. I lead the men of my tribe, we keep women such as yourselves safe at home. No more words were needed. The night came with a gentle stroke of cold wind. Snowflakes started to fall over the horizon, covering the previously pink-colored trees with a layer of white. Many tourist attractions around the world would have closed doors for the winter, but the resort wasn't one of them. Madara's idea of including the hot springs and many other anime-inspired facilities turned this little place into a small patch of heaven, well, at least for those people who were rich enough to pay the absurd prices, and believe me, there were a bunch of those. Madara was sitting on his balcony, drinking sake while enjoying the view with a kizaru in hand, blowing smoke to the wind with a satisfied smile on his face. From someone that didn't have anything. I managed to earn everything. Looking around, watching his employees with smiles on their healthy faces, dressed in high-quality clothing dedicated to keeping them comfortable and warm during this season of the year, he couldn't help but feel fulfilled. Why the need to be a hero? Why the need to be the strongest? People like that will never be satisfied in life. Even if they achieve their goals, they will feel empty until they either die, or focus their remaining limited time into something else. If someone asked Madara right now what else he needed in life, there's only one word for him. Nothing. He was satisfied with his achievements, with his strength and with his life, a completely different path from the OG Madara that had grand plans for world peace. Ye still watching the snow fall? If you like it that much, we can always travel back to the North Pole, we don't even need to go to the capital," said Kalia lazily as she walked out of his room wearing only a single open red yukata. Her hair was messy, and her legs trembled every so often as she tried her damn best to walk toward Madara. "You know that I won't be going back to that place just for the sake of watching snow fall. By the way, how was your mission?" "Didn't have time to ask, considering how you attacked me," Madara chuckled as his words left his lips. Kalia smirked in response. "Well, what can I say? I missed home," she said while staring at his back. After a few seconds, she quickly continued, "As for the mission, everything went flawlessly. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you have the power to see the future, to be so good at judging things." Madara said a simple HN, and went back to smoke as Kalia sat beside him and poured some sake for herself, joining the Uchiha as they stared at the resort under a comfortable moment of silence, enhanced by the clicks of cups and the Shurshurodoshis, deer scare, bamboo. After a long time of enjoying the view, Kalia had to ask, "You seem very happy today, something happened?" "Well, I ratted Jackie to Nari while you were gone." The waterbender's eyes went wide. "Oh, poor bastard, we might need a new dog for the house now." Madara couldn't help but laugh. But I also feel like something good happening tonight. I can't quite put my finger on what exactly, but it feels like one of my legendary plans finally paid off." Kalia raised a single eyebrow, not quite sure how to reply to that, but after a few seconds, she said, "So, why don't we just improve ye night even further," with a seductive expression while sliding her hand inside his yukata. "Oh." Madara grinned, placing down his sake and kizaru. "I would like that. Round 4 it is. Ye counting? Aren't you?" "That, well." He wasn't wrong, but that doesn't mean that she has to like it. As the two entered the Uchiha Manor, the night continued on, a comfortable, sweaty, steamy, and loud night. A night that Sokka never made back home. Chapter 48, Clash and Honor. It was a chilly morning. Small snowflakes were falling on the dry bushes nearby while sounds of metal clashing and fire could be heard echoing through a now empty village. The occasional whoosh sound of strong winds could be heard from time to time as well, followed by pained grunts and yelps. In a field surrounded by soldiers wearing dark red armor that covered them from head to toe, to the point that one can't even tell the gender of the person wearing them, was a small group of teens. 2 teens with tanned skin tones, wearing classic water tribesmen's clothes, a handful of others wearing green kimonos with dark armor and war fans. A bit far away from that group, a 2-on-1 battle was taking place. An auburn-haired girl with a painted face, wearing a black kimono and armor, together with a tattooed bald boy wearing old-fashioned air nomad clothes, yellow and orange in color, were fighting a tall teen with a bald head, a high ponytail and a scorched eye scar that complemented his dark red armor. The bald kid was breathing heavily, trying the best he could to use his airbending skills to force the teen to lose balance, but he was getting more and more frustrated as the teen could just dodge it with some effort. The bald boy knew that if it wasn't for the painted girl by his side he would have been screwed already. He still remembers the last time he tried to go against this teen. It wasn't pleasant at all. After a few more minutes of fighting, the bald kid decided to retreat and take a breather. It was the girl's idea. He was starting to slack in combat and it was bringing disadvantage to the painted girl. "You fight well," said the teen with the scorched eye, while grinning. "Can say the same. Haven't met someone that could push me like this in a long time," the girl replied with a somewhat feral grin. Despite her exhaustion, she was enjoying the fight. The two kept clashing again and again until both of them were breathing heavily. "This is taking too long." The teen narrowed his eyes, while breathing through his mouth. One could see a spark of respect in his eyes. "Yes, it is." The girl replied in a similar state, finally satisfied from being pushed this hard in a battle. "Then let's finish it." Both said at the same time while assuming their combat poses, aiming for their final strike. The bald boy could only smile wryly while watching those two behaving like that. The battle lasted for at least 30 minutes by now, and they are still fighting like battle maniacs. The world is scary. I miss the peace of the air temples. But then the atmosphere quickly became awkward. The boy didn't notice at first, but after a few seconds of both of them not moving, he paid a bit more attention. They both were standing in the same stance, preparing for the same attack. How the hell is that possible? "Why you?" The teen was the first one to speak. His eyes went wide while looking at his adversary. The girl didn't say anything, but her wide eyes were enough to explain her dumbfounded expression. "How is this possible?" Both spoke at the same time, once again. Then another few seconds of silence until the teen decided to be upfront about it. "You, Kiyoshi girl, who's your teacher?" He spoke in a rather panicked way. The girl narrowed her eyes. "I am the one that should be asking that. How can you possibly know that stance?" The stare down continued once again until the teen decided to speak first. "I can't say the name of my teacher," Zuko said. "Neither can I," Suki replied. Then it finally clicked for them. They kept staring at one another like the world stopped making sense. How the fuck? "Long spiky hair, wears black and red and a fan-shaped sigil," said Zuko, testing the waters. "Uses weirdly shaped throwing knives and metal wires," continued Suki, with a weirded-out expression. The awkwardness of the situation increased by 1,000-fold after they spoke those words. Aang, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but get confused. What the hell were those two talking about? Did the world stop making sense during the 100 years he was in that iceberg? Taking a deep breath, Zuko sighed and dropped his stance, obviously abandoning the fight. Much to Aang and his team's surprise, even the firebender soldiers also retreated after that. The Kyoshi warriors caught it instantly and also stopped their attacks, retreating to see if anyone was seriously injured. The completely absurd scene made Aang, Katara, and Sokka lose their minds. Hold on. Can someone explain to us what is going on here?" Sokka was losing it. Was that some secret password of a secret society that could stop even long enemies from attacking right away? I usually don't like when Sokka intrudes in other people's business like that, but I have to agree with him this time. "Can anyone tell us what is happening?" asked Katara while helping her brother stand up, looking around and seeing the evil Fire Nation soldiers retreating without saying a word, which creeped her out. The Kyoshi warriors were no less surprised, but they didn't say a word and simply looked at Suki. Not only was she their leader, but she also was the one that knew the most about this. Suki, on the other hand, approached Zuko and stared at him with narrowed eyes. "I can't believe he would teach someone from the Fire Nation." Zuko raised an eyebrow. "And I can't believe he would teach someone from a backwater village." "Suki!" An exaggerated shout came from afar as Sokka positioned himself between the girl and the teen, with his boomerang at hand ready to continue fighting. "The Fire Nation are enemies, we can't lower our guards like that." "So, your name is Suki," said Zuko, completely ignoring Sokka and nodding to the girl. "Yes, and what is yours?" she replied. "Zuko." Both of them bent in a martial bow and walked away from each other, going back to their groups, and it seemed that they completely abandoned the idea of fighting one another. Aang could hear Zuko shouting to his soldiers, "Prepare to retreat, we are leaving this place and I don't want to see a single injured person, be it ours or theirs." The soldiers bowed and went to check the injured. Then he heard Suki talking to the other Kyoshi warriors near him. "The battle is over, you can contact Oyaji and tell him that there won't be a fight with them anymore, they will retreat and won't attack us again." After a few minutes of bandaging and cleaning the battlefield, Aang, Sokka, and Katara asked again what happened. They still couldn't understand what was going on, and how could they simply parley for peace with just a few sentences, and then suddenly treat each other with such respect. They were aiming for the kill earlier. But before they could get their answer, they immediately shifted into their battle stances again as Zuko approached. "We won't attack this place again, even if the Avatar is hidden in here," he said while he glanced at Aang quickly, "but I cannot speak for other soldiers, only my own. All I can say is that it's not safe and I won't be able to help you against others. I hope you understand," he said while looking at Suki. Suki nodded in return. "I understand, and from what I get from your words, it's safe to assume that the Fire Nation knows about the Avatar's existence." Zuko frowned. His loyalty towards his land was at stake here, so he decided to answer in a way that would at least help him out with his predicament. "One high officer is after the Avatar. He doesn't have honor. He will do anything to capture him, and he also hates Teacher, if he finds out about you." Leaving the rest unsaid, he closed his eyes. Before Suki could respond, Sokka interfered, shouting as usual, staring daggers at Zuko. "And why would you warn us about it? What are you scheming, huh?" Staring at him, Zuko replied, "I don't need schemes to beat you and capture the Avatar, and I am not helping you. I am paying respect to a fellow disciple. You should just be grateful that you ended up profiting out of it." Turning his back to the group, Zuko started walking back to his group. Sokka wasn't happy with it and prepared to throw his boomerang at Zuko's back, but his wrist was held by Suki. He wasn't happy about that either, not one bit. "Are you siding with the Fire Nation now? We are Kyoshi warriors, we don't strike from the back, especially a fellow disciple. If you can't respect and follow honor, you are not welcome here anymore. They are the enemy," Sokka shouted. Yes, they are," said Suki, much to Sokka's surprise. "But even enemies can show honor and respect to those who are worthy of it." "I am not warning you about all of that because I want to help you," said Zuko from afar, jumping on top of his rhino mount along with his soldiers and turning to departure from the battlefield. "I am warning you because only I am allowed to capture the Avatar." With those final words, the Fire Nation soldiers retreated back to their ships, while the Kyoshi warriors and Team Avatar retreated to one of the houses. After a few hours, it seemed that life came back to the village. The people returned to their homes and noticed that nothing was stolen or destroyed, which left them speechless but happy regardless. Sokka was waiting outside Oyaji's house for over half an hour until he noticed Suki walking outside with the mix of a frown and a sneer on her lips. Something inside really pissed her off, it seemed, so timidly he approached. "Hey, Suki." With hostility, Suki replied, hoping for another dance lesson. Sokka started sweating bullets. After gulping hard and using all his willpower to make sure that his legs didn't tremble much, trying to figure out how to act, he spoke. "No. Well, let me explain." Still hostile, Suki wasn't having it, spit it out. "What do you want?" She was still pissed at him. Not only did he belittle her, but he also showed a lack of honor, something that all Kyoshi warriors respected and followed religiously. Dropping down to his knees, in a classic Dajiza position, "I would be honored if you would teach me." "Honored?" She lost it, and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. "You aren't one to talk about honor, Sokka." He stared deep into her eyes, displaying clear shame. "Please. Give me a chance." The last battle opened his eyes. His pride be damned, he'd rather be alive without any pride than die a prideful death in his teens. Suki's eyes narrowed. "Even if I'm a girl?" she asked with a sarcastic grin, clearly enjoying the show. Averting his eyes, Sokka replied, "I'm sorry if I insulted you. I was wrong." Silence fell as Suki kept staring at Sokka for several seconds with narrowed eyes, but after calming down a bit she took a deep breath, closed her eyes and said, "We normally don't teach outsiders, let alone boys." Pleading, Sokka insisted, "Please, make an exception. I won't let you down." With a friendlier expression Suki replied, "All right, but you have to follow all of our traditions." Eagerly Sokka nodded, "Of course." Smiling Suki said, "All of them?" With a happy smile Sokka kept bobbing his head like a chicken. "I wouldn't have it any other way. And you can't give up halfway, we train warriors." "I would never quit," said Sokka pridefully, placing his closed fist on his chest with a solemn expression. "Then off you go, find the other Kyoshi warriors at our dojo and tell them that I allowed you to learn." Nodding, Sokka instantly turned around and jogged towards the Kyoshi dojo fully energized and with hope in his eyes. Sadly, he couldn't see the expression on Suki's face when he turned around. Her sweet friendly smile turned into an evil feral grin, her eyes narrowed and a shadow seemed to be cast over her painted face. Finally. Time to learn why teacher loves teaching so much. Chapter 49, Revelations. In a rocky terrain overlooking the sea, a group of females could be seen practicing different combat stances. Unlike before, these girls didn't wear makeup, heavy kimonos, nor dark armor, but wore simple training clothes. Not far away from them was another one. Well, not quite. With heavy breaths, the person spoke. "Please, let me die in peace," said a young person sporting a short high ponytail with the sides of his head shaved, and makeup on his face. While wearing a thick green kimono and heavy black armor, he was barely able to walk under the sun of late autumn, carrying a huge boulder on his back. Behind him, an auburn-haired teen girl wearing a comfortable black kimono was following behind, like she was enjoying a leisurely walk, except that she carried a thick bamboo stick in her hands. "Don't worry, Saka, I will make sure that you die in one piece," she said, giggling. Saka, aka the honorary painted Kyoshi warrior, could only grumble at that answer but didn't voice any of his thoughts. That bamboo stick in the girl's hand was scary. "Can we at least pause for lunch?" he asked between breaths, with eyes full of hope. The girl stopped and looked up a bit, locating the sun with a thoughtful expression on her face before nodding. "Sure thing, drop the boulder and we shall have lunch." Saka was on cloud 9 after hearing that and quickly let go of the cloth that allowed him to carry the rock on his back. "But you don't have to worry, we will double our effort later. I am sure you wouldn't want to lose a single minute of improvement, that would be shameful for a warrior," said the girl with the cutest face he had ever seen. Even the clouds seemed to part ways so the sun could illuminate her face. Demon. Saka just stood there, frozen in place as if his sister was trying to practice waterbending again. He could hear things shattering and for a second he could have sworn that he saw his own soul leaving his body while saying, "Good luck," back to him. The meal was incredible, Saka almost voiced. "You all would be great wives with such cooking skills," to the girls, but instantly forced his mouth shut with all of his willpower. The last time he said something remotely close to that, he received a knee to a very fragile male region of his body. "I can still hear cracking sounds when I try to sleep." He gulped. By the way, Suki," said Saka, trying to erase his thoughts. "Call me teacher," she said with a smile. Gulp. "Why yes. Teacher." When will you explain what happened during that battle a few days ago?" Saka said while diverting his eyes, not in shame mind you, it just seems that these girls have a sixth sense to notice when he had certain thoughts, and the results have always been painful. Suki stopped eating and lowered her head slightly, seemingly thinking about something. "I think it will be for the best to explain when you, your sister, and the Avatar are around. I don't want to have to talk about it twice." A tinge of longing could be heard in her voice, which completely flew over Saka's head. He nodded and decided to ask a question that was bugging him for a while now, and why am I using these clothes and makeup again? It was the 10th time he asked in the last 3 days, and every time he did the girls giggled and didn't answer. "I deserve to know." As always, every single girl giggled at him, which made his eyebrow twitch. Suki calmed down from her giggle. "You said yourself that you would follow all of our traditions." Saka's eyebrow twitched even more violently. "I don't see anyone other than me wearing these things for training," he shouted exasperatedly while pointing to the girls in their comfortable training clothes. "Well," Suki smirkingly said, while supporting her cheek with her palm and using her other hand to hold her beverage. "They already passed that stage of training, of course." Much to Saka's dismay, the girls giggled again, even louder this time. I don't think I will have time to follow your schedule. Aang wants to visit Omashu," he said with hope, trying to speed up this shameful period of his life. You are right," said Suki while seriously considering the time available. She didn't think about it before. Saka was super happy about it. He could finally stop dressing like a girl. "And I think we should have that talk as soon as possible as well," he said with a sage nod. "I will call Aang and Katara right away." Instantly he stood up and dashed out of the cafeteria, running towards the house that Team Avatar was sleeping in while the girls giggled at his reaction. "When will you tell him?" approached a girl with long black hair and blue eyes, asking with a sarcastic smirk on her lips. Suki chuckled. "Are you kidding me, Shernon? I never had so much fun before. Now I know why teacher was so harsh on me. Her chuckle evolved into a laugh that all the girls around shared with her. Sokka ran like his life depended on it, because he truly believed that it did. After spotting the house, he instantly went inside just to see Momo lazily laying down on his bed, snoring with a bloated belly. Looking around, he spotted his sister washing the dishes, Katara. Turning around, Katara stared at her brother and instantly smirked. "Hello there, painted beauty. That's not funny." "Oh. Hey Sokka," said Aang out of nowhere as his head appeared through the window. "Aang. Nice war painting." It was the first time Aang saw Sokka with makeup, but he saw him back in the Southern Water Tribe with a painted face while facing Zuko. He once asked if it was makeup, and Sokka blew up and explained to him that it was called war paint and was a warrior tradition. Sokka didn't know how to answer that. But before he could even come up with words, Katara joined in. "Yes. Yes. Very good war painting, especially with lipstick," concluded Katara with a giggle. "This is not lipstick," he screamed while rubbing his face with his forearm, only to turn his neat and properly painted face into a clown face. Ha 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 ha. Both Aang and Katara couldn't handle it anymore. After 30 minutes of Sokka taking a shower, removing his war paint, from his face, and donning his classic Water Tribe garments, they walked back towards the dojo where Suki awaited. "So, are you telling me that your teacher is also Zuko's teacher?" asked Aang with curiosity. Suki gave a wry smile and nodded yes. "So, he is evil," said Sokka, narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms, trying to look imposing. But contrary to his expectations, Suki didn't lash out at him for calling her teacher evil but started laughing loudly. "If you think you can fight him and win against him, be my guest, Sokka," she said while cleaning the tears from the corner of her eyes. Sokka's pose reminded her of a certain scene, but it looked completely opposite of the intense, domineering atmosphere she felt back then. "And who is he?" asked Katara, trying to de-escalate any potential conflict from happening. Smiling at Katara, Suki replied, "It's not like I can't hold this information from you guys. You will travel on Appa and will eventually find out anyway. His name is Madara Uchiha." "Madara?" asked Aang with a raised eyebrow. "Uchiha. He has a family name?" asked Katara with a curious tone. "His name sounds like a Fire Nation name," said Sokka, completely throwing a wild guess out there, trying to look knowledgeable to impress her, unaware of how right he was. Suki just shrugged, but her eyes narrowed slightly at Sokka's words. "No one knows where he is from, not even I, and I doubt Zuko knows it either. Teacher is a mystery." "Is he a firebender?" asked Sokka. "Don't know," said Suki while shaking her head. "When he arrived on the island, we all thought that he was a waterbender, seeing that he could walk on water like it was solid ground, but she was instantly interrupted again by Sokka. "He can walk on water," he said, shouting in shock only to receive a narrowed gaze from Suki that made him instantly recoil. "Ahem, can you do that, Katara?" The Southern Water Tribe girl was frowning, holding her chin in deep concentration. "I never heard of anyone doing that. If it's using water to propel someone forward, it should be possible, but to literally walk on water." "So," said Aang, not really thinking too much of it. He never met a waterbender before Katara anyway, so he thought it would be possible. He could pretty much fly with his glider after all. "He's a waterbender then?" "We don't know. Even after he walked on water, we never saw him waterbending. But neither did we see him use any bending. He could fight us all with only martial arts," said Suki with a sad smile on her face. "Wow, he must be a strong warrior then," said Sokka, excited to discover more about such a powerful warrior that could beat the girls that managed to beat the shit out of him. "If he is a waterbender, he might be from the Northern Water Tribe. If we find him, he might be able to teach me and Aang," said Katara also in excitement. Aang on the other hand just nodded with a huge smile on his face. As the conversation kept moving forward, the sun started going down and the Team Avatar finally satisfied their curiosity, well, mostly. They couldn't understand why someone from the Northern Water Tribe would teach Zuko, a Fire Nation prince. Except for when Sokka was about to leave, a hand held him by the shoulder. "Where do you think you are going?" Asked Suki with a smile. We missed a lot of time, and according to Aang and Katara you will be leaving here in 2 days, time to speed up your training. Aye. Have to grab the sea clothes, yes. And my A armor. Stuttered Sokka, with his forehead covered in sweat. Are you kidding me? I will hide for 2 days. I can hunt. Don't worry about that, we have plenty, said Suki while dragging him back inside the dojo. Panicking, Sokka stared at his sister and best friend, communicating with his eyes, pleading for them to pull him out of this torture. Aang obviously didn't get it. Don't worry Sokka, if you prefer I can bring your clothes and armor here for you, he said with a huge friendly smile. Aang. Sokka felt an arrow piercing his ribs. Don't worry Sokka, said Katara with a mischievous grin, we will keep everything ready for when you are done with your training. You are the best warrior of our village, remember. 2 more days of training is nothing for someone strong like you. Sokka went limp as he watched them both walking away as the sun was setting on the horizon. When did everything go so wrong in my life? As Katara and Aang were walking back, having some small talk between them, they heard a loud shout from where they came from. Traitors. Chapter 50, Through the Skies. A group of 3 could be seen walking towards a hidden hollow mountain, surrounded by cherry blossom trees. 2 of them were women, one with tan skin, crystal blue eyes, and an eye patch over her left eye with scars spread across her body. The other had fair skin, long dark brown hair, and striking yellow eyes. She wore long black and gold palace robes in a style that resembled the geisha of old. In the middle there was a tall fair-skinned man with long, wild spiky hair that resembled a mane and sharp black eyes. He wore long fancy black and red robes and carried a huge fan on his back. As they approached the hollow mountain, the man turned to the fair-skinned woman and skeptically asked, "Are you sure you can pilot this thing, Nari?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. The woman, Nari, didn't take his question the wrong way and giggled while hiding her mouth with the sleeve of her kimono. "Of course I can do so, Mr. Uchiha. Do you think that my husband would be able to learn how to pilot it on his own back at the Bifong estate?" After listening to those words, the tanned woman couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. "Wahahaha, I knew it. Jackie would never have the brains to learn this on his own. I told ye, boss, and ye didn't believe me," she said while pointing to the men in the middle. Sighing, Madara scratched the back of his head. "Well, I wanted to give the men the benefit of the doubt." He coughed and avoided their gaze. "By the way, Nari, talking about Jackie. You don't have to worry about him, Mr. Uchiha, he is healthy, just busy." She let out eerie chuckles masked as a polite lady's giggle. "Yeah, sure," both Madara and Kalia replied at the same time. Looking up towards the night skies of the northern region of the Earth Kingdom, Madara couldn't help but think out loud. "I hope nothing bad happens when I am gone. I am sure that those spies around this place are just waiting for the moment that I am away." "You worry too much, Mr. Uchiha," said Nari with a motherly smile. "You need to understand that those people are terrified of you right now, and they won't, by any chance, try to strike this place and earn your rage. But I do admit that it's not good to underestimate people's cunningness. Our trip will be short, we shall be back by next week." "If you say so," he sighed, still worried. The people living in the Uchiha resort trusted him with their lives for protection. He would never accept failing their trust. "Relax, boss," shouted Kalia while side-hugging him, with her arm over his shoulders. "It's not like he appear for the masses every damn day. A week of seclusion is nothing new for them. Hell, I remember when you didn't leave the house for almost a month." Nari chuckled. "It's incredible how both of you have this weird relationship going. You behave like you always did years ago, but at the same time, you have this ambiguous air. I will never understand how you two do it." Shrugging, Madara replied, "Not even I can explain it. All I can say is, it just works." He chuckled as he concluded his answer. "Says the man that locked me inside for a whole week after I came back from the last mission he sent me on," replied Kalia playfully. "Oh please, you are a pirate, you would have climbed through the chimney if you wanted to leave, no one would be able to lock you up that easily." Madara rolled his eyes. As their banter continued, they arrived at their old airship. It's been over a year since both Kalia and Madara used this thing, and they both couldn't help but remember their times flying through Si Wong Desert back then. "It's kind of nostalgic, isn't it?" asked Madara as he entered the airship, looking to the sides and seeing everything just the same as it was before. He never touched or removed anything from within other than clothes and his weapon. "I," was all that Kalia could say as she touched the left side of her head, which wasn't burned like before, thanks to the spirit water Madara brought from the Northern Water Tribe for her. "It does bring back fond memories." "Please, stop speaking like it has been ages," said Nari with a chuckle as she moved to the control room. "You both talk like it has been 20 years since you last traveled. Now, Kalia, let us do as planned." Kalia responded with a firm nod and walked to the balcony of the airship. They had a plan already prepared if they ever decided to fly openly and it wasn't stormy. They had to conceal the existence of the airship, and even being dark outside, the lights of the resort would make the departure of such a huge ship very easy to spot. As she walked outside, she opened a canteen of water and used her bending to pull a bit out, launching it towards her feet and freezing it to prevent herself from falling. Afterward, she took a long breath, concentrated with her eyes closed, and started moving her hands slowly in circular patterns. From outside, if one paid enough attention, they could see that in the span of 30 minutes, a huge pillar of clouds could be seen covering the top of the hollow mountain. As the airship took flight, the mass of clouds slowly covered the whole vessel, slowly retreating back to the skies where both the cloud and the airship moved southwest. In a small settlement located within the scorched forest, in the westmost corner of the Earth Kingdom, a young tattooed bald boy was slowly sneaking outside. He reached his trusty flying bison and yanked on his reins trying to guide him to stand up, but the bison continually refused to do so. With a strained voice, the boy spoke. "Let's go, Appa. Come on, boy." Appa roared in protest and sat down, while Aang kept trying to take command and failing. "Look, I'm sorry, but Katara and Sokka aren't coming to the Fire Nation with us, if they got hurt. I'd never forgive myself," he concluded sternly, emphasizing his command by straightening himself. "So, get your big butt off the ground and let's go. I think his big butt is trying to tell you something." A voice came from nearby, and startled, Aang jumps back a bit and looks back just to see Sokka coming from behind a tree along with Katara. "We are not letting you go into the Fire Nation, Aang," said Katara. "She is right," said Sokka sternly, but then he grinned. "At least, not without your friends. We got your back." Momo appeared out of nowhere, flying towards the trio and gently perching atop Aang's shoulder at the exact moment that Appa gave Sokka a big lick across the face. Wow. As they soar through the skies, night eventually turns into day, and unfortunately for them, it happened to do so right before they could cross the massive blockade of ships that covered the whole east side of the Fire Nation waters. Not only that, a single lonely ship could be seen following them from behind. Looking back at the lonely ship, Katara shouted, "Aang, we've got trouble." Sokka, panicking as always, "Yeah. And it's gaining on us, fast." Out of nowhere, a massive flaming boulder is hurled towards them, only barely missing them. "Damn," shouted Sokka. Katara, who was paying more attention to the ship than to the projectile that almost reached them, shouts, "Another." "I'm on it," shouted Aang while jumping up from Appa, and while in midair, using his airbending to destroy the flaming boulder and using the explosion to propel himself back to his friends. "Can't you make Appa go any faster?" asked Sokka. "Yeah, but there's just one little problem," he said while pointing forward toward the blockade that finally became visible to them. "A blockade?" From below, Zuko's eyes widen as he closes his fist in anger. "Technically we are still in Earth Kingdom waters. Turn back now and they cannot arrest you," said Iroh, who approached his nephew from behind. "Yes, but..." Zuko clenches his jaw as his eyes narrow towards the sky. He is not turning around. "Prince Zuko, there are times that a retreat is the best option. Don't let yourself be lost in your pursuit. Remember that if they capture you, there's nothing that I can do. Do not follow the Avatar. Uncle." Zuko's eyes tremble. He finally got a trail of the Avatar after he left them on Kyoshi Island. It's taken him days to catch up, and if it wasn't for the incident of the Earthbender prisoners that the Avatar decided to free, he doubted that he would have been able to. He also doubted that he'd be able to get their trail again if he abandoned it now. As he was suffering from this internal dilemma, Commander Zhao couldn't help but grin. Both the Avatar and the traitor come to me so easily. While staring at the flying bison, he turned toward the ship's captain and calls for his attention. "Commander Zhao." "What are your orders?" the captain asked. Shoot the bison down, Captain. The man was surprised, but there's a Fire Navy ship out there, sir. One of our own. What if it's hit? So be it, Zhao answered coolly, it belongs to a trader, shoot it now. As fire started raining from below, Aang kept doing his best with his airbending to fend off the fireballs that were sure hits otherwise, while Sokka kept controlling Appa trying to dodge as much as he could. Aang! Shouted Katara in panic. I'm fine, Katara, said the bald monk while taking a breather, right before reading himself for another jump. Don't worry. Katara was about to shout again. She would never forgive herself if she allowed Aang to become all bruised like the day they escaped the Southern Water Tribe, but she saw something odd in the skies not that far away from them. Is that a cloud? She asked with a weirded-out expression. Sokka shouted while pulling Appa's reins, dodging another fireball. We are in the skies. There are clouds everywhere. No, Sokka, said Aang, finally paying attention. That cloud is going against the wind. Yeah, so. Sokka shouted again, forcing Appa to raise the altitude a little to dodge another fireball. Suddenly they could hear a distant, faint but real laugh coming from the cloud. Ah! What the? Sokka passed the reins to Aang. The Avatar knew how to control Appa better than him, and took a spyglass and stared at the cloud just to see a man with wild spiky black hair, standing on top of the cloud, dressed in black and red and with his arms crossed in front of his chest while laughing. Unbelievable. He said as Katara took the spyglass from him while he was spending his time being dumbfounded. The girl gasped as she saw what her brother saw. There's a man riding that cloud. What? Shouted Aang, both weirded out and excited. That sounds so fun. On the top of the cloud, Madara was laughing his ass off. I can't believe we came west at this precise moment. To think that I would have such a first encounter with Team Avatar. Look, there's little firecracker down below. He kept laughing like there was no tomorrow. After finally calming himself and cleaning the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, he crouched down on the top of the balloon part of his airship, which was covered in a cloud, and spread his arms. Let's give them a sight to behold, shall we? As the seconds passed, tiny wisps of fire kept escaping his fingertips, slowly merging with the cloud. Down below, the old general looked up and noticed the odd cloud following a similar path to the Avatar's flying bison and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and tell his nephew. Prince Zuko, look at that, he said while pointing upwards. The prince, who was still trying to decide what to do, looked up and suddenly his eyes went wide. The cloud slowly became more and more red, until the color was fully a tone of orangish red. A red cloud, said the prince as he held the railing of his ship. A smile slowly appeared on his face. I get it, teacher. He mumbled to himself, men, let's head back to the Earth Kingdom. The Avatar will have to come way in one way or another. We shall be waiting for him. Yes, sir. On the other side, the old general couldn't help but bow toward the red cloud flying through the skies. A small genuine smile appeared on his face. Thank you, creators.